Okie doke, we're live. We just got finished watching I'm Thinking of Ending Things by Charlie Kaufman. And hopefully we're brimming with thoughts and reactions. John, you had some things to say. Oh, your mic's not coming in.
Yeah, I can't hear anything, John. Nope.
Hmm.
He'll figure it out.
Dun, 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 dun.
There we go.
There you
Sorry about
are.
that. I was sitting here making comments. You guys couldn't hear me at all.
Oh, I thought you were just being Canadian polite. Why did I think that? I should have known better.
Okay, did that make sense to anyone? Like, do you have an idea of what happened in that narrative?
Yeah.
'Cause that didn't make
No.
any the narrative
Well,
didn't make
the
any sense.
ending, no. The ending, no. The whole movie was surrealism and
So, like-
postmodern filmmaking.
Like, of the only other Charlie Kaufman thing that I know particularly well is the John Malkovich movie, which I really liked. But like that movie, I was really into it. The one we just watched, I was really into it in the first, I don't know, 40 minutes or so. I thought it was like a really cool. I don't know. The characters were really interesting, and the premise was really intriguing to me. But I don't know if I'm just really dumb and I didn't get it when it started to all of a sudden just go careening off into the wilderness, or if it's you're meant to just be in a state of total confusion and that's kind of the point. But it really I'm not really that upset that the questions didn't get answered. I'm just really confused as to what I was supposed to think or what the purpose was of when it really went off the rails.
It's surrealism. It's nonlinear, right-brained, imagistic dream logic. So the part where it started to go off the rail, which was at the parents' house, that's when the roller coaster starts to leave the station. You just strap in for the ride at that point.
If you're paying attention, though, it's like that from the beginning, though. I thought I hadn't seen this movie. I thought I hadn't watched it all the way through. Then I was about halfway through. I was like, "Oh shit, I have watched this."
How's it like that from the beginning, Chris?
I don't get
because
that. I had seen it before, and I was noticing things throughout the first act when they're in the car and stuff. There's a lot of little light hints and stuff.
I didn't notice anything in the car. Like I noticed the Band-Aid on on the dad's head moved at some point, and like the picture thing, which was like very obvious.
Yeah.
But what stuff happened in the car?
It's little things. There's little things that he says about basically referencing the fact that he's the janitor that you keep seeing.
Okay.
The movie is very sad, which is I think maybe why he obscured it so much, because it's basically about somebody committing suicide.
Is that what it's about?
I liked it.
Touch that at all.
That's what I was wondering.
It left me with a very happy feeling.
Really, because it's an extremely depressing ending.
You always see.
Wait, it left you with a happy feeling.
It's
okay. It is the first. I want a boyfriend now. It is. I never watch movies that make me actually want a boyfriend. And watching it, I was it like brought back memories of having that romantic partner and dating and all that. And I'm like, oh, I want that again. I want that back. And I've never feel that from movies. So it was hopeful.
That's a good thing. I'm glad that it. I think you can get. I think they kind of obscured things so it's not so literal at the end. So you can kind of get different endings out of it. But it's pretty explicit in the scene whenever she talks to old man janitor, and she talks about how the fact that she's like, he never actually asked me for my number. Like he was just one. And basically, she doesn't exist. Basically, the whole point of the movie is that she doesn't exist. She's a figment of his imagination.
She's the idealized.
She's the girl that got away in his head. He's this old man janitor, fantasizing a life that he didn't have before he kills himself. That's basically.
Or reminiscing back, because they have the different time periods. If he's the guy and he's thinking back to his parents. Because they go through different stages of life with the parents. And she's just the idealized figure that's kind of present the whole time in his mind. But the movie starts out with her as the main. We see everything from her perspective. We even hear her interior monologue. So the movie establishes her as the dominant character in the beginning.
Yeah. And that's kind of part of the movie. The existential horror of it is the lead character discovering that she doesn't exist. It's kind of the high concept of it.
How does a character discover they don't exist? I guess that's part of the
Something that only
surrealism.
happens in movies, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, the second half like started to remind me of Inland Empire too.
No, yeah, it definitely has those
Yeah.
David Lynchian kind of influences there as it gets towards the end of it. I mean, like the whole pig thing is kind of like that's literally like him walking towards his death. So I've forgotten about so much of it. It all came flooding back to me about halfway through the movie because I remember starting to watch it, then stopping because it was making me sad at the time. I was going through a lot of stuff then, and I didn't remember watching it. But then as I got like halfway through, I was like, oh shit, I remember the whole movie. I could remember everything that happened from that point forward, and I don't know. I guess I'd blocked it out or something. It's kind of a disquieting, sad movie for me personally. I think it's all of Charlie Kaufman's work is great. I like this movie a lot. I'm not trying to sound baby down on it, but it is it's probably my least favorite of Charlie Kaufman's works. It's very similar to Anomalisa in a lot of ways in terms of like how sad it is, but
I never finished that one.
yeah,
Maybe I'm
Anomalisa-
just so fucked up because I found it very joyous.
well. I mean, I think that's great. I think it's a movie that is that.
But I
is
should have
great.
found it sad. I really should find it sad, but I don't. That's why I say maybe it's me. But when me and the ex broke up, that we were going from Oregon to Washington State, and there was an 8-hour snowstorm that we were trapped in the whole time. So we were driving like 5 miles an hour and having the breakup conversation for 8 hours.
My
And
God.
so the movie should have taken me back to that place, but it took me
Yeah.
to the complete opposite place of
That's
like,
weird.
wow, I want to do this again, except
cool.
with a sane, healthy person this time. It didn't have
That's what's
any
amazing.
negative associations with it.
That's what's amazing about art like this to me is that just different people can get totally different things out of it, and I think all interpretations are valid. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying like I remembered actually like reading into it. It's based on a novel, which I never read, but I've read a summary of the novel and everything like that. So I'm just saying like the imagery that I'm saying of it, like that's literally what it's pointing towards. But you know, if you see something different in it, I think that's great. I think it's valid. I think he made the movie to be more you know vague and not as specific as the novel was. So I don't think it has.
Oh, it was based on a novel?
Yeah, same
Hmm.
same name.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was an original.
Yeah, it's the only adaptation he's ever. Well, I take his technically adaptation is an adaptation of The Orchid Thief, but they're completely different things. So this is pretty.
It
close
got
to
very
source
meta.
material.
I like the meta moments.
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
it.
Have
And
you
Emerald,
seen-
you said it like you related to the girl with the inner dialogue.
Yeah, like when I've been in relationships, I'll have like that interior monologue, like, "Oh, I should leave this person." Like I'll be like trapped in my own head. So it kind of reminded me of that.
I thought the dialogue was stellar. I was
Yeah.
so impressed with the dialogue.
He's great at writing
Yeah.
stylized dialogue that still feels natural.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah.
like have like that clipped David Mamet type thing, which is dialogue I'm usually drawn to. Kaufman has this way of creating this conversational, naturalized dialogue that also has that heightened sense of reality that I think movies kind of need for dialogue. It doesn't feel like long meandering, like people kind of. And even though it does that, it feels more. I don't know. It feels stylized still. I think he's amazing at that. He's my basically there's no other writer I've ever looked up to more in terms of screenwriting. I learned how to write screenplays from a bought copy of the Being John Malkovich script alongside the Goodwill Hunting script. That's what I used to teach myself to write screenplays. I just used those two screenplays as models for what to model my screenplay like.
Which
format.
ones?
So Being John Malkovich and Goodwill Hunting. because the only 2 screenplays I could find at my local bookstore when I was growing up. The only
Oh,
place I could
actual
actually
the
find-
actual screenplays.
Yeah, you could buy them, like buy the screenplay as like a book, and I bought those from my local bookstore and used those as like a template, So, yeah, I'm a huge Charlie Kaufman nerd. I don't know why it's really weird that I couldn't remember having watched this. I had no memory of watching all the way through till like halfway through and it just clicked.
Right.
And I was like, holy shit, I've seen this whole movie, haven't I? And I don't know, it's like I blocked it out or something. I think it must have made me really sad. I mean, I was literally in a very, very bad place when I saw this the first time. So, yeah. A movie about death, basically, in that way, was probably not what I needed to watch at the time.
Right.
So. Yeah. But, I'm better now, so it's okay. But yeah, it's a great film. I think he's really great at writing about relationships in general. Although I think his crowning achievement of that still Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. But
Yeah.
have you seen that one, John?
Yeah, I've seen that one. Sorry, I forgot. Those were the 2 ones when I looked at his IMDb that I've seen, and I like both Being John Malkovich and Eternal Sunshine a lot.
They're both brilliant. Eternal Sunshine is a fucking masterpiece, though. I think like the it's a much deeper script and film. I think this one is. This one's very much more surreal, but it doesn't really. The surrealism, ultimately, for at least watching it through this time, made me feel a little bit more detached from it. Then, like Eternal Sunshine, still hits me in the feels now, just thinking about it.
Yeah,
it's there's scenes in that movie that just kill me. But and I saw that when I was still a teenager, so the first time.
I still need to
That's
see
the-
that one.
Oh, it's amazing.
What, Eternal
I need to see
Sunshine?
it, Yeah.
God, it's amazing.
You should start with Malkovich.
Yeah.
His movies
both
kind
much
of
more cynical
progress
film.
artistically as he goes. I like Synecdoche, New York too.
That one's amazing as well, but it's
seen
much more disquieting and sad like this one.
Sunshine is the one that Jim Carrey. I was so impressed because he wasn't a clown. He actually could pull off a dramatic role and not act.
Was that his first? Was that Jim Carrey's first serious role?
Yeah, as far as I know.
It's the first one I
Okay.
can remember,
It's the
and I
only
couldn't
one,
believe it
really.
was Jim Carrey in that part. Like there was no sign of any of that goofiness that he brings to all his other movies. He was an actual human being.
I
Yeah.
think he did it after he did Man on the Moon, so it was the second.
I didn't see that.
Okay.
His Andy Kaufman movie was before that. That was '99. I think Eternal Sunshine was like 2001, 2002.
Something like that. Yeah.
Right.
And Jim Carrey just kind of stopped acting after that. He did like The Grinch or something, I think, after that, and that was pretty much it. He just hasn't really acted since, it's really a shame because he's really good as a dramatic actor. I was never a huge fan of him as a comedic actor. I'm not a big Ace Ventura fan. I
love Ace.
I do
I mean,
too.
they're okay. There's nothing wrong with them. They're funny, but it wasn't like I wasn't like a huge fan of him. He was big into mugging and like just making the weird faces and stuff like that. And that's not the kind of comedy that I usually go for. But I think he makes such an amazing like straight face, straight man for stuff. Hold on, my kid is making a lot of noise.
Your mic's breaking up or something, or maybe
it's because of she's making so much noise behind me. I think it's interrupting the sound.
Oh, it's canceling itself.
Yeah, it's
Juniper is trying to steal a spotlight.
okay.
Can't blame her.
Yeah. John's right. He pointed out that Truman Show was his first.
Oh yeah.
That's
That makes
true.
sense.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one either.
I always forget about the Truman Show, but I don't know why.
I did too. I've only seen it once. I saw when it
I've
came
seen it
out.
a few times, and I remember.
But he
watching
was
it
still
once.
kind of Jim Carrey in that one.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe. I don't remember it that well, but like that was a pretty serious role, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Like he wasn't being.
He kind of plays off of the Jim Carrey persona that he kind of like has, but it's not. It's not a comedic role really, but it kind of plays a little bit off of his. He's a subversive, serious. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate.
Interesting.
That one came out about the same time as The Matrix.
That's interesting.
Well, 99.
1999 was the peak year for that postmodern
for movies.
style
It was
of
the peak year
filmmaking.
for movies.
Yes.
Movies have never gotten better than 99. They were never better before that. There's never
Really?
been a year.
Yeah.
In my opinion, 99 is the peak of film so far. Anyway,
I think so too.
In terms of
Just
overall
for
films,
sheer quantity of excellent films that came out in one year.
yeah,
Wow. Okay.
being
You
John
you
Malkovich,
had good films after and good films before, but not the amount that showed up in
Yeah.
that one year.
we just the number of films that changed filmmaking in general. You've got everything from Being John Malkovich, which came out in '99, to The Matrix, to oh god, I mean, there's movies
Have
I
a
know that you
list.
don't like. I know you don't like, Jeff, like Magnolia, which I think is a great film, but
Ugh.
I understand why people don't like it.
Who could like that movie?
I think it's amazing, but it's just me. I've seen it many times. It's a movie that at the end of that movie makes me feel good at the end of it every time. But also, plus, I mean, Tom Cruise's performance in that movie is fucking amazing.
What, did we lose Jeff?
I think we did
No, he's
for a
there.
second.
Tom Cruise has been in some really good movies, and the only flaw in every one is Tom Cruise.
Yeah, but no, I think
Let me
Tom
see.
Cruise is really good. Even though I
99.
don't like Tom Cruise.
He ruins. I love the movies themselves. I love Jerry Maguire. I love Minority Report. I love the only role that I've ever, and I didn't even realize it was him until the credits rolled, was Tropic Thunder.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't
I
realize
couldn't
that
believe it
either.
was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, me neither.
I love Eyes Wide Shut. In fact, I want to see that soon. But
Yeah, that's a
not
good one.
I don't like any of those because of Tom Cruise.
I think he's great in all of them. I don't like him as a person. I find Scientology like creepy and disgusting, but I like
I
Tom
never
Cruise
judge
as
an actor by their personal life.
Yeah, I try not to.
I judge strictly on. I'm an aesthete. You know that I judge strictly on artistic merit.
I mean, like even in Magnolia, he plays that flamboyant, like basically predicts the whole red pill movement. It's a satire of red pill, like 20 years before it was a relevant idea, and like the whole idea of him being like this, like this basically like this scarred little boy that's like scared and trying to act out, inventing this history for himself. I think that performance is amazing. I think
The acting was so bad. The pacing, the plot, it made no sense. I couldn't believe what I was watching by the end of it.
I think you'd have to watch it again. I don't think I could.
I can't. You can't ask that of me. Oh, that was one of the worst cinematic experiences I've ever had. I don't know how I made it to the end. It was torture,
Did
forcing
you watch
myself
it in
to
theaters
sit through
or
that
at home?
movie. I don't like. Is it Wes Anderson or Paul Anderson?
Paul Thomas Anderson.
Yeah, I don't like most of his
Did you see
movies
The
anyway.
Master? The Master is amazing.
No,
Or Inherent Vice, or
sounds like one I should like.
or
but I
Paul
don't.
Punch Drunk Love. Man, I think There Will Be Blood. I think his entire filmography is amazing.
I tried to watch that one.
You didn't finish There Will Be Blood?
No,
Dude, that movie bangs. It's an awesome movie.
that's what I heard. That's why I got it.
Yeah.
In fact, I bought the DVD just based on the reviews alone,
Yeah.
and never could finish it.
Damn. Yeah, I'm like trying to imagine what the hell the movie we just watched was about now, with Chris saying it's like, oh, it's about the janitor thinking about a life he could have had with this fictional woman before he kills himself. And so I'm like, okay, all right. So let me restructure everything I just saw and see if that makes any sense, because I'm not sure it does. But I'm trying to evaluate whether there's any validity to any kind of actual narrative structure to that movie. Because it makes very little sense to me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
A realistic way about that, but you have to be willing to think of it from like dream logic perspective. It's like a very David Lynchian type thing. Everything's all out of order and discombobulated. So
it set the tone in the beginning with the Wordsworth poem, and it had the few Emerson quotes, and the parent scene is straight out of Samuel Beckett. I was thinking of Endgame, where he has the two parents in the trash can.
I'm not familiar with that.
So there's a lot of literary context that
okay,
kind of informs the movie. And Wordsworth was about it was intimations of immortality based on recollections from early childhood. So it's looking back at memory and how the human consciousness develops from child to adult and what we lose along the way. So, and Wordsworth wrote poetry. I mean, he wrote a 14-book epic poem of him looking back on his development from childhood to the time where he started to write his great poem that he never finished.
Okay.
So there was,
Interesting.
I think Chris is right about the janitor, but I think it's not so much imagining the ideal woman. That's just part of the poetry of retrospecting on your life. So he's taking a glance backward at his life, and she shows up in it. I guess maybe because he never had an actual woman. So that's the when we're dating, that's what we're really dating, at least according to Freud and the poets.
Mhm.
Is this idealized imago that we carry around with us that we just transfer onto particular humans here and there. And Plato, too, in the Symposium.
I'm gonna turn my camera off so I can change your diaper. I'm still here. I'm listening.
I will say about the film that there's like a crazy echo. Right? Do you guys hear an echo? Or is it just
Oh yeah,
on my
I
end?
do. I hear it.
Okay.
Is it me? Is it Chris? Here, I'm going to go on mute. Y'all could test.
Yo, yo, yo. Oh, I think it's you, Jeff.
Yeah, it is. It's you,
It is
Jeff.
me? Why is it always me?
Your computer hates you.
I don't, because I haven't done anything differently, and sometimes it shows up and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah,
Is it still
just
echoing?
happened like halfway through the stream. I don't know. It wasn't echoing earlier. I don't get it.
Yeah.
We've been looking at you. You haven't done anything to change it. It's weird.
No. Is it still there?
No.
Yeah, it sounds like it's still there.
Okay, I can only.
I'll put my headphone. I'll put my headphone.
Like, woo!
Oh, we have trad cultures here.
What's up? TCPS.
How's it
Oh,
going?
Wait, hang on. Is that a Hamas flag?
No, that's a Palestine flag. There's a
That's
difference.
what I meant. Okay, so you're Palestine, but not Hamas.
Yeah, I believe in. I do not believe in 75 years of apartheid. I'm against it.
We can't hear you, Jeff. Jeff, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you.
Yeah, I should be on now. Well, do we want to switch to politics?
I want to say one thing.
Well, I mean, I wasn't intending, just because of my avatar, I wasn't intending that it changed the conversation. I kind of like the conversation that you guys were having.
We had just watched the movie and we were kind of talking about it. But John, go ahead and we can do the
I only
political
intended
stuff later.
Like, I'm supposed to be working on a bunch of stuff right now, and I intended to watch like 10 or 20 minutes of the movie.
Oh.
And then I ended up watching the whole thing and then sticking around for the after show because I was like, this is so just magnetic. Everything about the movie I found so intriguing, and that's a point in its favor. It at least drew me in so much in the first 30 or 40 minutes that I even suffered through the confusion of the rest of the movie. I was like, will this make fucking sense at some point? And spoiler alert, it did not, to me at least. But I just loved that opening scene so much in the car in particular that I was very, very impressed by that.
Yeah, I thought the whole movie was going to be that when I first watched it.
I was kind of excited for that to be the case. I was like, shit, are we going hard on this? Is this a bottle movie? That'd be amazing.
Have you seen that one that I think what's his name? Tom Hardy did? I think I can't remember the name of it, but it's the whole movie is him in a car on a phone, like dealing with various crises. I can't remember what it's called right now.
No, I haven't seen
Tom
that.
Hardy, from like
Batman
and stuff. Yeah, like Bane.
He's great.
It's pretty good actually. I haven't seen it since it first came out, but it was pretty good. But yeah, it's a whole movie, one guy in a car on phone calls.
That's like that Before Sunrise series from Richard Linklater. It's just the couple talking the whole movie.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a great series.
Yeah, I love talk movies.
I do too. I love analyzing them and like psychoanalyzing them.
I wonder what the Palestinians thought of the movie.
Well, I thought it was really fascinating because I'd just been in listening for a few minutes, and I heard you guys were talking about this idea of like of romantic love is basically like platonic idealization, and to me, I mean, that's something which I thought was really a fascinating thought, especially in my own interests in anthropology and like understanding human behavior. That's actually, I'm not saying that like that's not something I've ever thought of before, but that is actually an interesting sort of like I'm interested that in exploring that topic further. Certainly, I guess what I'll say is that was like a new way of conceptualizing this issue that I thought was really fascinating.
Romantic love.
Yeah, the concept that essentially what you're doing is that when you fall in love, you're falling in love with an idea, and you're projecting that idea onto a person.
I don't know if that's true for every single time someone falls in love, but it's certainly true a lot of times. So
I think that's true maybe initially. Like as one actually, starts a real relationship, and as the person becomes an actual person that you're, living with every day and that every day, that becomes less and less the case, obviously.
What's that Goethe quote? Let me find. Let's see. To be loved for what one is, that is the greatest exception. The great majority love in others only what they lend him, their own selves, their version of him.
And it's not my I don't necessarily think that it's always the case that that's something that has to develop in terms of like that love of an actual person, the way that TCPS just described it. I think that can happen right from the jump. It's just that is the exception that Jeff is describing from Goethe.
Well, I also think that like cultural, there's cultural differences because I study other cultures and I look at things like basically there's a large degree historically, and this is less the case now, but there's a large degree historically within Western culture to which men and women didn't really understand each other very well. They lived in two sort of separate social worlds, and this led to a lot of idealization of the other sex, especially like men completely idealizing women and having a completely unrealistic understanding that they were sort of like superhuman, that they were like Madonnas, right? And you saw this to some extent in the Middle Ages with courtly love, but it got worse after the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of almost like, though, at a mental level, it's almost like men sort of psyoping each other themselves, right? It's like they're psyoping themselves almost. They're messing with their own heads and creating this really false, unrealistic image of the Madonna, the lady. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar at all with the work of a man named Herb Goldberg. He wrote a book back in the 70s called The Hazards of Being Male. And he talked about that one of the big mistakes that men make that actually ends up ruining their lives is that they create this like faux image of women that's completely unrealistic and doesn't do anybody any good. It doesn't help men. It doesn't help women. It just basically emotionally stunts everybody and leads to just poorer understandings between the sexes.
Do you think women do something similar like
well,
that?
I think that so historically, and again, and this stuff is changing now with like the most recent, I guess now like what gender even is changing, but like the most recent spat of, the way society's developed, and this is why I'm not, necessarily completely against everything that we're seeing go on in society now, because I don't think that what we had before was necessarily that great either. I mean, it's almost like right now the questioning of these traditional gender norms that are stifling in Western society is not necessarily bad in itself. It's just the way that it's being handled right now with all the like saying that like gender is not real and things like that. Like that's the problem. It's the direction it's going, not the fact that the questioning is happening. in my opinion. And to answer your question of do women do that specifically for men too, I think to a lesser extent, just because the way that social norms have historically in the West have been established. It's been, and again, this is less true now because things are coming under question, but it's been such that men have been emotionally dependent on women in the West in a way that women have not been emotionally dependent on men. Because male solidarity is so frowned upon, it's so looked down upon that men, because historically it was seen as being like gay, or else nowadays it's seen as being like, like it's anti-feminist. So there's always been this distrust in Western society. Not always, because if you go back to like ancient times, this wasn't there, but certainly since the Industrial Revolution, there's been this trend of like negative views toward male solidarity, negative views toward men really having their key social support be other men. It's expected that men's key social support should be women, whereas for women, their key social support should also be women. So you end up with a situation where women don't really need men psychologically and emotionally in the West, whereas men historically do need women psychologically.
What time frame are we talking about here? Because that's
I'm going to say so I'm going to say this certainly would have been around by 1800, and to some extent it's still there, but it's less there than it would have been like before maybe the 1970s. So this would have been most extreme, so maybe 1800.
In recent history, you're saying that it was frowned upon for male solidarity and male emotionally connected relationships to be common.
Yes.
That's 200.
Not in my lifetime. I mean, I'm thinking of things like fraternities, sports teams, drinking buddies. Like all of my brothers had this huge pack of guys they'd run around with that was like a little team.
Yeah, so men, obviously male friendship exists, but it's very sort of, let me ask the other men in this group, like how many of your male college friends are you still in touch with on a regular basis?
I don't know if that's necessarily a good,
or male high school friends or anything. And how often do you see your male friends nowadays?
I see my male friends quite a bit. I have very close relationships with my male friends, but that's one data point, obviously. But that's and I don't necessarily see the picture that you're painting in my own life and my interpretation of like historical fact in the short or like long term. I feel like male spaces and male kinship has been a very strongly fortified societal structure for thousands of years.
For thousands of years it has. I'm saying that this is kind of an aberration in the modern world.
Well, in the
male spaces definitely are.
In the context of like maybe like the past 50 years, there's been like a pressure against it that I think we're starting to see kind of be relieved. Maybe.
Oh, I think it's getting worse.
Maybe, but is that what you mean in the past, like really recent history? Maybe like almost like post-internet is when we're really seeing that become kind of demonized.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, I'm saying that like it would have been. It's honestly maybe a little bit because I interact. I'm a teacher, so I see Gen Z a lot. It seems as though with like the younger generation, this is actually less true. It's almost I'm describing more like boomers and to some extent my generation. I'm a millennial. To some extent, Gen X as well. And certainly the people that are older than boomers, I'm talking about, it's actually almost kind of an older, this is an older thing that really like kind of a 20th century, I think it began in the 19th century, but especially peaked in the 20th century. This idea of basically male relationships are essentially instrumental. They're not very emotionally deep, and they're oftentimes, more often than not, characterized by fundamental mistrust. And in older times, this is obviously less true now, but in older times, there's like a deep-seated fear that if you're too close to other men, it means that you're gay, right? Like exactly. I mean that like the very fact that men feel like they have to say no homo, and I very rarely hear women say that. To me, that's all you need to know about the difference between the way that men and women are socialized in society.
But that's coming from within men themselves.
Absolutely, it's coming from within men.
I do see that part changing, though. Maybe it's the circles I run in.
Yeah, obviously, I don't know about anybody else on the panel. This is really the first time I've talked to any of you guys, but Gen X Jeff, I know in your case, because you've been involved with like the men's movement for a long time, so you're seeing a group, a specific subgroup that are aware of this and are trying to break out of it, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about your normie blue pill guys that are not. I'm talking about just the normal guys that are not even aware necessarily of what I'm talking about, and many of them would deny that this is true of them. But the reality is that, the statistics are out there. Male friendship is not very deep for most men. Most men are emotionally dependent on their wives. You can see that by the fact that men are way more likely to become isolated, depressed, suicidal after a divorce than women are. They're way more likely to be isolated, suicidal, and depressed when they're single. If they're like older men that are unmarried are actually much less happy than older women who are unmarried, which is the exact opposite of the stereotype. You think that like, well, the old maid, that's like the worst thing to be. Well, that's not true. It's much worse to be an old bachelor than it is to be an old maid. Again, this is less true now than it was 40 years ago, but it's still true.
I just found out about that Norma Vincent lady. Do you know about her? She was a lesbian, and she wrote a book called The Self-Made Man. She went undercover as a male for years to see and she would hang out in male spaces and to see the male experience. And she said it was the most miserable experience of her life, like being treated as a male, especially by other women. And it was so bad that she got really depressed, and she went to Switzerland to an assisted suicide clinic and actually had herself euthanized because from the experience, she couldn't recover from it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's really, there are reasons. And again, I'm not, blaming women for, I'm not gonna be one of those guys, because I think finally this is men's fault. Like, men do this to themselves. But essentially, exactly. Men are gaslighted into being more sensitive, but derided for lowering their defense. Oh, this is
by
exactly
women
what
too.
Goldberg talks about.
Not even just by other men.
But it's mostly, I would say it's primarily men doing this to themselves, not entirely, but primarily. So they're largely to blame for this. It's a self-created problem, actually. But the problem essentially is actually a very serious one, I would say, because we look at the results. Men on average, they have a significantly shorter life expectancy than women, largely because of machismo, right? Like they think that they're too tough to go to the doctor, things like that. And by the way, this is a modern phenomenon as well. That wasn't true 1,000 years ago. And
are those stats adjusted for dying in childbirth?
What stats?
The stats that men used to live as long as women?
Actually, I would say yes, because the women traditionally, not that many of them actually died in childbirth. There were multiple different reasons why life expectancy was more neutral, or even, in many societies, there was actually a male advantage. Like this idea that women just naturally, biologically always live longer than men, that's actually a modern thing. And there's a large part of it has to do with the difference between the male and the female social role that's been constructed by modern society.
Okay.
So the answer is more men's group, more support for men.
But it's gotta be real. It's gotta be real support. The problem is that, like, as the one guy was just pointing out, a lot of the so-called support for men, like, oh, men should share their feelings and all that. It's like, it's actually ersatz, because that doesn't, like, the problem is that we haven't fully, I guess, emancipated the male from his own ego or something.
I'm not even emancipated from mine.
We're closer, obviously, than we were,
How is that accomplished? I haven't figured that part out yet either.
Really, I guess we really kind of just have to collectively as a society all need to have conversations where we, hash these things out and make it, it's the same way that social change is always accomplished. You have this awareness out there. The more that the awareness that this is going on gets out there, and right now there's not enough people talking about this sort of thing, the more we have this awareness out there, the more it just enters into the zeitgeist, right? And the more people start thinking about it, talking about it, the more likely it is going to be something that people pay attention to and focus on. So this is how these sorts of things always work.
I would love to have more conversations about men and men's mental health. I started this as a men's mental health channel originally, so I'm all for having those conversations. In fact, Canuck, if you want, you can come on and talk about this. You're saying some good things in the comments. And by the way, that reminds me, Chris and I are going to start taking relationship questions too. We want to start encouraging viewers to come on and if they're having relationship issues or questions and talk about them.
We thought it might be an interesting thing to do. There aren't really many people doing that kind of thing in this space, so.
The act of trying to reach I don't know if you can do without the ego. I don't even know if it's healthy to try to go without the ego.
I know the whole ego death thing that became so popular online a few years back and everything. I understand the goal of it, but because I used to feel the same way about ego as like this thing you need to kill, but I'm starting to see it a little differently. I think a healthy ego is a good thing.
Obviously, you shouldn't kill the ego, but I'm saying you should transform the ego. You should let go of. I guess you should have a more fully developed ego, because what I'm talking about is essentially insecurity. It's a need to define yourself based on an outdated image or an outdated stereotype, rather than the actual core ontology, the actual core essence of who you are.
You could still come on and talk about men. I was at a group last night, and one guy told a story about the Buddha, like a man riding the elephant. He said the goal is not to get rid of your ego or eliminate it. It's to learn to ride it and just gently nudge it when you need to in the direction you want it to go. Not to like destroy your demons, but to learn to ride them and manage them. But the ego, to me, is a reaction to the insecurity and the defensive. Like it's ego defenses is what creates the ego in the first place. The defensiveness from having to face annihilation and insecurity. And mine is huge.
But a lot of this goes back to, I'm very much, a culture critic, and I get in a lot of trouble actually for it. But I'm all about this idea that I think fundamentally the way that we as humans interact with each other in modern society is maladaptive. And it starts, even from child rearing. I think most parents are incompetent parents essentially in our society, and they instill bad values in their children. And these bad values lead to difficulties that we have in relating to each other, difficulties we have in understanding ourselves, because you really need to understand yourself but before you can understand anybody else. And it just leads to a lot of needless pain and suffering.
I don't know if we ever know ourselves completely.
As much as you realistically can, though.
It's a lifelong quest. And I don't want people to see me vulnerable. Like that puts me, you're talking about hierarchies and stuff, that puts me in a position where somebody could use that to take power over me or hurt me in some way. So I don't want people, I need my ego to stay where it is. Emerald, do you have any, I hate to say a female perspective, do you have a unique perspective on this from kind of maybe
a female
looking in?
She is a female. I mean,
yeah, but I don't want to stereotype it as the female perspective.
Well, no, I mean,
as a representative of all women, Emerald.
But you're not a male, so you're kind of on the outside looking in. So you have a different perspective, maybe.
I mean, I'm just listening to everything you guys are saying, and yeah, it's definitely interesting and intriguing. I don't really know what to say about it. I feel like I'm in the hot seat.
No, you don't feel pressure.
I'm the only woman here.
Do you notice anything about like males and male bonding or like male friendships or?
I mean, I think in our current society, like it's really hard for men to like be vulnerable with their feelings without women like still inadvertently like putting them down for it, or like being like, oh, still be a man, or like outdated concepts like that. I don't know. Is that something you guys encounter? Like women kind of
they want the vulnerability, but they want the strength at the same time.
Yeah.
My experience is women
don't
know what
you.
they want to begin with. So
yeah. Because I feel like in women's spaces, like they want men to be vulnerable, like communicate their feelings. But then as soon as a guy does it, they tend to be like, oh, like, now I don't want him. Or now he's weak. And like, I still see those labels.
Yeah, they want the caveman. They still want the caveman.
Yeah.
The problem is that I don't necessarily think that there has to be a dichotomy, if you know what I mean. Like, I think that if you look at other societies, and I'm going to be frank, and I'm going to say that a lot of other non-Western societies have figured this out way better than we have. We're not the smartest, greatest, most well-adjusted people who've ever lived. And in a lot of other societies, they don't necessarily have to create this false dichotomy between the two. Like, you'd be surprised that in a lot of warrior societies, you think of like warrior men as being all tough, all that, but like men in a warrior band in a place like Papua New Guinea or something, they're actually much more comfortable with being vulnerable around other men because they need to be. They need to be like have incredible solidarity because they're brothers in arms, right? That are at any moment they will have to die for their brother in arms in a tribal conflict, in a tribal war. And that forges incredible bonds of solidarity to the point where they actually do not have problems with expressing their feelings to other men. They act, the Westerners, I mean, a lot of the tribes do have homosexuality, but even the ones that don't, Westerners go to Papua New Guinea, anthropologists go there and study them. They're like, wow, these people all seem really gay in our society. What it really is that actually men have a much healthier ability to relate to each other. And they're not, constantly like they have traditionally been in our society, constantly just like terrified of like, oh, well, if I act like this, then everybody will think I'm gay or they'll think I'm weak or like they don't think like that. And they actually end up avoiding many of the problems that we have that beset men in our society.
Would we still have Western society if we adopted their ways? Because it's how to navigate masculinity, but also keep our Western values.
Well, you look, what are our Western values built on, though? I mean, you go back to the ancient Greeks; they had no problem with
that's true, yeah,
male solidarity or anything like that. The ancient Romans, I mean, I would say even in the Middle Ages, you read about, a lot of people don't know this. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the term romantic friendship. Mm-hmm. But during the Middle Ages, men basically, and these were heterosexual men, they acted towards their male friends in a way that we would say was extremely gay. Like this, and this is actually famous. Like you read the sort of like they literally would write love poetry, and these were heterosexual men write love poetry to their male friends.
What's it like? What kind of language would they use?
Just like
was
really
it
like
sexual.
It wasn't like explicitly sexual, but it would be like just like flowery language about how wonderful the time they spend together is, and all. I mean, even read like this is as late as the 18th century. The Scottish poet Robert Burns, if you read he wrote a poem called "John Anderson, My Joe," that's all about like a childhood friend of his, and it's no man would have the balls to write what he wrote today.
So when did this start? Like you think the 1800s, you said?
Yeah, so it was basically what we think of as modern gender roles really owe a huge amount to the Industrial Revolution. Mm-hmm. Like even, and this is on the female side too. This is what, a lot of people, unfortunately, like Rachel Wilson, for instance, don't exactly get right. They're not very historically literate because they act like, oh, like these wonderful based 50s gender roles that were like that were all just always this is the normal natural way thing. No, that's actually a lie. Like the stay-at-home mom, housewife, homemaker, and the and the breadwinner husband that goes off into the world. Like, that's literally a creation of the Industrial Revolution. Nobody lived like that before the late 1700s at the earliest. That's a bourgeois myth. And so much of the way that we relate to each other, the way men relate to other men, the way women relate to other women, the way men and women relate to each other, is the product of like the post-industrial bourgeois sort of life.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what's the answer? Because we're post-industrial, I guess.
Well, again, the answer is to
cyber version. We're in the digital cyber age. So what are the appropriate models for that age?
I would say that the small part of what we can do, and this is, I guess, this is the tragedy and hope, right? That the hope that comes out of this tragedy is that in a world where we have a free interchange of ideas all across the globe with the information superhighway, is that now we have more opportunity to take critiques of our culture and blast them all across the world with the internet. So the internet is a way to raise awareness for this. The solution is, I don't know exactly what exactly. Saudi Arabia and South Korea, like most parts of the world. Like, I mean, I used to live in South Korea. South Korea will instantly make you rethink whether the way that the West is doing things is actually normal. Like Korean men that are perfectly, like, completely heterosexual they act what we would, if we went to Korea, we would think every man there was gay. And that is a healthy thing. Like, the Korean men are healthier in their social relationships than Western men are because of that.
Is that reflected in things like suicide rates and stuff?
The suicide rate in South Korea, it's high, but it's not as high as like people think it is. It's and I believe it's actually going down, unlike in at least rural America where it's going up. And historically,
I see what you're saying, and I see that the different culturally these different countries, they have different standards, that sort of thing. I don't necessarily see that one is necessarily on its face superior to the other. I don't see how, if it was normal for straight men to walk hand in hand down the road in America, how that would suddenly change everything. I don't see how that's really making much difference. It just seemed like basic casual human interaction norms that change from place to place and climate to climate.
Well, see, people often think that, like, oh, well, these things, this doesn't really matter. This is just one facet. But the reality is that at the everyday level, you would think, oh, well, this wouldn't change the culture much. But as it builds up over time, you'd say, though, well, if men were just walking down the street hand in hand, that wouldn't change the culture much. But would it, though? Because it wouldn't just be that, right? It would be an entire, like, men would be relating to each other in a totally different way. Men would be, in many ways, male friendships would become more like how female friendships already are. If men related to each other more similarly in our society to how women related to each other in our society, that would have huge ramifications for the entire culture.
I mean, it kind of sounds like what you're suggesting is that men further feminize themselves then.
No, that's not feminine. How's it feminine to be like, manly warrior guys in these warrior tribes in Arabia?
Men hugging and holding hands. Why is that feminine?
I'm not talking about he said literally that if men related to each other the way that women relate to
each
other.
Well, that's because you're using the modern conception of femininity, Chris. I imagine that's what the response would be. I'm curious as to, like, what you think materially the changes would be, TCPS. Like, if we have more, I guess, openly affectionate relationships between men as a normalized part of our society, what do you expect for that to be like in a concrete way? What do you think would change?
Well, it would, I think, create better outcomes for men in terms of mental and physical health, and that includes physical health, because part of the problem. Again, part of the reason why men have a significantly shorter life expectancy than women is because this whole sort of macho gender role idea of the invincible man that closes himself off to the rest of the world, that includes basically the man that thinks that, you know, it's sissy to take care of your own body, right? The man that thinks it's sissy to go to the doctor, which again, this is a Western idea that you don't see this in a lot of societies, like Islamic societies, that are actually, you know, I would say the men are in some ways manlier than they are here in the West.
It would decrease the sense of isolation, which is a big factor, and increase the sense of support too.
Yes.
Me and my best friend growing up was straight, and we used to hug all the time, like just as friends. It was not even a big deal.
I've hugged my male friends many times. I've never thought that was weird. And I know there are some people that do stigmatize that, but I've never thought it was weird myself. I don't know. I mean, I guess holding hands would maybe a little odd with a male friend of mine, but I don't hold hands with my white wife that much either. So it's not like something that's super common. It's kind of something that's more like an intimacy thing between me and my partner. I don't know. I mean, I don't hold hands with just anybody except my kids and my wife.
Well,
I don't know if
a hug.
I don't know if I ever really see. I'm a firm believer in the power of hugs. I'll definitely agree with you there, Jeff. I don't know if I see, at least in my city, many girls just holding hands who are friends.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I've noticed that there's like a marked difference in that particular dynamic between male friends versus female friends.
I would say it's clear that female friendships, both in terms of like the amount of, you know, things that they share about themselves, like personal things they share about themselves, and in terms of physical contact, there's a huge difference, though, on average, between female and male friendships in our society.
There's more physical contact for sure. I don't know, just based off of like, I mean, I have lots of close relationships with females, and like lots of people in my life, like are female, and I hear about their.
Oh yes, I'm sorry
females.
to interrupt, but Canucksaram just said, I mean, this is a huge. Wow, I have a lot.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Get on here.
Yeah.
Please continue though.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if, and this isn't a good thing, but based off a lot of the stories I've heard from my female friends and their friendships with other females, it's like, yeah, those relationships are often quite problematic in their own way, and that they're often very maybe shallow and very unreliable, maybe is one way to put it.
So
yeah, I'm not gonna try and
to me, it's not like, oh, look, women have it figured out, we need to do it like them. It's like, no, there's a lot of problems on both sides to me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna claim that like, oh, like everything's awesome on the female, like that would be.
But that's not my argument. That's not what I thought you were saying. I was just saying those specific examples you're using. I didn't think you were saying that women have it all figured out, but it's like, I don't even know if they have it better figured out, because they have a lot of problems. I don't even know if it's better.
But I think he was saying.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure my point was clear.
Feel free.
No, I would say they have it better figured out in the aggregate. Like there are serious issues that often beset female friendships, especially, you know, when women are younger. I think they get it worked out more with age on average, but like, you know, especially during like, I mean, obviously middle school, high school, it's very much a drama mess.
I'm talking about adults.
But even for like younger adults, yes, there are issues in the aggregate. In the aggregate, though, you know, I think the proof's in the pudding that women's friendships are such that they're more able to fortify them against something like a divorce, against something like, you know, losing a husband, being widowed, like in a way that this isn't the case for men.
Wait. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding your argument. But like, to me, the way that you just said the proof's in the pudding, this is my understanding of your argument, and I want to hear you clarify this, because I'm guessing I'm getting it wrong. You're saying women live longer because they have stronger relationships, and the way that we know they have stronger relationships is because they live longer.
No, that's
what I'm hearing right now.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that women live longer partly because they have these stronger relationships. That's only part of it. And that the reason why and that the proof that they have stronger relationships is the fact that they are much more able to fall back on relationships with other women when, say, the relationship with a man fails, when, say, the relationship with family fails compared to men. That they're that men don't seem to get much benefit out of their male friendships when, say, they get divorced, whereas women do seem to get a great deal of benefit out of their female friendships after they get divorced.
And is this just based off of anecdotal experience?
No, I mean, this is based off of a huge wealth of evidence from like everything from suicide rates, depression rates, hospitalization. Like, you look at any of the statistics on this, and literally, I mean, actually, there are many mental health problems that are most common among single and divorced men and least common among single and divorced women. If anything, the thing that seems to be worst for women's mental health in our society is being married.
Okay, but once again, to me, this feels like circular logic, because I think you're saying like this is the result, and we know that this is true because it wouldn't be true unless this was a result. But I'm like, well, where's the evidence of the actual mechanism at play here? Because if I'm understanding right, you're saying, well, women have all these friendships to fall back on when they go through this, that, and the other traumatic experience. But I don't see the evidence that that's why that actually happens, and therefore, like, we need the evidence of that middle step for that to be a logical explanation to me, or I'm just retarded.
So the evidence, though, comes from the fact that, so let's take it this way. Would you say that this would count as being at least to some extent evidence in that you look at, well, I'd say 2 data points. You could look at qualitatively, and this has been discussed in a number of different studies and books that I've read, including the one I was describing, the Herb Goldberg book, which is like qualitative data of multiple case studies of exactly where this happened, where there was a parting between like a husband and wife got divorced after like 30 years or so. And the wife, she felt bad for maybe a month. And then her female friends came and they cheered her up and she rebounded and did really well. And the husband, meanwhile, he couldn't get much out of his male friends. He realized that the only person he'd ever really been emotionally intimate with in his life is his wife. And now that she's gone, he just, dissolves into like drinking or something like that. So there's qualitative evidence, and I'd say even there's quantitative evidence because you actually look and you see like the number they've studied the number of people that are considered quote unquote confidants, like people that you can feel that you could be vulnerable around, people you feel like you can trust, etc. And they find that unmarried women are more likely to have confidants than married women are, but unmarried men are far, far less likely to feel like they have confidants, people that they can trust, than married men are. And this has been shown over and over again in multiple studies. It's actually one of the most robust findings in sociology here in the United States.
And I don't know if Emerald wants the hot seat again, but we have an actual woman here too.
Once again, as the representative for all women.
Well, she's more representative than any of us are, so.
You don't know that.
Well, then fill us in.
Flash YouTube right
trad culture though. Out of curiosity, like, first of all, like, how old are you, man?
I mean, I'm willing to. I'm certainly
give us a range. Give us a range.
No, I'm willing to answer the question, but first, I would like to know: does it matter?
I'm just
what generation?
I'm just
millennial.
Trying to where you are at culturally, life experience wise.
I'm a millennial. I'm
okay. That's fair.
Round my age to 30, and you'll get it.
Oh my God, you're way younger than I thought.
No, the reason I balk at that question is because debate bros keep saying I'm a teenager because they're like, you're
what? No, I thought you were older.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just trying to understand your experience level with, male-female relationships. I mean, I don't know. You could be very young. You could be my age. I don't know. You could be older than me.
Yeah, I thought you were like mid-30s, maybe late 30s.
So if if you're someone who is my age or older, then, you might have, I'm just literally curious about your anecdotal experience yourself, like what you've been through, where you're coming from, these kind of things. If you're coming from a purely data-driven perspective, that's respectable too. I'm just curious. I'm just trying to find out where you're coming from.
Well, in my own personal life, I would say that for me, it's been weird in that, like, traditionally, like, or throughout my life, I've had probably as many female friends as male friends, which is unusual even in this day. And this is another thing which I talk about a lot on my channel, actually, is like how important it is for people to get beyond this idea of like men should hang out with men and women should hang out with women, and that like basically it's much better for society if we just get rid of like any sort of even informal sex segregation.
But
and that's
women don't seem to be able to do that. I found they have safety needs, concerns about being around men, different communication needs. That's why I don't think the kind of egalitarianism you're talking about is really possible.
Well, the problem is that there's so many non-Western societies that are like this. Like you look at a lot of, tribal societies, and they don't have this sort of rigid idea of separation of the sexes. Some of them do, but many of them do not. And I would argue that the most adaptive ones do not. I mean, to me, it's fascinating because my own life is, I've always been, I've always had a lot of male and female friends. I've always been able to navigate that. And I've always thought that the idea is silly. Like to me, when I was a kid, like just talking to girls and the other kids would like make jokes about like, he must have a crush on her, right? When I literally just had this female friend of mine, and I thought that was ridiculous. Like I've always thought that like this is incredibly stifling. And it was actually incredibly liberating when I started reading, anthropology in high school and college. I started seeing these accounts of no, actually, there's a whole lot of societies in various parts of the world that agree with my approach, that wait, my approach actually, is adaptive and it's the correct approach. And it would solve so many of the problems. So many of the problems, I mean, really the problems that we have, men and women relating to each other, is because we're not taught how. Because we're taught to inhabit, and it's better now than it was 50 years ago, but we're taught to inhabit these different social worlds. And that leads to problems on so many fronts. That leads to problems in marriage, that leads to problems, in people's sex lives, that leads to the familiar phenomenon of the man who cannot sexually satisfy a woman because he's never had the ideas communicated to him properly. And these are all problems which, shockingly enough, and I know a lot of people in the world, I'm not saying any of you guys, but a lot of people in the world that I encounter online don't want to admit this, but these problems are actually not as bad in a lot of those, weird, spooky tribal societies. They're actually doing better on this front than we are.
How much of that is taught and how much of that is innate? Like the differences in how we socialize and who we socialize with.
Well, clearly it's not. Clearly, the aspect that's innate is small enough that there's a huge cross-cultural variance in this. Like if something to me, and this is one of my problems with like the sort of, John Tooby, Steven Pinker type evolutionary psychology, like rigidity, is that if there's just this, harsh norm that nature's imposed on us, that this is what gender roles are, and for some reason they always end up mimicking exactly what they are in the West, then how come that doesn't replicate across cultures? How come there's so many cultures in the world that don't do things the way we do it? If this is just the biologically rooted way that we just can't fight, our genetics is destiny and all that, how come then so many other parts of the world don't do this?
That's a good question.
Just because other cultures do things differently, have different kind of standards for interactions between men and women. So I don't necessarily see anything that tells me that any of those cultures are necessarily superior or that ours is superior. I think they're different. I think there is a reason for that diversity. The different places we live, like it can be environmental differences. There can be just cultural norms that are important to that society for a lot of different reasons. I mean, as an anthropologist, I'm sure you know that. I mean, I just don't see that any of them have any pure superiority to any other based on just, I mean, even you said like the South Korean ended up with the suicide rates in South Korea from what you said, they didn't sound like they were much better than they are here. Maybe they are better, but they're not a lot. So, I mean,
so South Korea is an interesting example because South Korea is a culture that's changed a lot also in the last like 50 years or so. I would say that what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a culture that still has the remnants of what it was 50 years ago, but it's got a lot of, like, it's become very westernized. And I noticed even when I was there, like, men still relate to each other in a much more, relational sort of way, but there is already, because they consume a lot of Western media, for instance, there's already starting to be this awareness that, like, oh, like other cultures think we're weird. It's this phenomenon called the cultural cringe. Now, as far as like the superiority of one culture over another, I mean, obviously, as somebody who, being trained in cultural anthropology, I take the Boasian approach that you should never call one culture superior to another. Okay. But at the same time, though, I do have to say, though,
never.
Clearly, some things work and some things don't. Like, clearly, let me give you an example of a non-Western culture that I don't think seems to work very well. Like the Munduruku people who live in the Amazon rainforest. Their model essentially, like they take our lack of understanding of the other sex and they make it, like, raise it to the 10th power, basically. And they create this situation where, like, men are just such incredible misogynists, like such violent, total misogynists, that they actually end up destroying themselves. They become utterly paranoid about women. They think that women have the secret power to steal men's souls, and that every time they have sex, their soul could potentially be stolen. And they think that men can't steal women's souls because in order for that to happen, a woman would have to have an orgasm, and they don't believe that that's possible because they suck at pleasing their wives. So they basically, the men in the society live lives of profound distrust where they're constantly paranoid. They're constantly terrified of the women in the society. And meanwhile, the women in the society, they're not happy either, because what do the men do? The men come home every night and, like, beat the crap out of them. And it's just a horrible mess. Like, I do not think that that's the society that we should learn from when we're trying to navigate how men and women should interact with each other. I doubt anybody on this panel is going to say the Munduruku sound like they're a good society that we ought to learn from. So,
first time I've ever heard of them. So,
no, it sounds like they're doing it wrong.
The description I just gave, I don't think that they don't sound very appealing, I think, for anybody.
No.
But if we use something like suicide rate as a criterion, then we can clearly say that some cultures are superior in that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you use something like suicide as a criteria, and this has been studied by a guy named Matsumara in the 1970s, he quantified suicide rates in a number of societies from, hunter-gatherer to relatively complex. And he found that on average, the groups which had the lowest suicide rates were the hunter-gatherers.
Does he theorize why? Is it the bonding?
It's the bonding, it's the social cohesion, it's the fact that they're in relatively small bands where everybody knows each other. To answer the question you put in the private chat, I can't hear anything.
You can't?
No.
I cannot.
Okay, good.
Can you? No. Were you talking the whole time?
No, I'm just noodling on my guitar, and I don't want it to be.
Oh, no. Can't hear it at all.
Okay, let me know if it becomes.
I love the color of the guitar, though. I love the color of the guitar. It's great.
It's nice, right?
I miss my guitar.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. I didn't get the notice. Welcome, other John. Other Canadian John.
Yeah, we got too many Canucks here.
I have to use the restroom, so I will be back in a moment, guys.
Well, but this is one of the things that I wanted to respond to TCPS. The point we were just discussing is like, well, suicide rate, as important as that is, and as visceral as a metric that is, it's like that's not the only thing that, obviously, I assume we're all on the same page. Like, that's not the only thing with which we would judge whether a society is doing it right or doing it poorly. Like, a society could have a higher suicide rate, but still be overall achieving better results by whatever plethora of metrics that we gauge a society's success over. It's like, if you look at a hunter-gatherer society in 2023, even if their suicide rate is 0, I'm like, well, they're doing it wrong, because, like, it's 2023 and they're still hunting and gathering.
No, I mean, obviously, there's a certain degree of relativity to what metric you're using. I mean, obviously, if the metric is building technology and conquering the world, then absolutely the West wins by miles and miles over any other group that's ever existed, at least so far. Who
May
knows?
I interject for a moment?
Yeah.
Sure.
John, I don't think what you just said about hunter-gatherer societies is as well thought out as you might have wanted it to be. I've tried to simplify a few things in my life, and I suspect that the happiness rates of hunter-gatherers, even if they exist in 2023, you were trolling.
Happiness doesn't matter. No. Maybe we might disagree at a very fundamental level here, actually. But sorry, continue.
I would imagine there are some hunter-gatherers who have seen some examples of life in the modern world and said, I can't wait to get back to the fucking bush.
I agree.
Yeah, it happens all the time, actually. Like, there's an old saying that
they are probably happier, but they're defenseless. They're defenseless if any of the modern
yes, North Sentinel Island would be an example of that.
But that to me is like they're doing it wrong. They're at the mercy of everyone else on Earth. That's doing it wrong in my book.
But you're using different metrics.
We're using different metrics. It's like, are they happier? Yes, but to me, it's like, well, if you could be wiped out at any moment based off the whim of a different population, it's like you're fucking up.
On the other hand, though, you know, I think it's fascinating. One thing I will say, I think it's fascinating, and you're right, hunter-gatherers have not done very well at adjusting to, you know, colonial exploitation and things like that. But on the other hand, like if you're looking at the longevity of a society, you know, the Aborigines in Australia, their society lasted 70,000 years. Yeah. Right now, I'm looking at the United States. I don't think we're going to make it to 300 years. So, you know, what sort of, if we're looking at longevity of the culture, I mean, hunter-gatherers absolutely went out. If we're looking at, you know, people's wishes, hunter-gatherers went out. There's an old saying that the state needs to show up with guns to peasant farms to keep the peasants on the farms because they want to leave and go to the city. But the state needs to show up to the hunter-gatherers with guns to make them stop being hunter-gatherers because otherwise they would never in a million years stop being hunter-gatherers. They would never join modernity. They're way happier off being hunter-gatherers. I mean, these aren't hunter-gatherers. These are pastoralists. But the Tuareg people in the Sahara Desert, they've been at war with the respective governments of Algeria, Mali, Niger for like 60 years because the governments are trying to make them modernize.
Yeah, but they exist at the government's mercy. If that government really was fed up with them, they would just kill them all.
Well, actually, no, because the government's been trying to kill them for the last 60 years, and they keep failing.
John, that's a somewhat oversimplistic. Like I kind of get the heartwood of what you're saying. Like, there's an asymmetrical difference in the ability to preserve what you think is valuable about your culture, right? So they're vulnerable in that regard. But very few modern states will be that open in their naked aggression against populations they want to subjugate. North Korea is an outlier, for example. There are certain consequences that, you know, elder big brother cultures that have technology kind of won't allow, right? Their and anyway won't countenance for whatever reason, beneficent or not. You know, the U.S., you know, if those pastoralists or hunter-gatherers have a lot of uranium and whatnot there, they're going to protect them. So there's all kinds of incentive structures there that have to be explored. But yeah, I get the heartwood of your saying, but I also think it's important to note, I think that might be a damagingly coarse generalization that should be fine-tuned.
It is a little more coarse than maybe is ideal. I'll definitely agree with you there. I don't wish ill on anyone. I'm just saying that if you're like,
I understand.
The spirit of my argument is like, let's all, you know, achieve our goals the best as we can. And to the degree that I understand the goals of a hunter-gatherer society, it's like, well, your goal is to persist, but you persist at the mercy of other groups. So I feel like they're not really achieving their goal in as much.
How about this? How about the goal of a hunter-gatherer society is to last for 70,000 years instead of getting blown up in World War III, which is what happens when we cease to be hunter-gatherers.
Maybe, but I mean, a group of, you know, 100 people at a time that persist for 70,000 years, as opposed to a group of 300 million that persists for a couple hundred is like
perhaps like a sociopathic cabal of secretive controllers.
Vampire.
I don't know.
I mean, those are all good
it's
points.
a point well taken, though. I get what you mean. The time span does factor in. It's fair.
Those are all good points.
Or an egregore that emerges out of human civilizations in that respect. I'm sorry, Chris, for cutting you off. I didn't mean to do that. I misread your body language. I'll hush.
No, you're fine. I'm not upset with you, John. No, all I was trying to say was, I mean, but outside of survival, what did those cultures actually accomplish?
Create adaptive societies whose members are well-adjusted, happy, functional individuals who are physically healthy and mentally healthy.
I think the Western ideal is about trying to achieve something more than just happiness, though.
Well, maybe there's a problem with the Western ideal.
Right. Have you seen The Third Man?
Can I maybe circle things back around to what we mentioned, or something we mentioned earlier about ego and riding the ego? I think hunter-gatherers somehow or other may have arrived, those at least that are happy and want to stay in that lifestyle, they may have arrived at a point where, they accept, I'm a hunter, I lead a simple life. Today I had food, I made love to my wife, I instructed my children with honor and integrity to our ways. I am a hunter, today I hunted. I am a husband, today I was a good husband. This is my identity, these are my goals. This is why I'm happy and this is why I live. This is how I want my descendants to live, right? They might be onto a secret that for a lot of people, we don't value as much anymore. It's an asymmetry, of course. They probably have far fewer mental health problems than we do. The candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long, or much more than.
Unless you develop a society that you can make so much wax that your candle lasts for way longer.
Sure. But hopefully that wax isn't deceptively being made out of Soylent Green.
I mean, that's and look, we're on very similar pages in a lot of that space, John. Trust me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of I had a good metaphor in my mind and then I lost it. So you guys, if someone else has something to say, I'm gonna try and find my thread.
I was just I posted the quote I was referring to in the chat. So I think it's a brilliantly succinct line about what I'm trying to say, that in The Third Man, the famous speech that Orson Welles' character has, he says, in Italy for 30 years in the Borgias, they had warfare, terror, murder, and bloodshed, but they produced Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and the Renaissance. In Switzerland, they had brotherly love, they had 500 years of democracy and peace, and what did they produce? The cuckoo clock.
Please wait,
but again, this is the Western attitude that everything's about trying to achieve, like just be the best. Like what? Why? But why? No. Why is that a superior way? Like, see, now I'm putting my Boasian cultural relativist hat on and saying maybe the entire Western mindset is the problem. Maybe the entire Western mindset is something we ought to rethink. Maybe we ought to just think about taking life slow and living naturally, and we'll be better off than if we keep trying to achieve and build and create. But really, I mean, in my and I say this, aware that I'm enslaved to it, being, a modern man. But really, I mean, we've essentially created a tech dystopia. Are we going to be proud of that? Are we going to be proud of a world where AI is running everything and everything's just going to chaos and we're about to end the world? I'm not proud of that world.
To me, you're supposing an alternative, because so much of it to me is well, it's a competition, it's a competitive landscape. It's okay, well, if you don't build this, then people who hate you will, and then they'll subjugate you with it. So it's yeah, we have this tech dystopia we're trying to figure out how to manage, but if we don't build it, someone else is going to, and then all of our wives and children and brothers and sisters will be destroyed by it.
Yeah.
So it's we don't have this. To me, that's presupposing an alternative that does not exist.
No, the problem is that what we're going to end up with, my prediction is what we're going to end up with is a situation where, for multiple reasons, both because of all the chaos going on in the world and because of, genetic problems that are being created by modernity, all the sorts of things are coming together. They're creating a perfect storm where what we've got right now, we were living through the height. We were reaping the benefits of the summer of civilization. That's all about to go away. And we're going to have the 100 what happens 100% of the time, every time we go through this cycle of civilizations, the Spenglerian cycle of civilizations, we get our rise, then we get our fall, then we get our crash, then we get our dark ages. We're screwing ourselves. The summertime's over, winter's starting. Now everything's going to chaos, everything's going to shit, and the lives of our children, our children's children all over the world, because now this is a global civilization, all over the world are going to be a mess, because this always happens. There's never a time. Every time you play the game of the rise and fall of civilizations, every time you decide to play that game instead of being, a hunter-gatherer who lives for 70,000 years in a remote corner of Australia, you end up playing the game. And every time you get the rise, you get the fall. Every time you get the glorious benefits of civilization, you get the screeching crash, and we go back to the Dark Ages, and that's what's going to happen again.
Well, I do agree with you that we have genetic problems caused by modernity. But a lot of the other thing, I think you're just presupposing an alternative in which human beings, it's not an implicit demand on them that they develop civilizations that can compete against the other ones that would wish to subjugugate them. Like,
there is no alternative. Absolutely, there's no alternative. There's no alternative.
I don't see the point.
The one I just described. But here's the hilarious thing. Here's the curious. No, here's the curious thing about all this. The curious thing about all this is that because there's no alternative to what I just said, that global civilization is about to crash and become a mess. The result is that the vast majority of everybody is screwed, and 1,000 years in the future, we might all be hunter-gatherers again.
Yeah, we might.
I think it's important. Chris said that he wasn't asserting that this was a superior system. He was saying this is something we should think about. And I want to spin off a point of that. I think maybe the Borgias could be the Borgias because the Swiss were the Swiss, and the Swiss could be the Swiss because the Borgias were the Borgias.
Fair point.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. I'm saying that not every civilization, not every culture. I mean, saying that's what I'm saying about like I don't see how saying that like, well, this one existed for all this time, but and like they might have been happy and peaceful and everything, but there's something valuable in that kind of like almost a high risk, high reward society as well that does produce things.
Sure.
And sometimes things get broken. I don't know. Like I see the same thing in humankind. I see if you compare a human baby to a puppy is pretty much just a small dog moments after it's born. It's never going to get much more than that, just bigger. It's going to eat, it's going to run around, it's going to do the same things. It's just going to be a smaller version of dog. But a human child, from the day it's born, it takes so long. It has to be taken care of for years and years. Otherwise, it will die without its parents, or someone taking care of it. But look what it's capable of whenever it's fully grown.
Yeah, there are energy efficiencies there that are kind of mysterious that we're just sort of kind of discovering now.
I'm not really making a direct comparison. I'm just saying like there's a corollary between like, okay, so like in some civilizations, maybe America won't make it to 300 years, but I think we produced a hell of a lot in that 300 years. And for me personally, I see something really valuable in that, even if it's not maybe ideal for every single person in it. We're looking at from a above time kind of way, and you look at everything in a microcosm. There's no telling what any of it really means, I guess. But
civilization
is of God.
Civilization itself may be a kind of a supraorganism that is subject to evolutionary pressures that we're just starting to map out now.
Yes, exactly. You said it very well, John.
And my perception is that liberalism, exercised properly, is the best version of cultural norms and cultural structure we can have. And we are in the process constantly of finding out to what degree is liberalism anti-fragile. And we're seeing that with all the Marxist shit right now, because that is breaking liberalism to a point. But will it take that and learn to become even stronger moving forward? And that's why I'm like, the American project and like civilization writ large maybe could be, this is a dead end, we'll be hunter-gatherers, but we'll be hunter-gatherers in 100 years, but maybe not. Maybe this will go on for another 100,000 years based off the rules that we've figured out and will continue to refine.
Well, no, see, the problem is, though, this is, to me, is a fascinating thing, because I have this debate a lot, like, about, like, the essence, the core of liberalism. Essentially what, like, social liberalism and really what so much of the Enlightenment was, if you read, like, people like Thomas Paine, and Thomas Paine actually, interestingly enough, sort of almost openly admitted this, is that it was an attempt to recreate many of the things that were true in hunter-gatherer societies in a non-hunter-gatherer context. The problem is that you can't do that. The problem is you can't create, like, in order to have, Thomas Paine's ideal society, and he talked about the history of civilizations and things like that, and he said that the time when many of the liberal ideas of democracy and equality were most actually developed for humans was when we were just, tribal cavemen, basically. And that then the state comes in and power comes in and it subverts that. But to me, the fundamental naivete of these Enlightenment thinkers was that they thought, but somehow we can transform the state so it can be more like that. And what we've seen with, the last couple hundred years of post-Enlightenment is that it doesn't actually happen, that the liberal society is actually fundamentally very illiberal. I mean, we've seen that right now. We've seen that, in the modern age with look at how hierarchical and inegalitarian all the Western liberal democracies actually are. Look at how much genocide and how much murder and war and chaos has been done in the name of supposedly creating this liberal democratic ideal.
Liberalism doesn't mean non-hierarchical or egalitarian.
Yeah, obviously. In your mind, is liberalism a foregone conclusion? Like, do you think, like, no, those rules do not work, it's over, we need to find different rules?
No, I think that a lot of what the sort of classical liberal model that you would have seen from somebody like Thomas Paine, and to me, the reason I specifically bring up Thomas Paine is that he actually says this in his writings, that it is, to a large degree, it's an attempt to recreate what would have been normative in hunter-gatherer societies within, like, a modern context. And the problem is that doesn't work. That doesn't actually work. But
that's my question, is, like, does it not work? Is that what you're saying?
I'm still optimistic.
My point is that it always ends up, like, the supposedly liberal anti-authoritarian societies are actually authoritarian. They're just not authoritarian in a way that's publicly obvious. So they appear to be like a place like Norway or Sweden appears to be a libertarian society, but it's actually a very authoritarian society.
I don't think of them as libertarian. Go ahead, John.
I would like to suggest everyone later on, I don't want to derail everything here, but later on, track down this question on the internet and it will lead you to an article. Who are the Kunlangeta and why are they important?
Okay. That's the cabal of sociopaths.
Well, it ties into the idea that apex social predators will ensure, because of evolutionary pressures, that them and theirs, their genes, their progeny, be they genetic or otherwise, will continue to dominate the only social hierarchy left to them, right? Once you have power, wealth, sexual conquest, dominance over other living human beings, extreme or hyper influence over the world, the last domain left to conquer for someone so ambitious, so driven, so selfish, so focused is the dimension of time. And you do that through creating dynasties, be they genetic, biological, family, institutional. Look at George Soros, for example. His son, Alex, is inheriting that man's wealth and circle of connections and contexts. Soros himself had to play possum and work with the Nazis to escape being genocided by them because he's ethnically Jewish. The Hungarians in that period of time had a remarkable amount of integration of Jewish and religious and secular Jewish Hungarians into society, but there was still always a rather virulent strain of anti-Semitism and classism. But Soros himself lived under circumstances where he had to become a ruthless survivor. His son didn't grow up with any of that hardship and is going to be bequeathed many things. But I don't think George Soros is going to entrust that to his son alone. His Open Society Foundations and others that is going to be his true legacy, his imprimatur upon the future. Not his imprimatur, that's the wrong word. His mark upon the future of sorts. I think understanding that aspect
imprint
of the wider possibility of civilization being a superorganism that needs apex social predators like that to drive evolutionary change, to forestall stasis. And those are not well thought out. Those are rather inchoate ideas floating around in my head, but they feel truthy to me.
Well, I would say that the biggest thing I would say is that I would argue that an adaptive stasis that lasts for 70,000 years is superior to a lack of state to fizzling and burning, crashing and burning. I understand that a lot of people disagree with me and they have valid reasons to disagree, but I'm just saying that in the way I conceptualize things, a 70,000 year long stasis that's adaptive and healthy and meets the needs of its members is superior to a crash and burn, rise and fall Spenglerian cycle.
If that's what we have.
Is there any space in your argument? That's not the right way to put it, but anyways, like the idea that eventually we could colonize other planets, does that hold any value to you, TCPS?
It could, but I mean I'm not super optimistic about the likelihood of that actually happening for a few reasons, but primarily because
the moon doesn't exist, obviously. But
no, but because I would say primarily my problem with it is that with all the problems that we have with like the crumbling of the genome, which really is happening on a global level, with genetic problems and all sorts of things like that, like we're so far into the decline phase that it's likely that we won't even get that far before the collapse happens. Like, could we theoretically get that far before the collapse happens? Yes, but are we actually likely to get that far before the collapse happens? No.
Okay, but you think there is
a chance? Kind of agree with that too.
You think there is a chance? And
maybe slight chance, but not like a big one.
Would that be a good thing?
If we were able to go to other planets and forestall the chaos, like, I mean, obviously, it's better to be able to forestall chaos than to just fall into chaos. But I would say that I think that right now, the hour is very late, and this idea that we're just going to Elon Musk is just to save us with his rocket ship. I think that's like basically a messianic complex that people get. And I don't think that the chances of that actually happening are very large.
I'm not waiting on Elon. I just don't see, I'm not as catastrophic about things as you are yet. I still have faith in liberalism.
A collapse of the wider global civilization as we know it now, it's going to be shitty for everyone that suffers under it, but I don't think it's going to impair those among us with the foresight, and I'm not one of them, and I don't happen to really like much of what they're doing in the world, but if you look at the untold trillions of dollars that have been washed out of the American economy and are likely washed out of other economies as well, that's going somewhere, and it can't all just be packed into asset acquisition. It would make sense for me, for anyone interested in the long-term survival of the human species, of human mind, of consciousness. There are people almost certainly other than Elon interested in that. They realize by looking at the history of Earth that extinction level events are not necessarily rare, and we are vulnerable to them. And right now, to use a crappy, cliched phrase, all of our eggs are in one basket. So getting some aspect of humanity and the wonderful, just jeweled array of life on this planet into another safe spot, a kind of a seed bank elsewhere, as it were, cultures, genetic material, that's important. But we're not going to be able to solve the problems of our planet here by trying to start somewhere else necessarily. We're going to take all of that with us. So
Well, that's a really good point too. I mean, yeah, obviously, like, say we go to Alpha Centauri, and as a declining civilization, well, we've moved a declining civilization to a new place. And I mean, first of all, what if, because this is the thing that, all these people that talk about, like, well, we're just going to, rocket ships are just going to save us. Well, the reality is that, the chances that we're either alone in the universe or, are even the most advanced civilization in the universe are nil. I mean, let's face it. Like, the reality is that we're going to go to another planet that's habitable for life, and it's very likely that there's going to be some other people that are going to be there already. And it's very likely that it is quite possible that they're more going to be as advanced or more advanced than we are, and so many things are going to actually end up entering into the equation. And best case scenario, we find another planet that's habitable for human life. We go there and nobody else lives there, or whoever lives there is, just cavemen or pygmies or something. And then we settle there, and then all of a sudden, all we have is, instead of a decadent, decrepit civilization on Earth, now we bring our decadent, decrepit civilization to Alpha Centauri. What have we really accomplished?
Okay, I've got to run, guys. But the fact that you just laid that out as the best case scenario is too black pill for me to handle. I disagree with that so much. I couldn't even begin. But I did enjoy talking with you, TCPS, and good to see everyone else. Nice to meet you, Emerald.
You too, John.
And
Nice meeting you.
I was supposed to. I got a lot of work to do now because I was.
Well, I'm glad we could corrupt you.
Yeah. But anyways, I hope you guys have a good rest of your stream. Thanks for having me.
Too.
All right, you too. See ya.
Peace.
Well, I think I want to point out one thing about that quote I said before too. I think there is a possibility too that it's something I don't really like, but there's like this almost like a convergence type thing I think that happens with culture and life and stuff. Like sometimes the happiest childhoods produce the most boring people, and sometimes a certain amount of hardship is necessary for someone to become someone great. I think that even though it's not always necessarily, it's not like a hard fast rule, but sometimes civilizations go through bad things happen, dark things happen, and that produces really spectacular people and results. And I mean, even something, and I'm not saying we should want for those horrible things to happen. We shouldn't want another World War II or another World War of any kind. But nonetheless, when those things happen, people do tend to rise to the occasion. It brings out the best in a lot of people, and sometimes, you could say that like without certain tragedies, we wouldn't be as far as we've come as a species this day. So I don't know. I mean, that's the point of that quote is not really just that bad things happen and also produce Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and the Renaissance. It's that it's trying to say that it's because Italy was such a hellish place that it produced Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and the Renaissance. I don't necessarily like that, but I do think there's something true in it. I think if we're looking for Eden, if we're looking for some return to nature, some return to paradise, I think we're looking for the wrong thing.
Yeah. I think so too. And if we're looking for utopia, either one.
Yeah. I think we're supposed to strive for it, but trying to expect that it's ever going to happen. I mean, growing up in a Christian church and in Christian conservative household, the concept of heaven in the Protestant Christian church has got to be one of the most boring sounding things I've ever heard of. I as a child, I remember dreading the idea of going to heaven because it sounded like the most boring fucking thing in the world. Just like some big, bright, shining place where everyone just worship God all day. Like the most boring part of church.
And it lasted forever, literally forever.
Like I couldn't stand the idea of it.
Yeah, I personally prefer my rivers of wine, 72 virgins. That sounds like a party spot over there.
That sounds like a hoe.
Yeah,
Chris?
I don't know. I don't care for the Muslim concept of afterlife either. But
Chris, I think the concept of heaven is a portable one. I think
agree.
there is an concept above it, and for many Christians, because of the harsh conditions of their early years, the idea of a placid, tranquil place free of oppression, that was fucking like the end of the day. I just want to take my boots off, sit in my chair, crack open a beer, and watch TV and fall asleep. And that's heaven for some people, right?
Right.
A lot of people would go, "You're a fucking NPC. What do you?" So the 72 versions and so on from Islam, that comes from a culture where they cultivate, they being the leaders of the society, they cultivate a surplus male population that is weaponized into fanatical loyal soldiers that can be unleashed upon enemies. And how do you get young listless men, forbidden sex and recreation and other things, to do that? You tell them that if you sacrifice now for the one true cause of the one true tribe of the one true in-group, you'll get all the sex and wine and food and cool shade and gardens you want, right? It's an Ur concept.
It's just a manipulation tactic.
I have to say though, what I think is fascinating is because I don't know if you guys are familiar at all with the work of Edward Dutton, but he's somebody that I've listened to a lot. He talks about this. He wrote a book actually on Islam called Islam: An Evolutionary Perspective, where he has a theory. He didn't originate this theory, but essentially the reason religion exists is because it's highly adaptive from an evolutionary standpoint, right? Like that it's an extremely positive thing for a culture to have this sense of the eternal, right? That the sense of like this deeper meaning beyond life, beyond like the physical world. And that as far as religions go, if you view religion as an evolutionarily adaptive mechanism, the one which is the most evolutionarily adaptive is Islam, which is why it's the fastest growing religion in the world. Is the only religion that's like grown consistently since it arose, because essentially what it does is it takes all the ideas of all the other religions and it expands on them. It says, you thought that Christianity or Buddhism or whatever, you thought these were adaptive mechanisms to inspire the group. Well, you can really inspire the group with Islam. You can like inspire the group to do things, to do like ultimate conquest with Islam.
Can I say something about Islam too? Because like what I've learned about it also is outside of the Arab world, it's a completely different culture. And when you look at like other parts of the world that have adapted it.
That's another thing too. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this because a lot of people just, listen to the Western media telling you that like, oh, Muslims are all just savages and things like that. But the reality is that a lot of Islamic cultures, do not fit the stereotype of Islam as well. I mean, I've argued this several times on several different streams I've been on. Like, a lot of people don't realize that there are actually a number of matriarchal societies that are Muslim. Like, really matriarchal, not, like what we've got right now, but like actually matriarchal societies where the women are the ones that own the property and pass on the line is traced through the female, and they're Islamic. This is completely not what you'd expect.
I guess, but that doesn't really. I don't understand how that even applies. It's just like you're just doing an advertisement for Islam. I don't really understand like what your point is.
My point is I just want to introduce to the West right now, which is very much a place that Western society very much has these preconceived notions about Islam. But the reality is that it's a very complex force. It's one we need to understand because, it is a growing religion, and the Islamic world is becoming more and more important and more, of a powerful force in the world. It's something we need to understand. It's something we need to actually look at from multiple different angles. And it's something that we need to understand for being the complex reality it is, rather than just the silly like Fox News picture of it.
Oh, I had something to bring up too, speaking of that. When you were on that Chaotic Truth panel, I wonder why you didn't mention Brunei, since that's a super rich country economically. And then on the other hand, like with the Islam too, like there's a huge difference between a place like Saudi Arabia and a place like Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan, some people would say, is more like a liberal in terms of how it like approaches Islam compared to a place like Saudi Arabia.
Well, interestingly, the Saudis would say that the Azeris aren't real Muslims at all because they're Shia. No, actually, I would say because yeah, you're right. I didn't bring up Brunei specifically. I think I did say stuff about like Dubai, and I was talking about how actually like there's a lot of Islamic countries that even by like the Western standards, which I don't necessarily agree with, that like wealth and technology equals better. Even by Western standards, a lot of Islamic countries are actually doing quite well by those standards. You look at Brunei, you look at Dubai, you look at Qatar. Like, there's actually some of the richest countries in the world, some of the most advanced countries in the world are Islamic countries. They're not all, Afghanistan or something like that.
Well, I know the Sultan of Brunei is ridiculously wealthy, and he has like a huge car collection. The wealth that country has is able to provide for all the citizens and pretty much take care of them.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, if you look, a few hundred years back, because I mean, Brunei is it was historically, part of like I guess the Indonesian sphere. Historically, I mean, Indonesia was actually a very advanced civilization. People might think like, oh, it's just like a jungle full of cannibals or something. But the reality is that if you look, and a guy named Anthony Reid wrote a book about this, about 500 years ago, a larger percentage of people in Indonesia could read and write, went to school, etc., than in most other parts of the world at the time. Like Indonesia was actually a very advanced, highly intellectual civilization a few hundred years ago.
Okay. So are you Muslim, TCPS?
No, I would say so. I'm spiritual. I'm looking into a number of different religions at the moment.
I'm just curious. You just talked extremely positively about it, so I thought maybe you were actually Muslim. I'm just trying to find where people are coming from. But I did research Islam a long time ago. I haven't done it in a long time, but I read a good portion of the Quran and stuff like that. I can't say that I think that I don't really see what people get out of saying Islam's any deeper than most Judeo-Christian type things. But I mean, it's to each their own. I don't find it to be superior to any of the other major religions from that area of the world, but I don't think it's any worse, probably.
I would say that there are things, as I've read more and I've listened to a lot of like Islamic like dawah people or like debaters and apologists on YouTube. The more I've learned about Islam, because obviously listening to the Western media like 10 years ago or something, I bought into all the BS about like, oh, they're just violent terrorists and all this crap. The more I've read about them, the more I appreciate Islam. I'm not currently a Muslim. I'm not probably going to convert anytime soon. I like my beer and pork too much, but like but the more I read about them, the more I see. No, actually, there's like they have a point. Like there's a lot of things that they get right that I think the West doesn't see, and a lot of the things that Westerners say about Muslims aren't even true. Like this idea that Muslims are uniquely violent, that's actually been disproven over and over again. Islamic history has actually been less violent than the history of a lot of other world religions in terms of like the number of people that have been slaughtered in cold blood. And the same thing, like, oh, Muslims oppress women. That's actually like the reality is much more complex than the stereotype that you hear from the media. Is all I can say.
I mean, the ones that practice Sharia law, I don't think there's a lot of wiggle room. They do still stone women. They still do that stuff.
I mean, they stone men though. Like they it's not like
too. I don't think it's. I don't think that's much of a. I don't think that makes it better though. I guess we execute people in this country too in a different way, but I think it's. I don't know, man. I don't think that Muslims are all barbarians. I've known Muslims too. I've been friends with them. Many of them that are maybe probably more cultural than hardcore religious, but I don't have anything against them, but I think that, like, a lot of the majority Muslim countries, the ones that practice Sharia laws like that, I don't think they're per se more advanced or superior in any way myself. But I mean,
right.
Once again, to each their own. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to.
I have an important interjection, and this will be brief. I think from a Western. Anyway, I'll be brief. I think the best views on the role or place or treatment of women in Islam come from women who have chosen to leave when they can Islamic civilizations and come to the West, such as Ayan Hirsi Ali and the Canadian Yasmin Mohammed. I think their takes are far more valuable than anyone who isn't a Muslim woman and an apostate who will be, punished with death for leaving their religion could offer.
Well, the problem with that is that because and I understand, in the West they like to, trump up this like, oh, look at these women that like these brave women that leave Islam, but like what they're not telling you is that converts to Islam, and there's actually quite a few of them. I mean, Islam is the fastest growing world religion, mostly because of birth rates, but partly because it does have, a net gain of converts. It's not like, Christianity or Buddhism, which are like losing more people than are coming in. Islam is actually.
Pardon me. I have to interject. Death is the penalty for apostasy in Islam.
No, I understand. I know that. I've seen plenty of interviews with Muslims and ex-Muslims, and I'm very familiar with that fact. But anyways, but the point that I'm making is that so there are converts coming in from the West to Islam, and statistics have been actually brought out on this. Studies have been done, and the overwhelming majority of them are women, which I think is fascinating. Like women are actually in the West are much more likely to become Muslim than men are.
I think that speaks much more to Western failing than to Muslim superiority.
Perhaps. Well, I was going to say either way, that would push back on this notion that like, well, there's all these women that are like desperate to leave. Like to me, there might be some, but I think that a lot of this is also like Western propaganda coming in. It's just like creating like they try to create this image that like, oh, like Islam is actually failing on the inside. And when you actually look at the evidence and you look at the data, it's not actually. This stuff is actually mostly just Western propaganda. There's not actually good data behind this.
Cascadian, what were you?
I was going to interject with an incident because on the subject of religious violence, there was an incident called the Massacre of the Latins, which was a large-scale massacre of Roman Catholic inhabitants of Constantinople and the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire by the Eastern Orthodox population of the city in April of 1182. And tens of thousands of Catholics were killed. Well, actually, it was an estimated 60,000 that were killed by Orthodox Christians.
Oh,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. Like you look back,
the Cathars in mass quantities. I mean, there's tons of religious killings all the time throughout history.
I think violence is a constant in any human tribe.
Well, I would say that because it's interesting that this has been quantified, and there's a study about this. I can look it up and share it in the private chat. But there was a study done that was quantifying the level of like religiously motivated violence and basically the number of deaths that could be attributed to various religious groups. And they found that Christians and atheists scored at the top, that Muslims were about in the middle, Hindus were at the bottom. So the least violent religion historically has been Hinduism. That Muslims and Buddhists were in the middle, and then at the top, Christians and atheists were the ones that like scored the highest of all.
And the crazy thing, too, about this massacre is 4,000 survivors were sold to slaves to the Turkish Sultanate of Rum.
Okay.
But you won't hear Ortho Bros talking about that incident.
Sure, like, we're not Ortho Bros either, man.
I've learned to not
no,
trust the Ortho
no,
Bros.
None of you guys are.
At least the online ones.
I'm just saying the online guys will never talk about that incident.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'm pretty much against most religions in general. Even though I might call myself spiritually a Gnostic Christian, I think most organized religions are generally poison. That's
there's a lot of them.
I'm more pro-religion than I've ever been in my life. But we were talking about gender roles earlier and how the traditional gender roles, even in the West, like the 1950s housewife gender roles, were not serving us. Don't Muslims have even more restricted gender roles than that?
Not necessarily.
Fascinating. Oh, well, I'll let you go, Cascadian.
Yeah, I was just going to say really fast, not necessarily because, like, if you look at, like, tribes in the Sahara, women like, okay, like in the Wadabi tribe, the women are kind of segregated, but the women are kind of free to do what they want. And in Tuareg society, women are pretty much free to do a lot of what they want, and they have more authority over the men. So if there's a divorce, the woman keeps all the property, and the man doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is fascinating. Like, the reality is that this brings me to what I was saying. Like, if you look at the ethnographic record, there's a higher percentage of matriarchal societies, like actually matriarchal. Because I mean, I wouldn't say that our society even now is a matriarchy. It's just a fucked up mess. But like, actually matriarchal societies are actually more common in Islamic society than, like, if you look at Islamic cultures, a larger percentage of them are matrilineal than Christian societies historically. A larger percentage of them are have like basically flexible understanding of gender entirely. So the Tuareg, and this is one of the reasons why, you know, I like talking about them, because I think they're one of the tribes we can learn from, because they have like basically no sex segregation whatsoever. Like, in fact, it's actually like there's ethnographies that have been done of the Tuareg where Western anthropologists have come in and talked about, yeah, you know, in the West, like, men have male friends and women have female friends, and they like laugh when they hear that. They say like, your society sucks. Your society sounds ridiculous. How on earth could you understand each other if men only hang out with men and women only hang out with women? They think that's ridiculous. And there's many other Islamic societies that feel the same way. You look at the Barusho tribe, who live up in the high mountains of Pakistan in the Himalayas, in a place called the Hunza, which is the inspiration for Shangri-La. And they talk about, like, in this society, essentially, you know, because of the way that things are structured, because of the way things are run, because of the way things are done, basically everybody has to help out with farming. And so there's basically no sex segregation at all. There's this idea of like, oh, traditional gender roles exist in the Islamic world. Like, this is largely a fiction. When you look at actual traditional societies that practice Islam, none of this is actually true. I'm not saying that there's never been a case in any society, but another thing to keep in mind that's interesting is that so much of what we think of as like modern extreme Islam is literally modern. It's literally like these people like ISIS. These people follow a creed called Salafi, which literally was invented like 200 years ago. And Islam comes from 1400 years ago. So this is a new thing that came about within very recent history that's being passed off as this is what Islam is.
But don't they have to wear the Persia or whatever?
No, well, not in the ancient times, but like the Wahhabist crap. That's the stuff that wants the women to wear the burqa. But in the old days of Islam, like in Persia and stuff, party crashing was actually pretty common.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, to me, the thing I think is fascinating is you look at the arguments against Islam over time in the West. So this idea that, well, the argument against Islam is that it oppresses women. That started in the 1800s. You look at the Middle Ages, back during the era of the Crusades. People were saying like, oh, here's when medieval Christians were attacking Islam during the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries, they weren't saying, let's attack Islam because of how much it oppresses women. They were saying,
no one is criticizing Islam for what they did 200 years ago and before. They're talking about what it does today, man. I don't understand.
Okay, what does Islam do today?
Pardon me for a moment. The most prominent Islamic countries do tend to have those kind of policies. I'm not saying those outlier kind of matriarchal sides, which I don't think is superior either, but I'm not saying those don't exist. But the major ones, the ones that are the most prominent, are the ones that people are criticizing. We're not criticizing the margins here.
Wait. But you're saying
I don't understand what your point is.
But you're okay. A couple things. No. A couple things I'd say. A couple things I'd say.
Wait, what? Who's
Jeff?
that, John?
I think we need you to act somewhat as a moderator here.
It was just getting good.
Well, it may be getting good, but I sense in myself, and I sense in Chris, and even TCPS. I've also done this, and I apologize, but we're beginning to talk over each other a little bit, and there's passion rising in the voices that is stemming from, and I'm guilty of this as well. I'm not casting aspersions of somewhat sloppy language or indeterminate language that means to the speaker something vastly different than it means to listeners. And this isn't going to result in anything positive until we can walk things back a little bit and slow down. We're going far too fast for this to be constructive.
This is the extreme stream. This is where it gets good. I was about to get the
I'm
popcorn
so
out.
sorry. I didn't know that. I'll hush.
No,
I'm
but
sorry.
sometimes the passion is where you reach those levels beneath the
Well, then
like
let
that
me pose
surface
a
of
question.
civility.
I'm not even mad. I don't understand what the point is. I don't understand.
I didn't
like,
say
how
mad,
this
Chris.
relates to
I said
anything.
passion.
I'm not talking about you, John. I'm saying
Okay,
with the
I'm sorry.
TCPS, my issue is that I just don't understand what all this like by ovulating about how great Islam is. What does it have to do with anything? I just don't understand where this is going. We've been talking about Islam for like an hour now, or at least it feels like it. And I don't know. It isn't really. I don't feel like it's relevant to the original conversation. I don't really understand why we're talking about it still. I mean, I admit to you, Islam is. I've never thought that Islam was an entirely barbaric, backward civilization. I've never thought that. I've researched it myself. I understand that it has a lot of peaceful tenets and it has a lot of good points to it. But so a lot of religions do. I don't see like why we're focusing on Islam so much. I mean, is this something related to like the Palestine-Israel conflict or something? Like, why are we talking about Islam right now? I just don't understand.
We're talking about Islam because it's something that needs to be discussed in a mature fashion, which I think we've generally been doing, but like it needs to be discussed in a mature fashion because, again, looking to the future, this gets back to what we were talking about earlier about, like what is the future? What could we see playing out? The future is going to involve basically, Islam is going to grow, and all projections indicate this. This is going to become a more and more important force in just the future of the globe. And we need to understand it, and we need to understand what we can learn from it. And especially it's important because right now, I'm going to be honest, the number one force that's out there that's resisting, so much of the like global homo, like weird, stuff that we've got going on right now. So much of like the global society that I think nobody on this panel really loves. The group that's most vociferously resisting it is Islam right now. And we do need to be aware of that. We do need to be aware of that fact. And that has important ramifications for what the future of just global society in general is going to be.
For
Well,
everyone,
thankfully, like
traditionalism.
Global
but
homo
thankfully,
isn't a homosexual
TCP.
slur for everyone. I used to think it was. It's not. It means global homogeneity.
Homogenization.
Yeah, not everyone knows that. I
Homogenization.
think it's valuable to
I
point
do.
that
The
out.
globalist. I'm all for
Yeah, it's global Yeah, it's global homogenization of culture. But anyways, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, thank God TCPS that you're not talking to like with those new white and novel droite, guys that are just like hate Muslims and written books about that.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like those guys, I'm sorry, but like those sort of like alt-right guys that like are still living in like 2015. They're an embarrassment. Like they're like that guy Robert Spencer. I don't know, not Richard, but Robert Spencer. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I don't know Robert Spencer, but I'm more familiar with Guillaume Fay that wrote that book Archaeofuturism, where they're like, oh, we can take past things and then make futurism from it.
Oh, well, that sounds like some like Curtis Yarvin bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, getting back to the gender roles, I'm still curious about the burqas, even if it's a modern thing. How is that an advance over gender?
Well, what's its Quranic origin? That's the question. That will enlighten everyone as to the true nature of certain things.
Oh, so hijab does come from I believe it comes from hadith, not the actual Quran itself. But so hijab, which is not as extreme as the burqa, is like a milder form. That does have a history within like actual Islam itself. But what's interesting is that historically it was not mandated. It was something that was encouraged, but was not mandated. And you see that by, if you look at like any of the, like you look at just, the art of Persia and Turkey and other Islamic societies during the Middle Ages, most of the women were not wearing hijab in these.
But wasn't that something carried over from Christianity though?
So there's a theory that head coverings are in no way something that's like, this is just Islamic. Like this is another example of, people having a blind spot about history. 100 years ago, you went to any like Slavic peasant culture, and women were wearing head coverings. You went to, I mean, 100. You go now to the Amish. The Amish women, and they're Christian women in Pennsylvania. You go to Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and the women are wearing what's essentially hijab. This is something that historically was present in the West. Like, in fact, I think it's hilarious. Like, you have Westerners in like the 18th century that are used to women wearing head coverings, and then they go to Islamic societies. Yeah, exactly. And they go to Islamic societies like the Tuareg in the Sahara Desert, and they're shocked by like, wow, these women don't wear any head coverings at all.
Is it mandated today though? Societies. Even if it was only encouraged earlier.
Oh, what's up now?
Is it mandated today that they wear it?
Only in societies that are essentially screwing up and idiotic. So, like, actually, this is a hilarious thing because, like, a lot of people don't realize in the West, again, this is more propaganda. A lot of people don't realize that the vast majority of Islamic countries are secular states that are actually kind of hostile to Islam. So, a number of Islamic societies have actually, a number of majority Muslim countries have actually banned hijab. There's actually more countries in the Islamic world that ban it than there are that mandate it. Is Iran and Afghanistan are like some of the few that actually mandated, but there's a number of countries like Algeria and Libya that have actually banned wearing like burqas and things like that. Which is an extreme. Like, America hasn't banned this stuff. So there's actually a number of Islamic societies or majority Islamic countries whose governments are more hostile to Islamic headdress than America is.
But wasn't it
doesn't report this.
But wasn't it common in Berber cultures for women to just show their hair?
And that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, you look at North African culture. North African women, they never wore the hijab, and they still don't. North African women historically did not wear the hijab because that was something men did. You look at these North African culture, you look at the Tuareg, you look at the Tubu people in Chad, you look at the Fulani people in West Africa, in places like Niger and Mali and places like that, and Chad as well. You look at the Kanem-Bornu people in Nigeria and Chad. Like, you notice with all these people, the men are actually much more veiled than the women are in these cultures.
I have an important question I'd still like to have addressed, and I may have been incorrect about it being the Quran rather than the Hadiths. But TCPS, could you explain the origin of veiling or head coverings in, let's say, 8th century Islamic culture? What is the origin of the head covering for women?
The origin of the head covering is that this happened prior to the rise of Islam. The Byzantine Empire women wore head coverings. In ancient Babylonia and Assyria, women wore head coverings. The ancient Hebrew women wore head coverings. I believe actually there's like passages in the Bible that talk about it even. So
there is.
Okay,
so this is a cultural practice. Ancient Roman women wore head coverings. It's a cultural practice in a large number of cultures. And a surprising number of the cultures where it was not historical were Islamic cultures like North Africans.
Oh, okay, maybe I'm not asking my question the right way. I understand.
No, you didn't ask your question wrong. It's just that the answer we gave you was that it happened before Islam. So it was a cultural practice that a lot of Christian cultures were already doing that kind of carried over.
I'm fully aware of that. However, I don't know if TCPS knows this or acknowledges this or believes this to be true. I've learned through reading and so on. I'm not a Muslim. I have not practiced Islam, but my understanding is that because slaves can be captured in times of conflict and war in Islam, right? That which your right hand possesses, I believe, is a common phrase in the Quran. Women that didn't want to get raped while going out to use the toilet at night or fetch water from the well, you couldn't rape a Muslim woman. That was not allowed, but you could rape a non-Muslim woman that was chattel or owned property, that which your right hand possesses. So Muslim women who had to be alone or risked going out in the middle of the night to go pee or so on would identify themselves as protected or Muslim women. It was suggested to them to cover their hair while they go out to show that they are modest and good Muslims, right? Consider that origin.
All right, so you already made a mistake here because you said that the Islamic position is that it's okay to rape slaves. No, it's not okay to rape slaves. In fact, there's a number of hadith that talk about this, that the...
Okay. Please wait a moment. I may have made that mistake. I'll grant that outright. What about the meat of the matter I just explained about the origin of the head covering in the Islamic context? Is there any truth to what I just explained?
I'll tell you what, I don't know. I haven't examined the exact hadith that you're referring to, or whatever it is that you're referring to, that is is purportedly the origin of this. But that doesn't sound very that doesn't sound like something that would probably stand up to scrutiny if you actually looked at it like that. You're essentially saying that like the origin of the head covering is that slaves would wear the head covering to avoid being raped for not
slaves. No, Muslim women were encouraged, right? You don't want to get raped at night when you go out to pee. You don't want to be mistaken for a chattel-owned slave. And
who's also no. Rape is never okay in Islam. Do you understand that rape is never okay in Islam?
Oh, heavens.
The Quran instructs Muslim women to dress modestly.
Yes, I mean, yes, that's true. So Muslim women are told that it's preferable that they wear hijab. It's preferable, but it's not absolutely
Gen X Jeff, have you developed any sense of trust for my of me? Given our
here's a short thing I was gonna
on a lot of things except for the conspiracy stuff.
Okay.
So I was just gonna read something really quick.
Yeah.
So Aslan suggests that Muslim women started to wear the hijab to emulate Muhammad's wives, who were revered as mothers and believers in Islam, and states there was no tradition of veiling until 627 CE in the Muslim community. So prior to 627, there was no tradition of it.
That's still a very long time ago.
Yeah, but I'm just saying when it started out, there was no tradition of it, so it wasn't really mandated. And when people started to do that, it was done in emulation of the Prophet's wife.
Well, I mean, because this is something you need to keep in mind. This is very important within Islamic society, is that so Muslims have this sense. Traditionally, there's been this sense that you should emulate what's called the Sahaba, which are the companions of the Prophet. And again, this is not something that's mandated, but it's something that's encouraged. So you're encouraged as a Muslim. This is sort of similar to like in traditional Catholic society, you were encouraged to follow to have a patron saint and follow the basically do what the saint did, and that this would be like a means of sanctification. Or in Hinduism or Buddhism, you're encouraged to follow what's called a bhakti, which is like a guru figure that essentially you can emulate in order to attain some sort of spiritual glory. The same thing with Islam and what's called the Sahaba, which are people that were close to the Prophet Muhammad. And so because of this, it was seen as being a positive to do what the wives of the Prophet Muhammad did. But it wasn't this thing that was commanded. And the proof that it wasn't commanded is that you look at Islamic history, and this was not part of, you look at the Ottoman legal code and they didn't mandate wearing the hijab. You look at the Abbasid legal code, they didn't mandate wearing the hijab, things like that.
I'm curious, does any ethos that says if you leave us, the fitting punishment for you is death, does that sound like they really encourage things?
It sounds like they encourage Islam quite a bit. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what your point is.
Does anyone else see what my point is? You keep stressing it wasn't mandated, it's not encouraged. But, this wonderful, tolerant place that is so highly misunderstood, if you leave this faith, you got to die.
Well, hang on. First of all, okay, so the problem with that is that the problem with this analysis, and again, it sounds to me like you've been reading like a lot of like Jihad Watch or whatever, but or some other sort of like site. But anyways, like the problem is that it's never been the rule. Honestly, like even within like other religions that have had, apostasy laws, it's never been, like you're not, this is a thought crime. You're not allowed to like stop practicing Islam, and if we stop seeing you at the mosque, you're going to be stoned to death. Like that's bullshit.
Not what I said. That's
no,
not
no,
what
no.
I
So
said.
what it is, the rule is that if you're publicly promoting apostasy, if you're publicly going around saying like, "Hey, I'm not a Muslim anymore. Islam is bad. Don't become like," then you are to be put to death for basically treason against
I
an
don't
Islamic
see the
state.
different. I don't see how that's any different, man. I'm sorry.
Well, the
I know
difference
you got a hard on
is
for Islam clearly, but like seriously, dude, like I just don't understand like what
the difference
you're not
is
an Islam,
that
you're not Islamic, but you're really committed to trying to convince us that Islam is really super cool. I just don't get it. I mean,
no.
I'm not against Islam. I just don't understand. I mean, I'm a little bit against it because they do have things in the Hadith such as saying that like they want to exterminate all Jews. But
Chris,
you
do you
know,
remember what I said about
they do
energy
not.
vampires? Do you remember
People
what
of
I
the
said about
book,
energy
people of the book,
vampires?
and
Dealing with an energy vampire.
Christians and Jews are people of the book. The Ummah, the Islamic community, is
Invite
commanded
me back when this
to protect
nutcase
them
is gone.
so long as they pay a tax. So long as they pay. In fact,
Hey!
in traditional Islamic society, if you're a Christian or if you're Jewish,
I
you
just
were
want to
actually
say,
you did not have to fight in the army. You had certain privileges. There were actually privileges to being Christian or Jewish that you didn't have if you were Muslim.
right.
Go
Well, we
ahead,
don't have to.
Cascadian.
I'm not
We
saying
don't have
those
to.
are
Wait, I want to hear
I think these are
Cascadian.
all bad.
Wait, I
I'm
want to hear
just saying we don't
Cascadian.
have to stay. We don't have to say on that in the subject anymore. But I just do want to say, like, regardless of what you were explaining, TCPS, that guy was a total fucking dumbass because everything you said just went way over his head, and he had like no listening comprehension.
I think y'all were talking past each other.
And like with Chris, I mean, I agree with where you're coming from, Chris, because like you don't have to like this stuff. And I think that simplify what TCPS is just saying is if it's something that's spreading around and you just wake up one day and there's like 50 of them or hundreds of them living around you, it's just kind of like trying to figure out how to adapt to the surroundings of where you're at.
I live around a lot of Muslims, so like there's a lot of Muslims in the area I live in right now, and I mean it's fine. I don't have any issues with Muslims in general. Like I said, I've been friends with Muslims. I have no issue with them, but trying to pretend like I don't know, it just feels like the whole point of this is this big like whitewashing of like how great Islam is, and I don't see it. I'm sorry, I don't think it's better than Christianity, and I don't think it's better than Judaism. I think they all have some major problems, and the big one in Muslim religion is in the Hadith. They do specify that they want to exterminate all of the Jewish people. I'm not Jewish, but
show me
I do think that
any religion that has give me the Hadith where they say they want to exterminate.
We just looked at it on stream, like just the other day.
We did. Let me find it. The one about behind a rock.
Yeah.
416985.
And another thing you have to hold on. Another thing you have to keep in mind is you can find supposed hadith that say almost anything. This is why there's a field called hadith studies that's existed since the Middle Ages, because you can find so-called hadith that say the most ridiculous things. You can find hadith that say that every time you pray, Satan farts. Like that doesn't mean that this is taken seriously by Muslims. The fact that there's a hadith out there in some book that says something, there's been a field of hadith studies since the Middle Ages that have clarified.
But doesn't this kind of
certain hadith are unreliable, certain hadith are more reliable? Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
But does this kind of fall in the same category as white nationalists who misinterpret the Talmud and act like the Talmud is just like wanting like the genocide of Gentiles and viewing Gentiles as lower than dirt and saying
this is
that like
pretty explicit in this particular hadith. Maybe this hadith isn't respected by many
Muslim
people.
I found many of them. Yeah,
the Muslims.
I found the hadith that Chris is talking about and
that I've worked with. I don't think they're for the extermination.
Yeah, I don't think they are either. I'm just saying, but I have a problem with what's in the text of the religion if they really follow these hadiths. If they don't, if the hadiths are just ignored in general, then okay, then what's the point of them? I don't understand like why they have them at all.
No, the hadiths aren't ignored in general. So essentially, do you know what hadith are?
Yes, they're like they're like they're not
like the sayings or the commentary that wrote.
Yeah, so what they are is they are a collection of basically oral wisdom that are attributed to the Prophet Muhammad based on chains of narration, based on like he said, that he said, that she said, that she said, that he said, etc., etc. As a result, there are thousands upon thousands of supposed hadith. And since the Middle Ages, there's been a meticulous study that's been done of all these hadith, trying to figure out how reliable they are. And this is one of the main things that like Islamic scholars have been concerned with since the Middle Ages has been hadith studies, trying to figure out which of the hadith have good chains of narration, which of them seem like they can actually be traced back to the Prophet Muhammad himself, which of them seem like they can't. The majority of hadith that appear in hadith books have been ruled as unreliable. So the majority of the hadith that you see in these collections, the hadith scholars say are unreliable. There's a minority of them, specifically in Sahih Muslim and Sahih al-Bukhari, that are, and occasionally in some other hadith books as well. But those are the main ones that are viewed as likely to be reliable. But so there's a very specific, meticulous science to judging how likely these hadith are to actually be authentic.
And well, that makes that book sound like musical, that telephone game where it's like you call somebody and then the other person calls the next person, and then by the time it gets to the fifth or sixth person, the story changes over time.
I mean, it's not certain, and this is one of the issues. This is one of the reasons why I'm not a Muslim, is because there's a lot of uncertainty about these hadith, how reliable even the supposedly reliable ones are. But certainly, I do think it's fascinating that the Islamic scholarly community themselves are actually quite open and quite willing to say, and have been willing to say for about 1,000 years, that most of these hadith that we hear about are they're crap. They're not any good. We shouldn't really
and
take.
There are entire legions of people that study Christianity and Christian texts and that say that large swaths of even the Bible and stuff are also illegitimate too. I mean, there's always that kind of speculation that exists everywhere.
Well, no, you see the difference.
My point is that, okay, even though people can interpret Christianity the way they want, they can find ways to make Christianity make it perfectly okay for them to slaughter millions of people too. And I think that's also horrific. But it doesn't say anywhere explicitly in any of the Christian texts that you should or do this, except maybe back to the Old Testament stuff, whenever God would command his people to go and wipe out entire cities and stuff like that. I
gotta say something about that though.
Yeah, okay.
I've heard Christian apologists argue that is just exaggerated war rhetoric that a lot of people in ancient times used to do, where they said they'd go in. Well, that's what the apologists would say.
And they had laws about killing people too.
I mean, that's what the apologists would say, is it was just exaggerated war rhetoric to go out there and do that, and that they actually historically didn't really do that, and that there was no evidence of that. But of course, then again, that's kind of like why it's important not to interpret some of these religious texts in a very literal manner.
That's why I think it's important not to be generally religious in any way. I think you can believe in spiritual, you can believe in spirituality, you can believe in spiritual things, but I think religion in general is what it is turned into in modern society. Is just a rigid mentality that leads people into really dangerous ways of thinking. It tends to be more cult-like than anything. It's really
I don't think you could blanket say that about religion. I think there are individual religions and maybe individual.
I think people that are really religious are very cultish.
Well, what's really fascinating, Chris, is that oddly enough, as somebody that's spiritual, I actually pretty much agree with you, but I would say that there's one big caveat that I have because of my anthropological background, which is that religion has become basically modern religion in the post-industrial age is pathetic crap compared to what it was even in the West, even Western Christianity prior to industrialism, prior to the Enlightenment. A lot of people don't want to realize this. A lot of fundamentalist Catholics or something don't want to realize this. I hear people try to whitewash this in Catholicism with Thomas Aquinas or something. But the reality is that medieval Catholicism, basically all medieval Catholics, were at least as spiritual as they were religious. Thomas Aquinas was an astrologer. Traditional Christianity, traditional Islam, traditional all these things. And this is why I have a lot of problems in Islam with the Salafis that are trying to deny this. Traditional human beings have always been essentially animists. They've always been essentially believers in, you could say, the perennial doctrine of spiritual reality existing within everything, of magic, of manipulation, of matter, the idea that matter is infused with spirit. All of these ideas, these are the thing that killed these ideas was never Islam, was never Christianity. Islam Buddhism, they all failed to get rid of this primordial animist spirituality of man. The thing which finally killed the primordial animist spirituality of man that's natural to human beings is the modern tech dystopia. The modern tech, like completely secularist, anti-religious, and anti-spiritual dystopia is what it took to finally destroy this inclination within humanity. Because all of humanity historically, including the vast majority of humanity that called themselves Christian, that called themselves Muslim, that called themselves Buddhist, that called themselves Hindu, they always were basically more spiritual than religious, which I think is fascinating to understand. And in the global south, you look at people in the Islamic world today, you look at their beliefs about jinn and things like that, and they're still more spiritual than they are religious. And you look at Christians in Africa, and they're still more spiritual than they are religious. We, the weird people, the Western educated, industrial, rich, and democratic people of the world, we're the exceptions, as always. We're different in a maladaptive way.
Well, speaking of weird, welcome, Ron.
Hey,
aren't you doing a feature on that weird book soon? I saw you
I
post something about it.
I sent an email to the author, but I haven't heard back. And there's a good chance I won't hear back. The guy's at Harvard. He's got things to do. So,
yeah. And I hate to laugh at this, but every time I hear the name Thomas Aquinas, it just makes me think of Arnold from Total Recall saying his name.
Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah.
I must admit I'm a boomer at heart, so I'm not 100% sure I know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's the movie Total Recall from the late. I think it was from 89 or 1990.
What was the famous catchphrase?
I guess I'm not boomer enough, so that's why I didn't get it.
Yeah, that's right. And
so Ron, what's up?
When you were in your 30s or something like that.
On the outside, I'm a millennial. On the inside, I feel like I'm probably, I guess on the inside, maybe I'm silent generation.
Yeah, silent. Ron, are you trying to talk?
Me?
Oh, I thought you were talking. I was going to say we couldn't hear you.
Not really.
Oh.
So, TCPS, what's your thoughts on when people? Okay, so there was like an episode of Hoarders where this one woman thought her house was possessed by demons. And the funny thing is when they did an exorcism of her house, you had this just random guy, trying to trap a ghost in a gourd and just sprinkle stuff on the ground and play a flute.
The Pentecostals used to try to catch the Holy Ghost in paper bags. I'd go to my friend's church.
Oh, what about those snake handlers?
There's a good documentary on that.
Well, I mean, growing up in Appalachia, I've witnessed those sorts of things firsthand. I don't know. I mean, I think it's fascinating, because looking at it anthropologically, it's the same thing with the firewalkers in Polynesian places like that. The mind, and again, this gets into my own personal spiritual beliefs, which I understand a lot of people in the modern age don't share, but the mind is incredibly powerful, to the point where the mind is such that it can almost manifest incredible things beyond what most people necessarily think it's capable of. And to me, firewalking, even more than snake handling, is a classic example of this, that people can, basically will themselves to not only to not feel pain as they're walking over hot coals, but not even to have tissue damage. And it's
just like that tribe that.
Oh yeah,
just like that tribe. I was just going to interject really fast. Just like that tribe that puts their hands in that glove that has the bullet ants on them, and they act like they don't feel any pain.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You can train your mind because your mind is such a powerful tool. You can essentially train your mind to actually affect your body in ways that you wouldn't think just based on the stress you're putting your body through. You can train your mindset can be such that you can walk over hot coals and not experience third-degree burns. You can put a bullet ant glove on yourself and not experience the excruciating agony that a Westerner might experience if they have that same thing happen to them. I think we underestimate the power of our minds, which is fascinating because people talk about this like the placebo effect, right? That like, oh, people, this whatever, like, indigenous healing method, it only works because of the placebo effect. Well, the reality is perhaps the placebo effect is actually just like, perhaps the placebo effect is actually proves the power of indigenous healing. You know what I mean? Like perhaps the fact that the mind is so powerful, which is what literally indigenous tribes believe. So indigenous tribes themselves say like, hey, the mind is an incredibly powerful thing that has this power over the body, and you control the mind, you control yourself so that you can almost will your thoughts into reality. This is what a good deal of shamanism.
That's what the Christian scientists used to think too.
But I don't think that we should necessarily throw that out because, it gets results. I mean, shamanism is the world's oldest religion and it's the world's oldest medical system, and it's worked for thousands upon thousands.
It gets results for the people that can do it. I'm not one of those people. I still need Western medicine.
Yeah, like you're not going to see like any of us like hanging weights off of our nuts like some of these guys do.
Well, it's fascinating because I'm not necessarily going to say that this is I'm not going to like say like, oh, well, this proves that you shouldn't use Western medicine. Like, I'm not going to be that guy, but it is interesting that not counting examinations that I've been forced to do in order to live in other countries, I haven't been to a Western doctor in about 10 years. I only go to like holistic doctors, and I found that they've been extremely effective for me.
Well, good. Do you go to a dentist?
I haven't been to a dentist.
Uh-oh. You went out.
They're actually in good shape. I've never had a cavity in my life. I've never had any sort of serious like dental issue in my life.
Oh, what do you eat to prevent that?
Honestly, my diet isn't even like that wonderful. Like I try to eat, a balanced diet, but because I'm a poor teacher, I do have a lot of like shitty ramen and stuff too. But it's not like, I think a lot of it is, obviously, diet is hugely important. I'm not going to ever.
Why are teachers eating ramen? Is that
because we're poor?
They're not paying.
The state that I live in.
When I was teaching, they were buying cars and houses and everything on their salary.
Oh well, you're on the West Coast, right?
Yeah, this was in Vegas in the mid 2000s.
I see. Well, things are a little different in the South in 2023. I'm afraid.
Damn. What's that noise?
I'm making my wine glass sing.
Oh.
I'm just I wonder how long
the entertainment portion of the show. Yeah. Cheers.
How's it going, Ron?
It's going good, man. How you doing?
I started watching your interview, but I have not had the time to sit and properly pay attention to it. So I've still got to get to really watching it. You've probably got a couple of views on it just from clicking on starting a couple of times already.
I'll take them all.
But yeah, I want to watch the whole thing. I haven't had the time to really pay attention to it like I needed to.
Yeah, no,
I didn't want to have it on the background.
I was nervous beforehand, definitely, and so I was so happy with how it went.
He seemed like a good interviewer.
20 minutes, and
he had a good presence and was very cooperative and happy to.
Yeah, no, but that's an area where I'll be arrogant for a second. I know a lot about that stuff because I've been interested in it for a long time. And then I also spent 5 months preparing for this interview too, on top of that. But in a lot of ways, I've been preparing for it for 15 years. But yeah, no, it was I came in ready because it was such a good opportunity that I didn't want to squander it. Yeah. So yeah, that's good. I'm just I'm hoping to build off it. I'm hoping it'll help grow the channel. So because there's other professors I want to talk to, but they're the one I really want to talk to is the author. Two people I really want to talk to are, one is the author of The Weirdest People in the World. He's a Harvard professor, so he's it's not going to be easy to get an hour of his time. And the other one was a hero of mine when I was a grad student. His name's Michael Tomasello, and he's one of the biggest figures in the area of research that I was really into. and he was actually I wanted to work with him one day. So like I emailed him months ago. I never heard back, but like the guy is huge. So it's like if I can get the channel bigger, then they might actually give me, an hour and a half of their time, maybe. But,
what did he study, Tomasello? What's his field?
He is like one of the leading experts in the social cognitive development and functioning of humans and non-human primates. And what I like, he's huge when it comes to cultural learning, and early social cognitive and linguistic development. And he played one of the biggest roles in showing that Noam Chomsky was most likely wrong when he said that there is probably a language specific module in the brain. So Chomsky was right about a lot of stuff, and he changed the field. And in a lot of ways, like Chomsky is like a Darwinian or Einsteinian or Newton-like figure in the cognitive sciences and linguistics. And so he made huge, massive contributions, but some aspects of it were wrong. And Tomasello was one of the biggest figures in showing that.
Oh, and speaking of linguistics, I just learned something new recently about crows.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. What is it?
I'm trying to find out.
Oh, they have a lot of those up here. Crows are smart.
Crows are pretty fascinating. Yeah, they use tools and everything.
Really? Oh yeah,
they remember you. They remember individual humans.
Yep.
Well, like our crows, one of the ones that they'll grab a stick in order.
Yeah,
stick.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, smart. Yeah.
They say crows can have the intelligence of about a third grade child. They say.
Well, they're finding out that they actually can understand language as well. And there's been a couple times where crows can actually speak English, but that's very rare. I found a couple of those videos on YouTube, believe it or not.
Like kind of like a parrot. They're saying they're actually they actually understand it, or
yeah, they can actually, like ravens, for example. Yeah, because ravens can actually speak like a human.
Well, I mean, starlings, which a lot of people don't know this, but they say that some cases there have been some cases where in England in particular where people thought that they were talking to a ghost or something. And then it turned out they were talking to a starling because the starling was like basically holding a conversation with them and was not only able to imitate like human speech, but was even able to imitate the human voice.
That's true about starlings. They can speak like people too.
One of the things that makes it harder for non-humans to learn things is that they don't have theory of mind. And so if you don't have theory of mind, then it's really hard to teach someone else something because you can't think, okay, this is what I know, but they don't know this yet. So how can I get that to them? And then the learner can't be like, oh, this like whatever other organism knows more than me. And they're trying to teach me, I should pay attention. And so, one of the ways they found this in one of the books I read recently was they had there was like this skill set that typically took about 10 years for mother primates to teach their kids, but humans, experimenters were able to teach them the same thing in about a year. And it's the big difference is because the human that was teaching the little whatever chimp or whatever it was, it had theory of mind. So it was able to be like, I know that it doesn't know this yet, so this is what I have to teach it. And then once it knows that, then I can build onto this next thing because I know it doesn't know that, So it allowed them to teach 10 times faster than its own mother would have taught it.
Yeah, so that's the word I was looking for. So researchers now report that these clever birds are able to understand recursion, the process of embedding structures and other similar structures, which was long thought to be a uniquely human ability. Recursion is a key feature of language. It enables us to build elaborate sentences from simple ones.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, crows are. I've heard it suggested that there's like crows, octopi, and dolphins. They think are probably the three. I've heard someone said they're probably considered right now. They think they're probably the three closest to being sentient, or in the same way with humans being sentient.
One of the
right, and it was funny because the stream I was on last night, they were talking about the difference between being brave and just being dumb, and being, the difference between ignorance and bravery, or just like, being wise. And like, it was funny because the host brought up how he used to think Dalmatians were brave, but the reason they'll run into like a house that's burning is just because they're really stupid.
Yeah, I think I'm that. I'm more dumb than brave.
Well, actually, it's interesting. Generally speaking, dogs in general are actually not even like, they're kind of like, in terms of their intellectual capacity, they're kind of like about average for mammals. They're not. People talk about like, oh, like my dog is so smart, but like the average dog is actually just about average for mammals. The average dog is not smarter than average, but also not dumber than average either.
Yeah, but the average dog owner has very, very low standards when it comes to intelligence for their dog. So all their dog has to do is not be a complete and total moron most of the most of the time. Oh, my dog is so smart. Like, it knows this thing. Amazing.
To be fair, the border collies might actually be fairly smart. I think it does.
Yeah.
I think Australian shepherds are smart too.
My family had Cocker Spaniels, and they are not smart. So.
No, they're not. I'll tell. I know from personal experience, they're pretty dumb. And cats, from what I've heard, are not
excessively unintelligent.
Cats are emotionally intelligent. They are scarily intelligent.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. My cat's cute, but he's a friggin' moron.
Well, cats are smart in certain ways and really stupid in other ones, but like they do have a certain kind of intelligence that's unique to cats, I feel like. But I mean, maybe it's not unique to cats. Maybe there's plenty other. I only have one-on-one experience with a couple of different kinds of mammals, and it's pretty much dogs and cats. And I rescued an injured hummingbird once, and that was probably the closest bond I'd ever have with an animal like that. And when it died, I don't think that's the hardest. I think that's just about the hardest I've ever cried from anything. It wasn't about losing a family member.
Yeah, pets are family, man. Like, in a lot of ways, I was recently dating a girl who's a veterinarian, and she made a good point, which is that like as I said to her, like, pets are family, and in a lot of ways, they're kind of like super family in a sense that like most people who have pets will see their pet as much or more than any person they will ever see. Like, if you're single, guaranteed. Because your pet is someone that you will under almost all circumstances see every single day. If you're single, there's nobody you see every single day.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm curious as to how dolphins got so smart. Like, I am like in a way that other species didn't. Like with octopi.
The funny thing is, they're not just smart, but they're also some of the worst creatures on the planet.
They're sociopathic.
Okay.
They kill for
maybe
sport.
psychopaths.
Aren't they
they are
infamous rapists? Basically, they like date rape.
They rape and they kill for fun. They're like one of the only animals in the animal kingdom that will kill another thing, not for food or for protection, just because it can. They're very evil little creatures.
Well, and the crazy thing about dolphins is there used to, back when YouTube used to just have like all kinds of stuff on it, there used to be videos where people used to speculate that dolphins came from space or that they weren't originally from this planet, them and whales. And then another animal that's very rapey is ducks.
They have the duck penis, the corkscrew.
Yep.
But like, well, what's interesting with ducks? Like, I mean, I have had very bad experiences with ducks in my life. When I was a kid, me and my family, we went up on a vacation to a place called Deep Creek Lake, which is in the mountains of Maryland. A lot of people don't know this, but there actually are mountains in Maryland. And while I was there, we were staying in a lake house on the lake, and there were a bunch of ducks. And I just walked up, I was a kid. I just walked up to the deck, super friendly, and they all started chasing me and like beating the crap out of me. And I've hated ducks ever since.
I don't blame you.
Geese are the ones I find.
The geese. The old lady next door to us growing up had geese, and they would chase. They hiss.
Yeah, dude,
and they're scared. Yeah, we were scared of the
street. My grandparents growing up, there was this weird ass like cult compound kind of, and they used to have peacocks. They had peacocks that just wandered free on their property. Peacocks are massive. They're like taller than a 13-year-old me was. And they would come in flocks and chase your ass, screaming this high-pitched scream, this and like seriously. I mean, now if you all you had to do was stand your ground and just kind of lunge at them, and they would take off. But if you didn't do that, they were terrifying. They'd open up the big wingspan thing, and they just charge at you. They were really terrifying. Like, I mean, I finally learned that all you had to do was like stand your ground, and they'd back off. But that like kind of like traumatized me when I was a kid, though.
Peacock.
And from what I've
so much
from what I've seen, swans I think are actually the most violent.
Swans can be too. Yeah. I haven't had any encounters like the swans, but I knew a family. Whenever I was growing up, there was a family that had ostriches at an ostrich farm. They harvested ostrich eggs and stuff like that. And ostriches also are extremely dangerous and extremely strong. They unlike the peacocks, if they started charging at you, you just had to run. You could not. Mm-hmm. They fucking kill you. Especially
cassowaries. Those things are the worst.
Cassowaries kill more people every year than most dangerous wildlife in Africa and shit like that. Cassowaries are one of the most deadly animals on the face of the planet. They're insane. I think because people underestimate them, they don't look that dangerous. They don't look that big, but they can fuck you up, man. They can really fuck.
Well, if you look at the most deaths by animals caused to humans in the world by far, hands down, are mosquitoes. Like, there's no other animal that even comes close to being as deadly to humans as mosquitoes do. So,
because of Lyme disease.
Because of malaria, because of yellow fever, West Nile virus, all sorts of things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, because I read a book about Soviet gulags, and one thing they would do to kill someone is they would just tie them to a tree during the summertime and let the mosquitoes take care of them.
That's really
that is friggin' just heinous.
Yeah, it really is. That's
well, because they're also starving to death, and they're getting dehydrated, they're starving, all that bad stuff on top of the mosquitoes.
The malaria they would probably get. That's horrible. That's just, man.
That's just inhumane. It's we could just give you a bullet, but no, we're gonna make you suffer for a week or longer.
Yeah, that's pretty horrific.
Yeah, that's just actually that's that's the difference between pragmatism and evil.
Right. Well, they did some evil stuff in those communist countries. Back to the subject.
Yeah.
That's back to the subject of religion. I was reading a book about communism in Romania, and what they did was they arrested some Christians, and the party actually, the people doing this actually got punished by the party and lost their positions. But what they did was they'd throw these people in prison that were from the church, and then they would make them do these mock blasphemies because they beat them with cudgels, and then they would put a mock, cloak on them that was filled with animal poop, and just make them walk around and kiss the thing and do all sorts of horrible things that were just unsanitary and disgusting.
Yeah, although the only part of that story that I doubt is that they were actually punished for it, because most communist tenets.
Well, punishment for them was just maybe getting demoted.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if it was something like it happens to the U.S. whenever someone does a bad thing in the intelligence sector and they get demoted, but it really means they get they get basically permanent vacation, paid vacation, the rest of their life, kind of thing. They get more.
Well, also, what was the timeline for this? Because obviously after Stalin came to power, the Orthodox Church was.
I think it was
accepted.
I think this happened in the late 40s, early 50s. So this was way before Ceausescu was the leader.
Oh, this is in Romania. Okay.
Yeah. This was way before Ceausescu.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because in a lot of the communist countries, they started out being, really hardcore anti-religious, and then they sort of slowly walked the Orthodox Church back into basically having more or less a privileged position. Certainly, I mean, Bulgaria was the worst example. In fact, if you go to Bulgaria now, nobody there goes to church because they still think that the Orthodox Church is just a wing of the KGB, more or less.
I just stumbled upon something. So that book of the author I really want to read, The Weirdest People in the World. The really cool idea that was developed in that book was the idea that back in like right before the Industrial Revolution in England, in the UK area, in Europe, the church got sufficiently powerful that and they were working in collaboration with secular governments. And what they ended up doing in collaboration with these governments is creating these rules for families, wherein the closest person you could marry was like your seventh cousin. Like anything sixth cousin or closer, you cannot marry, which actually is highly unusual. And so that would have a few effects because before, and then no more things like no more arranged marriages, no more polygyny, no more of those kind of things. And all these rules about inheritance passing down to the families. And what they had the effect, because all these other things before, like, multiple wives, arranged marriages, and then things like if a husband dies and he has a single brother, the expectation is that the single brother will marry the wife to kind of keep, because what that would do is it would keep the two families that were joined by marriage connected. Right. So it was very familially based. So like what these systems had, the effect they had was basically power and social organization was localized at the family level. And so when the church kind of came in the collaboration with governments and put all these rules into place, it had the effect of massively derailing familial based social structures. And then that worked out really well with the Industrial Revolution, because since you had to move away, it's like if you can't marry anyone closer to you than your sixth cousin, you probably have to move away further and start relying on your church to meet a mate, because anyone who's closer to anyone that's in your area is probably related to you too closely. Right. And so all these things, they had the effect of breaking up kind of tribal based social organization. And in those organizations, a communist system actually tends to work pretty well, because it's like everyone in the group is familially related. The furthest it gets is in-laws. But even your in-laws matter to you because they are involved in the raising of someone that's like your cousin or something. And so it's the one tribe you'll ever have. They're all related to you or related to someone who's related to you. So there's all these incentives to be a good comrade, because it'll bring great shame to you if you don't contribute to the team. And it's the one team you'll ever have. So you better contribute to the team. And so it actually makes sense there. But it broke all that up, deliberately or not. I'm not sure if it was incidental or it was calculated. And so, but like, whereas like in communism, it's like it's trying to go back to that, but except it's not going to it at the level of the family, it's going to it at the level of the state, which is real, you know what I mean? And so I wonder if there's some kind of relationship there.
Well, this actually sort of comes full circle to what I was talking about early on in the stream about essentially so much of post-Enlightenment thought is an attempt to go back to what we did as hunter-gatherers, but like try to do it in a modern context, right? Like so much of it, if you look at the works of somebody like Thomas Paine, or actually even if you look at the works of Marx or Engels, because both Marx and Engels talk about the idea of primitive communism, that they believe that essentially what they were doing really was nothing more than recapturing the way things worked in tribal hunter-gatherer societies.
I.e. the way we evolved. That is our evolutionary heritage right there.
Now, the problem, of course, is that so many of these people have this idea that we can do it within the context of like a modern, highly technological, highly sophisticated state. And that's what I'm skeptical of. I'm skeptical of the idea that a highly technologically sophisticated state could somehow just end up going back to the norm of thousands of years of small scale level hunter-gatherer subsistence. You know, maybe it could, but that remains to be proven. It seems as though so far, every time we've had a highly technologically sophisticated state, we've ended up with a society that's actually a hellish authoritarian nightmare.
Oh, dude, this is exactly what I did. The video I did was about that Chris and I were just referencing.
You want me to put is the one with Hipple?
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly the whole topic. The idea basically being is that like our evolutionary heritage is small scale, tribal, lifelong, enduring, intersupportive tribes on a small scale. We have departed from that in so many ways, so severely. And I think a lot of our psychological, social problems can be pinned on that. So here's one example: anxiety and depression. We evolved in a situation where like our entire evolutionary niche since the time of like the rainforests in Africa was one of intensive cooperation, because once our ancestors left the trees, they were so vulnerable in the open savanna because they were nowhere near as strong and as fast as other non-human competitors. And so their big way of making it through this was through intensive cooperation. And then that set us off on a new evolutionary pathway, which emphasized social cognition and cooperation. And so in that setting, like being left by your family and friends was a death sentence. Right. And so like, I don't think it's an accident that we evolved to feel horrible alone, most of us. And like most prisoners would rather be among other prisoners who might beat them up than be alone for too long.
No, I mean, absolutely. I think it's really fascinating that you bring this up, because it sounds like you and I actually, it sounds like we have a lot that we agree with. There's a lot that you're saying that's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. So I actually have a question for you, Ron. If you were aware that there was a group on YouTube that was trying to start like a society for the preservation of traditional cultures, would you be positively inclined towards that group?
I'd at least be curious about it.
So what if I were to tell you that there was actually a YouTube channel called the Traditional Culture Preservation Society?
Okay.
Was it run by a guy named TCPS?
Well, I mean, TCPS, what do you think that stands for?
I don't know.
Oh, Traditional Culture Preservation Society. Oh, what an odd coincidence.
No, this is literally what I like. What you're saying is like so much of what I talk about on my channel. Like I talk about like this idea that we have this normative framework that works and has worked for thousands of years. And modernity has strayed really since the agricultural revolution, but it's been progressively worse and worse with each new so-called advancement. We've strayed further and further from this norm. And right now we're really in, what the ancient Hindus called Kali Yuga right now, because we're really in a world where fewer and fewer people in the world really know what it is to be human. Like we're living in an ersatz reality, unfortunately, because so few people are, still living this traditional sort of mindset that you would have seen with like the Bushmen in Africa or with the Andaman Islanders or things like that. I think that we've degenerated as a species. I think we've devolved as a species over the last few thousands of years since we've made what Jared Diamond called the worst mistake in the history of the human race with the
agricultural revolution.
Agricultural, yes.
Yeah. So I just subscribed to your channel, but can I go make a wild guess that you've read Daniel Quinn's Ishmael many times?
Actually, no, I've never read it once.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Like that was the book that got me started in this pathway, and that was like 15 years ago.
Oh wow. I'll have to check it out then. Dang.
Oh man, yeah, dude, you will love it, and you will devour it.
No, I'll have to make a note of that. Daniel Quinn, did you say? Ishmael?
Yeah, dude, man. This book is just gonna all that's gonna happen when you read this book is you're just gonna be like, yes, 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 for about 240 pages.
Oh wow. I'll definitely add that to my reading list.
Oh, dude, it'll be the easiest. Like, I recommend it so often. And the thing is, it is the easiest book and so dense with knowledge. It's like 250 pages, but the pages are not densely packed. Like the text is rather big. There's a lot of open space. So really, it's like 180 pages. And then on top of that, it's so flowing. It's like the opposite of John Vervaeke or something. It is so accessible, the knowledge, the text, that it's like in most of it's a conversation in the book. And so it's almost like you're reading the text of a very well done, accessible, interesting podcast. And you will never learn so much so easily. Like when I read that book, it absolutely blew my mind because I was like, shit, if this book is true, it changes everything. And so I started going on this rampage of reading where I read Jared Diamond's, Guns, Germs, and Steel. And I read a short history of progress by Ronald Wright, I think his name is, and a bunch of other books. And I'm like, fuck, this shit checks out.
Dang, I'll definitely have to give that a read. I'm really glad when I meet kindred spirits because a lot of the places that I've hung out, I've tried to preach my worldview. It's been like very, very hostile environments, like debate bro type environments full of like people that just really don't want to hear this stuff and really get like offended and really triggered if you even bring this stuff up. And meeting somebody on the internet that actually is receptive to this idea is like a huge breath of fresh air.
Well, because it does like I'll be honest, it sounds like when you start talking this way, you just sound like some naive fucking pothead hippie. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I can't tell you. Like, the number one most annoying thing is when people start saying, "Dude, you're Rousseauian. You sound Rousseauian. You're being like you're naive." When like it's hilarious because all these people that accuse you of being naive are like worshipers of Steven Pinker, who's one of the most naive people who's ever lived.
I love Pinker, but yeah, so you might have to you might have to change me on that one. But yeah, whatever. I'm open, but so like one of the ways that I use, it's not like I'm trying to convert people, but like Chris, you listened to the first little bit of the of my talk with Von Hippel. So you might recall that I started off by basically just outlining our evolutionary heritage is small-scale tribes that are enduring and highly intersupportive. If you ask any evolutionary biologist, they will tell you that if you take an organism out of the environment to which its species is adapted, all bets are off as to how well it'll do. And to the extent that there is a bet, it's probably a terrible bet. Anybody would agree with that, right? You take an organism out of the environment to which it is adapted, all bets are off. Okay, well, I don't think it's controversial that the biggest adaptation of humans is social. Okay, well, we've taken humans out of our social environment. We have a different social environment, but it is radically different. So that would be a situation of taking an organism out of its evolved, adapted environment. You put it that way, and now you don't sound like a naive hippie anymore, I think.
It's fair, yeah.
And then the Islam stuff.
What's that?
I said, and then the Islam stuff too.
What about the Islam stuff?
I've heard trad.
Oh, okay.
That might alienate some people.
I mean, I don't have a problem with the Islam stuff.
No, not again. Let's not. I'm sorry, bro.
I just want to make clear. I'm not trying to be creating animosity there.
We just spent 2 hours on it already. I'm just saying, your vision.
Well, I just found a book called.
So dragging in Islam, I think.
Well, I just found a book called The Collapse. Yeah, I was just going to say really fast. I just found a book called The Collapse of Complex Societies. That one looks interesting.
Who's it by?
Jerry Band. Joseph Tainter.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to add that one to my list as well.
So,
Ron, how fast of a reader are you, TCPS? Below average, average, fast?
I'll tell you what, it's 100% dependent on how interested I am in the book.
Okay.
Like, I can read it in an afternoon easily if it's super engaging.
I could see you reading Ishmael in a weekend or less.
Yeah, no, honestly, if it is as you present it, then definitely.
Yeah.
They might have it on archive.
Oh yeah, it is available.
Just check your.
Because I recommended.
Yeah, just check your personal.
Yeah.
I was just going to tell TCPS, just check your personal messages on Discord.
Oh yeah, I just saw that. Thank you. Yes, I'll definitely have to take a look at this.
So Ron, like, considering you have, I guess, a similar worldview in that sense, what do you think? What do you think solutions are for that scenario then?
So solution is a big word.
Or just
yeah,
any
okay,
kind of direction. Like, what do you think the direction should be then?
So I go to a very small church, even though I started going as an atheist. I went because, I learned from Jordan Peterson that there's a lot of wisdom in religious text and practice that do not depend on you actually believing in God. And then also it's, like a lot of my friends had left town and I didn't want to go back to the whole meetup group to meet new friends because they're probably going to leave too. So I figured, hey, these church people, they ain't going nowhere. I started going, but this church is just and now my faith, I converted, I became like a murky Christian and now I'm a murky agnostic. But anyhow, so what's so amazing about this church is that it is so, like, it's called The Village, which is the perfect name for it. Every church service is preceded by a meal. So I go to the evening service, which starts at 5:10. So most days I'll get there at about 4:45. I might help set up a little bit, and if not, I'll just hang out with people. And then at about 6:30, the service ends and they serve dinner. And I will hang out for like over an hour after that. And that is when friendships and relationships are formed. That's when our community happens. And the community is like, it is very tight knit. So if someone has a problem, the community really does jump in. And so kind of in a lot of ways, it's like a new tribe. Like I refer to it as my tribe, but I mean that in a good way.
It's a community, though.
It's like it's an enduring community of people that actually help each other.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that is the solution. I think the solution to most of this stuff is creating communities.
I've been saying that.
Yeah, I know. This is where me and Jeff are like completely aligned on this. This is like something I think both me and Jeff like believe in strongly.
But I think
that's entirely right.
There needs to be something. So like family is one thing. A localized community where like, this is our town and like, look, we've been here for multiple generations and so are our neighbors and none of us plan on leaving, that kind of thing. And then religion. And like one thing I really feel genuinely bad is like for non-believers, especially if they're non-believers who have contempt for religion. And believe me, I understand why you would have contempt. I thought it was stupid for longer than I didn't think it was stupid. Right. But if you think it's stupid, so stupid that you would never be caught dead in a church for anything other than a funeral or a wedding, well, you're not going to go. And if you don't have an intensely interconnected family or live in a rural area where almost nobody leaves, you got nothing. Like maybe you can join the military. Maybe you can be in a Brazilian jiu-jitsu gym. But these things are temporary.
I think you can form communities outside of churches or those scenarios, but I think it is harder.
It's much harder because you need something that unites people beyond disagreements. You need something such that when you have a conflict in that group, there is something so big that both members of the conflict are like, we got to get past this.
Mm-hmm. I think I've noticed that having like a positive bond like that lasts a lot longer, even though it's much easier to temporarily unite people over something, a shared dislike or a shared enemy. You can get people to bond over a shared enemy for very short term periods, but it won't last. A bond over something that's positive that they all believe in. That's the reason why, generally speaking, I don't think, when political campaigns happens where they try to get people to vote against somebody, they don't typically work because people just aren't going to get that passionate about trying to vote against someone as they are about a candidate they really believe in,
Well, it's like you reminded me of like, I used to be very active in the atheist movement, and around 2012, 13, the whole thing just began a rapid implosion. It's kind of funny.
Atheism Plus. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
that's what did it.
That's where it is now. It was Elevator Gate.
Yes, that's
And
what
it
caused
split
it.
into atheism plus and new
So
atheism.
what happened was we had this movement that had been just booming for like 6-7 years at that point. It was exciting. It was like fucking like we're getting shit, like it was fucking like it was exciting, right? And but I think what ended up happening was we realized that we were not all there for the same reason. Some people that were there because, like myself, were firm rationalists who think that one, religion is rather stupid. Two, we don't like that. It's like we have to treat religion with kid gloves in a way that we do not have to treat any other type of belief. And religion actually affects society. So why can't we criticize religion even though it affects society, but we can criticize other things? Like, these were the kind of things. And one of the big parts of the movement was, you do not have the right not to be offended, because organized atheism is offending people constantly. And so some of the people were there for reasons like mine, rationalism plus distaste for the negative impacts of religion. And other people were there because they just hated religion, because of the social consequences. They were like cultural leftists, and so they thought, and understandably they viewed religion as patriarchal, and that's why they didn't like it. It wasn't that they were firm rationalists. It's that they were ardent progressives that were very hostile to tradition and things like that. And so when Elevator Gate happened and feminism and things like that became like an issue in the movement, that's when we started realizing, oh fuck, we're not all here for the same reasons.
Yeah.
And so what I was saying earlier about how there needs to be a motivation that when we have a conflict, we're saying, look, we're having an argument now, but you and I, we at least need to be civil to each other, because this community we're a part of is more important than our conflict. That did not happen in the atheist movement. And that's the problem. We had a movement, we had a community, and it fell apart like that the second there was a conflict. In my church, okay, one, there's rarely conflict. But two, if there is, we, like, both sides of the conflict value the community so much and or value God so much that,
to be fair, though,
we're past it.
As someone who grew up in the South in Southern Baptist churches, there are so many Southern Baptist churches because of schisms that arise over the stupidest shit. That's the reason why there's a first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth Baptist. I mean, we even have multiple levels of Christian Scientist churches around here. I don't even know what they believe. They say Church of Christ, Scientist. It's a very strange church. I didn't even try to look into that one. That one.
Did you ever see the
Christian Science?
Did you ever see the Emo Phillips routine about like Protestant churches?
No. Do you think we could get away with showing
I can't remember.
No, I mean, I think it's pretty clean. I don't think you'd get a strike or anything.
Well, like for copyright.
Oh, I don't know.
Let me see.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh shit! I forgot we're on YouTube right now. I totally forgot this wasn't just a private conversation.
Oh no, this is for the world.
Oh man, good thing I kept the N-bombs to a minimum.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Let's see.
Yeah. No, I just want to say that one more time. I think it's hilarious that Christian Scientist churches on their signs say they're the Church of Christ, Scientist. So it's not just that it's Christian Science; it's that Christ Scientist. I think that's hilarious.
Oh, I've had Mormons who got mad at me for calling them Mormons instead of Latter-day Saints.
Was it the joke on religion?
Probably.
Here, hang on, I gotta change my sound. Oh no, I don't. I found something. It's like a minute.
But
hopefully, I don't get copyrighted for just a minute.
Although you could argue that. Oh, never mind.
I said, that's good. Were you a Christian or a Jew? He said, a Christian. I said, me too. Protestant or Catholic? He said, Protestant. I said, me too. What franchise? He says, Baptist. I said, me too. Northern Baptist or Southern Baptist? He says, Northern Baptist. I said, me too. Northern Conservative Baptist or Northern Liberal Baptist? He said, Northern Conservative Baptist. I said, me too. Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist or Northern Conservative Reform Baptist? He says, Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist. I said, me too. Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist, Great Lakes region, or Northern Fundamentalist Baptist Eastern region. He says, Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist Great Lakes region. I said, me too. Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist Great Lakes region, Council of 1879, or Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist Great Lakes region, Council of 1912. He says, Northern Conservative Fundamentalist Baptist Great Lakes region, Council of 1912. I said, die, heretic.
What's funny though is that the closer they get, the more intense the hatred will get, because the closer you get, that means the conflict is increasingly fresh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, at least if you were like 5 arguments ago, it's like, fuck, we're more concerned with the most recent argument or two.
Oh, you know, in Appalachia, what's really big is there's a group called the Church of Christ. And some years ago, they had a split over whether or not you were allowed to use instruments in the service. And half the churches think now that the other half of the churches, all of them are going to hell over this issue. Because half the churches say, if you use instruments, then you're going to hell. The other half of the churches say, if you don't use instruments, you're going to hell. It's a mess.
So the only reason I bring that up, Ron, is not because I don't think you're right. I do think what you're saying is very valid. But in some ways, when the atheist movement split, it's sometimes, in some ways, it's the most religious thing they've ever done. It made them more like religion than anything else.
Well, they split it behind feminism and wokeness, which is kind of a religion.
I guess maybe what a difference is between, because you're right, religious. They're you know, the history of religion is a history of fissures. You know, it's also a history of unity, but also a history of disputes, both. But with the atheist movement, it was more so a negative movement than a positive.
Oh, I agree.
It was more so about what they were against rather than what they were for. And in fact, Atheism Plus actually was an attempt to correct that. It was about making it positive. It was like, we are atheists, plus we care about social justice. Plus, we're anti-misogyny. Plus, it was a
which is a difficult thing to do when the whole movement's built around not believing in something.
Right, and so because the whole thing is, it's like, okay, like, let's say that you and I we start a movement up, and our movement is, we are the anti-blue shirt movement. I made that up, right? But then I start saying, I love how Jeff looked down at what
making sure.
Right, but then let's say I start trying to insert something else in, like, we are the anti-blue shirt movement, plus we also don't like green socks. Well, we just pissed off all the green sock wearers and our anti-blue. You know what I mean? We just created a division. That's what they kind of did. When they tried to add something, they subtracted a whole lot. But they were trying to, because I think they were trying to say, look, we want to be a community of values. The only problem is that the values, not all, it's not all of them were shared, and there was disagreement about the perspectives and.
But they had value. They had the values of free speech and free thought, free expression.
I don't think they thought
Until
about
you start pissing off feminists, then it's like, no rape.
Right, because they operate off of different values. That's those moral foundations I keep coming back to. We even see it in the Israel conflict now. People are projecting different values onto it.
Oh, dude! The first time I started. Here's my first experience with the craziness, because I was I hadn't been participating in the atheist movement for a little while, and then when I got back into, I just joined the atheist community in the city I was living in, just because I wanted to meet people. And this was in 2013, so this is when all the craziness has already started. But there was a bit of a lull, and so one day I created a separate group in our city. Which is, it was in, the group was called the Okanagan Thinkers, because the region we were in Canada was called the Okanagan. And so the whole point of the Okanagan Thinkers was that not everyone that's interested in this kind of stuff that we're doing right now, they're not all atheists, right? And so I wanted to create a community that would run parallel to the atheist community, but that would not assume your belief status. And so I would often post events that I was running in my group, in the atheist group, because they'd often be of interest. And so I was running an event, just like a hangout day, where we were going to play Cards Against Humanity. This is back in like 2013 when the game was still pretty new and hip.
Yeah.
And so to advertise the event, the image I showed on the screen on the the whatever, the poster, it was just something I found online on Google. It was like the black card was surefire way to get laid, and then like the white card answer was date rape. It's funny, right? It's funny. You know what I mean? Like, and I thought nothing because I wasn't even there for the whole like feminist row. I was gone, so I didn't realize, right? And so I posted that, and like several of the feminists in the group got very upset with me, and I got banned from the group for a week.
Only a week.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So, that was my first exposure to the crazy. Yeah.
Well, you know, the thing that's funny with what you just said really sparked a thought in my head. What's funny to me is that, let's say, if you want to create a group where the only stipulation was that you didn't like blue shirts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something about that, despite the fact that it's technically more inclusive than if you were to start a group that was just pro blue shirts.
Yeah.
And yet the fact that it's based on this one negative thing ultimately makes it, I think, more fragile than if you were to make a pro blue shirt club. Isn't that just weird? It's like if the only thing is you can't do this one thing.
Yeah.
It somehow feels less inclusive than if it's like everyone wears blue shirts when they come show up. You know, it's like a positive thing to do the thing to be part of the group, as opposed to not doing the one thing makes you part of the group. I think that's just it's not. I'm not making any conclusions. I just think this funny thing about how human psychology works. You know, it's more fun to be a part of something than it is to
be against
exclude yourself.
I don't know. I've had the opposite experience with wokeness.
Really?
All of my friends the last 3 years is the one thing we have in common is we're against wokeness and progressivism from the left and social justice. And that's the common thread that unites us all. And we've had several attempts to figure out what we do stand for. And we've come up with stuff like free speech and individual freedom and that kind of stuff. But it's actually the being against that seems to bond us more than
really.
Well, it's like the enemy of my enemy, right? It's like if we all have a common enemy, that gives solidarity.
Yeah, and it also tends to highlight the values that we share that cause us to have that common enemy in the first place.
See, but I don't like any of you guys. Like, I do like you guys, but I don't like any of you because you don't like wokeness. That's not the reason I'm a part of this community, even. It's the things that you guys are interested in. I think it's interesting. You guys have interesting thoughts, interesting ideas. I honestly, even if there were people in this community, like in Paul's Discord or whatever, that were maybe a little woke, but they were still open-minded and they didn't push it on people and stuff like that. Because there are a few people like Rowan and stuff like that.
Well, he's not
Rowan
woke.
Doesn't bother me. What's that?
Yeah, Rowan's not woke though. He's on. He's not woke.
He's pretty woke.
But he loves the still man for the left.
He's pretty woke, dude. He is.
I guess maybe we had different definitions of woke, because to me, like, he wouldn't fit in my definition of woke because he is willing to indulge offensive speech and not get all bent out of shape about it.
Yeah, so, he does, but he has a lot of woke beliefs and stuff like that, though.
I don't know. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we're probably going to quibble over what we mean by the
yeah,
term.
It's not important. I'm just saying, but I am a part of this community overall because I like I like you guys, and I appreciate you and respect you because of things you do believe in, not because of the things you don't. You know, I think that's a better bonding glue. Yeah. I think it's a better glue to have respect for one another and respect for one another's beliefs and their things than ultimately just being all against the same thing. I don't know. I don't think it's very compelling in the long term. I think it ultimately
it was the initial hook that brought us together. Like, that's how we found each other.
If it doesn't grow beyond that, is it really going to last?
I think it has, though. Like, the last 3 years, that's what I've spent the last 3 years doing, is growing my initial
Yeah.
like communities beyond that.
But I thought you were saying that was the only thing that was like really bonding you together.
It's the common thread and through all of my communities. Like we even this community, Machine Lies is a Muslim. We have Christians, Orthodox people. Our values are not necessarily shared, but the one common thing that unites all of us is we know we don't like this one thing.
Who's Muslim?
Machine Lies.
Machine Lies. He's not here.
Oh, okay.
He's just part of the community. But see, like, I guess that's true. That is the common thread, but that's just not the reason. That's not what compels me to be in these circles myself. That doesn't really attract me to it, to be honest. I have respect for the people and the ideas that I hear expressed. I just don't. Yeah, bye TCP.
Yeah, you. Well, yeah, bye TCP. You too. I'm glad you showed up.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think. I don't think anything. Anytime things are based around something negative like that, I think it's very strong bonding at first, but I think unless it goes beyond that, it doesn't last.
The minute I hear somebody is anti-woke, I immediately trust them and feel a connection and a kinship with them. That's how it's been the last 3 years.
Yeah, it's a good start, I guess. I don't know.
But I guess, like, okay, so the atheist movement, it was anti-religion. But I guess the thing is that there's more than one reason to be anti-religious. So, like, with the anti-woke movement, I could see a bifurcation there. Because if you're anti-woke, you actually could be anti-free speech too. You could be one of those people who, the second the pendulum swung far enough to the point where your side, the anti-woke side, had enough power, you could go from being the free speech warrior to the person who is perfectly happy to drop the hammer on the woke the second you had the leverage to do it. That would be a problem. But if it's a pro-free speech movement, then I think that could be more sustainable. Because at the end of the day, I could be a radical leftist and you guys could be far right wingers, and we could piss each other off 90% of the time, just as long as every time someone tries to shut one of us down, the other one's like, fuck, I hate this guy. He's a fucking pinko commie, but he gets to say what he gets to say. Get out of his way. That, I think, is more sustainable.
I agree. That's you're basically just, that's exactly my point. I think that having positive values that as the main glue for something is just a better system in general. I think it's fine to find people that are anti-woke or whatever like that as a good litmus test for like gatekeeping, I guess, or something. But at the same time, like I talked to Rowan and stuff like that, and he's, at least in my opinion, he's pretty woke.
Great, yeah. And another guy in my little Discord, Aiken, he's fantastic.
He gets some. Oh, well, I guess I won't. I shouldn't gossip about people that are not here. I don't have a lot of experience with him.
Okay.
There's been a few times where we've clashed a little bit.
Oh, Aiken?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Yeah, no, I love that guy. Yeah, and he and I started off on the wrong foot because he disagreed with one of my videos. And so we didn't start off great, but the second we had a video chat, we became friends very quickly.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, I think I never really have a problem when someone disagrees with me. It doesn't, usually I just see it as if someone just starts attacking, that's the
problem.
But that's when they're just trying to shut you down. They're just trying to troll you. They're just trying to talk over you. That's not the same thing as a disagreement. Disagreements are fine.
Yeah, that's what those trolls.
Like, you give me an option between talking to someone who is on my side most of the time, but can't have a good disagreement and is dogmatic, who just happens to agree with me most of the time. If that's one of my options, and the other option is like Rowan or Aiken, I choose Rowan and Aiken every single time. Very definitely.
Yeah, it's much more interesting.
I love talking to Rowan.
Sharpens you
I
intellectually.
could talk to him for hours.
Well, the thing too. Okay, so first off, I don't know. I guess like most of my conversations, all of my conversations with Rowan have been so agreeable. But we haven't really dove into the disagreement areas. But it's like I don't like, because I've had people that I've known that agree with me more often than not, but on those areas of disagreement, they're just immature and not constructive. I don't want to talk to them really that much at all because I've lost respect for them. And I also know that like this conversation is only going well because we're agreeing with each other. The second that a moment comes up or something comes up where I can tell we might not agree, I have a decision to make. Do I actually have the conversation that I would ordinarily have with a person you can have a good disagreement? Or do I hold it in? I don't like that. Or do I say it, but then it ruins the conversation? Like, I don't want to have to make that choice. And I never have to make that choice with Aiken or with Rowan or with Reels. Like, Reels is libertarian. He and I don't
I
always...
want to talk to Reels.
He's a smart guy.
Reels
about
a cool the guy. Israel thing, because he's one of the few actual Jews that I know.
No, he's a great guy, and he's very smart, and he's changed my mind on multiple occasions. Like, I've probably changed his, but he's changed mine. If I've changed, for every time I've changed his mind, he's changed mine 3 times. Yeah, and he's
every conversation I had with him has been really good. I think he's a really cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I am seeing the one issue that is kind of that I'm having to make those decisions on is the Israel thing. That's what you just described. That's the conversations that are coming up that I'm having to. It's splitting. It's doing to the atheist movement. It's doing to the anti-woke movement with Elevator Gate did to the atheist movement. Huh?
Is it creating rifts?
Yes, there are people that I've been aligned with for the last 3 years. I've been close to that see the Israel situation completely differently. Even Paul, a little bit. He's not very sympathetic to Israel.
Well, a few years ago, during the beginning of COVID and everything, it's like we're all staying in. And so I went on this big reading rampage where I think I read like 10 or 11,000 pages in the course of 12 months because I just got into it.
I've been there.
Yeah. And so one of the things I did was for the longest time, I've wanted to figure out, what the hell's going on in Israel, Palestine. So I read a book on Israel. Loved it. Won me over big time. But I'm like, okay, I should hear the other side. So I read a book on the Palestinian perspective. And my perspective now is, shit, like they both have valid reasons for being in the position they're in. Both sides have a valid claim to the land. Both sides have done wrong and have been wronged. It's a fucking mess.
But there's only one side that's perpetuating a policy of exterminating the other.
See, that's where I come down to it. I see that Israel is ultimately, even though the Palestinians want them all dead, are okay with them being there. But if it was reversed, I think the Palestinians would have already wiped the people.
Yeah,
it's in their charter.
I think they would have. Yeah, well, that's the whole point.
That's why it's not a both sides to me. One is clearly the bigots and the aggressors consistently. Like Israel's been playing defense.
I mean, Israel seems like they're going out of their way to not kill all the Palestinians when it would be the easiest thing.
Although they just bombed that convoy.
They have the military resources to wipe out Gaza if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But if Gaza had the same power, they already would have wiped Israel off the face of the earth.
And a lot of the discussion I've been having, some of them center around the legitimacy of Israel to even be there in the first place, and that's not even up for debate for me. Like that issue is so settled for me. That's not even part of the controversy. And some people are still the same people that will defend America will turn around and try to paint Israel as colonists and settlers and use the same rhetoric that the woke use against the U.S. They'll turn around and use against Israel, but so like Israel's put under a higher level of scrutiny than the U.S. because Israel has way more of a claim to be there than we have to be here.
Well,
but they don't use the woke arguments against the U.S., but they will use the same type of arguments against Israel, and it creates this dissonance for me.
Like a lot of woke people, they will refuse under any circumstances to criticize anything the Palestinians ever do, ever. And they will never.
Yeah, but a lot of non-woke people will too, is what I'm finding.
Well, yeah, but
they see Israel in the same way.
And they'll never give Israel a cookie ever. So there's that. And that's one thing where it's like I'm skeptical because a lot of the people that are critical of Israel, they will always criticize Israel intensely, and they will always make excuses and turn the other cheek for Palestine. Well, it's okay, fair enough. Okay, but I can't trust you anymore. I can't take you as a neutral arbiter at all. But I guess it's like, okay, so like imagine, here's a way, one way of looking at it. Israel was granted this land, you know, because they have like biblical historical.
Yeah, it's their historical homeland,
right? But so the Native Americans could say the same thing about.
I agree.
Right?
But
And
yeah, they could and they do. They have made that claim.
Right. And so it's like, okay, so I've had a few wines, and so like, you know, yeah, a little bit of slack. But fuck, I hate that this is recorded. Anyway, it's like if my whole area got taken over by a movement to appease natives, fair enough on the one hand, but it's like, fuck, well, like I bought this house and I worked a long time for it. And I know my neighbors. And like, it'd be even worse if I'd been here. If it's like, what if my neighbors and I have like this entrenched like community where not many of us have moved that many times, and so it's like this is a massive disruption. Like suddenly my house isn't my house. Suddenly my neighbors and I, our lives are like, yeah, we'd be fucking pissed. You know, so that's what I mean. It's like both sides have valid arguments. Like if you're the Palestinian that's being displaced, to give the land to the Jews because they fucking need it. They go to fucking Germany and Russia, they get fucking killed. You know, they need a place, but it's like, fuck what? Like that's my house. Everything I know is here, and you're turning my life upside down by saying this is all theirs now. Like, yeah, that would be a problem.
I haven't heard many cases that happening in a long time, but maybe that happens more than I realize, though. I admit I don't know everything about it.
In my understanding, the displacement is a myth, that the Palestinians have been offered over and over to be part of the Israeli, to form the new country with Israel. They don't want to coexist with Israel. They're not being displaced. They're refusing to form a shared nation.
Yes, I'll plead agnostic. I don't like, I can't comment, but yeah. Like ultimately,
so they're not moving to your neighborhood and saying we're taking your house. They're moving to your neighborhood and saying we're creating a new country around your house. Come and be a part of it. And the Palestinians are saying we don't want your new country. We don't want you living here at all.
Okay, well, but like, what if I'll like this will actually, because you're from, you're in Washington, but I know that you don't like that the social justice movement has taken over Seattle.
I hate it.
So so maybe that's a point of empathy right there.
But this is not my homeland either. Like I am, it's the historical. Like every nation has the right to be sovereign in their homeland.
It's also not a matter.
They weren't.
Of
the Jews were exiled not through any fault of their own. And I come from a people that were exiled themselves. We were ethnically cleansed. That's like if we tried to go back to Nova Scotia and say this was our land and we want it back. We haven't tried that.
Nova Scotia, as in Canada?
Yes.
What's your connection to Canada? I didn't know you had like connections to Canada.
I'm Cajun. The Acadians were exiled from Nova Scotia, the Grand Dérangement, the Grand Expulsion by the British. We were kicked off. They tried to exterminate our culture, and we resettled in Louisiana. But that's like if we consider Nova Scotia our homeland and tried to get it back. So I'm from a culture that is in a very similar situation as the Jews. So they kept their national identity going for thousands of years in exile, just as we kept our. It became the Cajun identity, but we kept the roots of a lot of our cultural features can be traced back to Acadia. We kept that culture alive for centuries.
Yeah, and it's always when you let time elapse, it becomes inherently murky because let's say your grandparents or like a set of like people among your peers, some of their great grandparents were involved in this. Okay, well, 2 or 3 generations have passed. And you are 2 or 3 generations in to being in this setting, and so are your neighbors. Like that.
But that there was never Palestinian land. They were part of the Ottoman Empire. When the Ottoman Empire, they were part of 2 different districts of the Ottoman Empire. And when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, it became kind of a no man's land, and Israel began to resettle there. They weren't settling into an existing state, and the Palestinians weren't even their own nation or people.
But even
they were just the remnants of the Ottoman Empire.
wouldn't there probably have been like, wouldn't the like in terms of not the level of nations, but at the level of like tribes and families, wouldn't it go back further? Like the people there are like,
they were part of Jordan, I think, and Egypt.
But like it's if we just forget about the national lines and just look into family lines, like my guess is that however, like the familial lines go back further than the national lines do.
Yeah, but the Israeli lines go back just as far.
Right, but it's like no. So again, like I'm not really I don't know. I think I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just saying.
Does a nation that's been exiled have the right to return to their homeland? Is the question? And so many people are saying no. That these random Arabs that were living there afterwards get the land by default.
This might not be a perfect analogy. Again, cut me slack. 3 wines in. But it's like, okay, let's say that you go on like online and you buy something, like you go on like, I don't know, like eBay or whatever, and someone sells you a bike for $500, and then you pay for the bike and you get the bike, but then the police come to you and say the bike was stolen. Like, we're going to give it back to the owner. But it's like, but I already paid for it. It's like you both have claims to it. The owner of the bike, it's fucking their bike. But then you are like, well, I did pay $500 for it. You're going to give me the $500 back? It's like it's just an inherently bullshit situation that sucks. And and at least one person's going to get burned by it.
But it doesn't have to be that way. Like if they didn't have this ethnic or religious bigotry, they could coexist because neither one had a nation. The Palestinians did not have a nation. Israel did not have a nation. They were both on this land, and the offer was to form a nation together. We're all living on this land. Let's come together and form a nation. The Palestinians did not want that over and over and over and over and over.
And now at this point, it's not even a matter of do they deserve the land? Most of the people living there have been born there. So, I mean, these are people that they're native to that land now, just as I'm native to America, even though my father was born in Spain.
And Israel is not saying we don't want the Palestinians. Palestine is saying we don't want, even though they're native, we don't want them here.
And I guess, like, from that perspective, okay, so let me just entertain this idea. My house is on land that was previously, the land of natives, right? And so let's say the natives were way more powerful than they are, and they were to come in and say, look, we're putting a family to live with you. And they were like, look, we're willing to share the house with you. And I'd be like, get the fuck out of my house, right? And they'd be like, why are you being cooperating? We want to share the house with you. That might be how it feels. It's like the Jews are like in this case, the Jews would be the natives coming into the house and saying, look, your house is on our land. And we're sharing the house with you, but we're willing to share it. And we're going to work with you. And I'm like, well, it's my house. Get the fuck out of my house. It's mine. Get out. Maybe it's like that.
Yeah, but I think in the modern world, in the larger interest of the modern world, there's no reason not to share the house.
Yeah, but then it's like, okay, like in the interest of the modern, why do I have to be the one that takes the what's the word?
You don't. Why do I have to? They even offered a two-state solution. They even gave them their own territory, and they still don't want Israel there. They want the land to the sea.
Yeah.
There's that phrase of the Jews drive them to the sea.
Right.
Yeah. I do think that it's way past that. Now, back whenever they first formed the state of Israel, you might have had a point there about the house thing. But I think at this point, that's long past. Like, they're carrying on this genocidal mission. And I mean, I think Israel's done some bad too in the past. They definitely have.
But Hamas has won the prize now. They have escalated and wiped out any.
I agree.
All of that.
I mean, I'm not trying to both sides it. I'm just saying, like, yeah, Israel's done some bad stuff too. But at the same time, I think Israel has been more tolerant over this group of people that wants to exterminate them. And
because it's
Jews
an enlightened
being a group of people
Western
that happens to have
democracy.
a lot of experience with people wanting to exterminate them, it seems like if there was any group in history that kind of had like a reason to be a little trigger happy about people that wanted to genocide them, the Israelis would. And they have managed to not kill all the Palestinians, even though they easily could have, because their military is quite massive. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man. I just think like Israel has shown a lot of restraint, whereas I really don't. I think the only thing that holds Hamas back is the fact they don't have that much resources.
We've already seen what they're capable of when they get the resources.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing they've been saying they're going to do, and that's even written into their charter.
And they do. They keep saying they're going to do these things, and then people get shocked whenever they actually do them. It's kind of weird.
And a lot of the things that people criticize Israel for were actually security measures that Israel knew they had to take because they knew what Hamas was capable of, and that just reinforces why Israel had to take the actions that it did.
Yeah.
I think people are seeing the Palestinians as way more innocent than they actually are for some reason.
Well, the Palestinian people may really be. I don't know. I've never met a Palestinian.
Well, I don't. They keep putting these people in power and going out in the streets cheering for them.
Hamas is definitely guilty, and there's probably a lot of guilty Palestinians.
Because this is only Gaza. The West
Israeli
Bank
people that
did.
also want to wipe out the Palestinians. So there are people.
I mean, the West Bank has agreed to the two-state solution and have taken the steps.
Yeah.
To gain Israel's trust. It's Gaza and Hamas. There's really two Palestines. That's why I try to say Gaza.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I feel out of my depth every time I try to speak about this, though. I have these opinions, but I also feel like I don't know it that well. I don't know why.
I think a lot of people are speaking out of emotion, like with just projecting this superficial narrative that is more about themselves onto the situation. But I've been reading and studying it for a few years now.
Yeah, it takes a lot of years to even begin to have a handle on this stuff. It's a lot.
Hey, check this out. Somebody made just a clip of if you'll share the screen real fast. Just made a clip of this. Just
yeah, this. Oh, there's no sound.
There's no sound?
It's probably for the better.
Is it turned up?
Oh, that's I thought it was that's Robbie's Suave or whatever.
Maybe do I have to do something on my end?
I don't know. I sent it to you.
If you can sound?
I'll stop sharing. See if you can do it on your side.
Okay.
It's just the I don't give a fuck part. He's not the kind of person I expect to ever see that kind of thing.
Okay, let me try. It's on Discord. I thought it was on Twitter.
Yeah, it's on Discord, yeah. Somebody just clipped that part out for me and sent it to me on Discord. It's okay. It's not a big deal.
Is it sound?
I don't know. I can't hear it now, but I can't tell if it's playing. Yeah, I can't hear it sound. I don't know how to make the sound work. Oh well. That was just the part that when we played the clip.
Oh, they didn't censor it. Because he actually said
this is uncensored.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
She was obnoxious. I had to turn her off.
She is obnoxious. Brianna Joy Gray. She's very obnoxious.
I don't even know who she is. I don't ever want to see her again.
She used to be Bernie Sanders' campaign manager or something like that.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a big opinion on her. Like I've seen some of her stuff, and she seems pretty reasonable some of the time. But I haven't
not in that clip.
I haven't watched a lot by her. I appreciate when I can find someone on any side of the issue who's at least trying to be non-toxic and trying to see the other side and not, you know what I mean? And like the videos I've seen of her, she seems like she's on the left, and that's fine. But like is not going crazy. But yeah, I haven't watched that much. I haven't watched that much.
She's smug to a degree.
Yeah, so I haven't watched that much, and so like
she even blamed the Canuck. You can come on now if you want. He's gone. She even blamed the Israel thing on Israel's far right government being the reason that Hamas attacked.
Yeah, she called Israel's government far right and fascist.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for their far right fascist government, this would not have happened.
What is fascist mean anymore?
I know it's become such a boondoggle of a statement anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know what it means, but I don't. But I also know what it means when other people use it, which just means bad thing. Fascist is just another replacement for bad thing, just like racist.
We
Just
don't
like
have
transphobe.
fascists here in the United States. Not
we
any
don't.
serious.
Except for Antifa. Antifa are fascist. By their very nature, they're the most fascist group we have in this country.
Because
Even
it's
the
projection,
KKK
but
is
they're
as
not going to
fascist
have
as
the
Antifa.
power to.
No, they're
like,
not.
I don't know. I don't worry about them.
I'm not worried
They
about
tear
them.
up Seattle every May.
What is a coherent, consistent definition of fashion? It's like,
oh Lord, we did this the other day.
Yeah, we did this the other day.
When the government is in collusion with the major corporations in service of a national.
Well, that's what Canuck said. That was Canucks. He's coming on now. That was his definition.
Yeah.
The other one said it was just an authoritarian, forced. What is it? Forced authoritarian.
But then, like, communism is also authoritarians, right? So, like I guess
dictatorship.
Well,
we
communism
started with
claims
Wikipedia.
to not be authoritarian, but it always is.
A good
well,
term.
because what happens when you don't want to like no, you cannot have a communist regime without
authoritarians. I completely agree.
Far right,
I completely
authoritarian, ultranationalist.
Well, yeah, because what would happen if you
and
had
militarism?
what did you say? Far right, authoritarian, ultranational. Okay,
and militaristic, which is by force, the use of force.
Okay, so what does far right mean in this case? Traditionalist, ethno-nationalist.
I don't know. This
Sometimes.
is from Wikipedia. And the last actual fascist regime was in Spain. And it ended in
Same
like
regime that killed my
1973 or
family.
something.
Franco or something or whatever.
Yep.
Franco.
Yeah. My grandmother before she died, she used to, like, if you went and visited her anytime, she would just like sit in bed, cry about Franco because Franco killed her father and shit like that, you know. So
A good term to use in the context of any authoritarian political system, be it left, right, or any other flavor, is totalitarianism, total control. So that can be left or right, or I don't know if it exists in centrism. Maybe
we're based.
Probably not. But today, fascism is used, as Chris said. It's a kind of an inchoate word that means bad thing I don't like and don't want to think about it, and you're a bad thing like a Nazi. It's kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people link it to World War II and Benito Mussolini. The term fascia, right, where the fascists get their name from, it's a bundle of sticks, right? A woodcutter would go out with your wood.
They're all together.
Yeah. Together, a bundle of sticks is stronger than a single stick, right?
So basically, what you're saying is fascists are a bunch of fags.
Well, to use the British term for a bundle of sticks, yeah. Very punny.
That's very good. Very good.
Mussolini basically said, for the nation to be strong, we have to make sure that businesses are operating in the national interest, which means they can't be operating against the national interest, which means we have to have total oversight over what they do, right? Many strongman political leaders will be fascistic in the sense that they convince people that we all have to be on the same page, my page or my government's page, or God's page, or however they color it, in order for prosperity and righteousness and legitimacy in your civilization or nation to kind of settle or be created. Today, fascism can be kind of detected in any number of ways involving the term public-private partnership, which you will
That's
hear
common
from.
in Canada.
Yes, well,
I did an internship at OPG. that was a Crown corporation, a public-private partnership.
Corporativism, where corporations become organs of the state. Now, sometimes that can be the cart before the horse, where the state regulates the corporations into compliance and kind of absorbs them, or the corporations take over the state and kind of absorbs it while masquerading that fact. And you could probably detect signs of both of that in the world today.
Hey, John, where are you from, man? Like
Born and raised in Toronto, Canada, in Etobicoke. Lived in East Scarborough for a long time. Moved to Windsor, Kitchener Waterloo. Lived in
A-Dub?
Asia for a while, and now I'm back in Kitchener.
Sweet. Yeah, so I'm from like I was born at Toronto East General Hospital. Grew up in Scarborough. When I was 16, we moved
Morningside and Ellesmere, Livonia, Centenary Hospital.
Oh, Ellesmere! I went to my middle school.
Say one more time, please.
Ellesmere, Staten, like Kennedy and Ellesmere.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I went
These
to
Canadians.
Collegiate Institute High School.
Sorry, we'll geek out about Canada sometime.
No, Yogi, I'm loving this.
Yeah, but yeah, so I grew up in Scarborough. When I was 16, we moved to Ajax, which is like 45 minutes out of the city.
Scarberia, used to be called in my day.
Yeah, so my junior high school, Mike Myers, like Austin Powers, went to my junior high school, like, probably 15 or so years before I was there.
Yeah.
And then the high school I went to, like in its old name, because it got changed, but in its previous high school version or name, the rapper Snow went there,
Informer.
Yeah.
Lick your boom boom down. Talking about oral sex on women and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And Sum 41 went there when I was actually there. But yeah. So Ajax, and yeah, that's cool, man.
If anyone wants to see a funny movie about Canadians taking over America by inserting Canadian secret agents into Hollywood, there was a comedy film made about how many Canadian entertainers kind of end up, masquerading as Americans, and they played it up, right? Canada has at that time 30 million people. That's like one state in the U.S. So there's 10 Americans for every Canadian. Canadians couldn't survive economically in the entertainment industry if they got above a certain threshold without going to the U.S. I'll find the name of it. It's quite fun.
Is it the one with Michael Moore? The one where
that's Canadian Bacon. That's in a similar vein. This is a similar vein. But I think this film was called The Canadians or The Canadian Conspiracy or something like that. About them
sounds funny.
Perpetrating. Yeah. I'm sorry, penetrating the cabinets, as Klaus Schwab's. We penetrate the cabinets. We penetrate the movie studios. Yeah.
Yeah, like Canada hits above its weight compared to America. Like,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes,
well, no, wait. America is the top dog, so yeah, it is the capstone.
I remember, so Canada's population is like about 1/9 of what America is. But if you compare Olympic medals, we have more than 1/9 of what America has.
That's really comparing better living through chemistry. So. It's not you and I or any other Canadian earning those medals. It might be a few, a leaky old man's piss dribble of tax money going to support them. So I don't think that's really like.
But I think we're hitting above our weight in a lot of ways, though. Like if you look at
the Royd Olympics is not worthy of consideration in any.
No, but in other ways too, like Hollywood comedians, I think Canada's doing well. Like I think we're hitting above our weight. Like there are
okay.
Yeah, if it's all else equal, there's I think there are just based on the number of people in the two countries, you wouldn't expect there to be as many Canadians that are popular in comedy and intellectualism and I think I'm not saying we're beating America, but if America's 9 times more people than us, there are more than 1/9 the number of influential Canadians.
I get the spirit of what you're saying. Hungarians will say the same thing about themselves in the context
of fuck them.
We don't have
I love watching Canadians
language.
Fight. I've never seen this before.
There's only 10 million of us, and look at Europe, and look at Liszt and our architects and philosophers, and all of our Jewish doctors and engineers, and
yeah, you're right. Yeah, what wasn't is it Buffett? He's no, Soros.
George Soros is ethnically Hungarian and ethnically Jewish. He's a Hungarian Jew.
Yeah,
Hungarians.
I think Hungary wins with Soros alone.
Oh, Soros is one of the most destructive men on the planet.
True. Yeah, but he's influential. He's made an impact. Hungary is officially punching above its weight with Soros alone.
No, most Hungarians who are center right or right loathe Soros.
Is he great shame?
Well, he wants to dissolve nation states and have the world just become a kind of a homogenous one world government.
No, we're not ready for that.
No, well, yes, we're not ready for it. I agree with you. We still have a lot of growing up to do civilizationally, our different nations. But many Hungarians are politically conservative. Christianity is a very important part of the country still, religious or secular. Hungarians are an ethnic, a linguistic and an ethnic minority within Europe, much like other peoples around the world that exist as smaller ethnic groups. They have great pride in their achievements because they need to punch above their weight. I think Chris, you were mentioning something that much earlier, right? The pressures of being surrounded by more powerful competitors in many fields that kind of exerts a fitness test pressure on you to excel, just to stay in the same place, never mind get ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, takes thousands of pounds of pressure to create one diamond, right?
Gen X, Jeff, and Chris, I sent you a link on Discord about a pair of Canadians called ABBA and Preach, and they speak quite nicely on men's issues. I don't know if you know them already. If you do, great. If you don't, there's a video.
No,
link
I
for
don't
you.
see it.
I just Discord a private message through a friend list.
Yeah, oh wait, men are cheap.
Huge. They have like a
okay, yeah.
Their videos are rambling. They'll start with the topic, go into a ramble, a commercial, then go back to the topic. So you got to skip around in the video to get the meat off the bones.
Yeah, Abba's friends with Destiny. I've seen him on Destiny. I watched their videos before that though, and yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool.
Yeah,
guys.
I just
They
subbed
kind
them
of
like 2
react
weeks
to things.
ago.
What's that?
I just subscribed to them like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I found out about like a year and 2 years ago before. But
yeah, they're huge. They have like over 1 million subs, I think. Like,
yeah, they do.
They're crushing.
They're pretty decent people. You can see it. You can feel it. You see the sincerity and the kind of measured thoughts from them. They seem quite sincere to me.
Do they do live streams?
I don't think they do.
I don't know.
I think they do primarily. ABBA and Preach, they have different lifestyles in terms of job and marriage and so on. Preach is married. ABBA is dating. He's apparently quite the ladies' man. He's not shy about it. He's respectful. He doesn't kiss and tell, but he's not shy about letting it know. Like, he's a young man sowing his wild oats and having a grand time doing it, right? More power to him. He seems like a responsible man. He served in the military. As far as I know, he's ethnic. I think he may be Somali or Eritrean. Probably Somali, I think. North African, Northeast African.
Yeah, they're from Montreal, right? They're in Montreal.
Yeah. As far as I know, I think they're.
Is at least one of them Haitian? Because I know Montreal is.
Preach is ethnically Haitian, French-speaking Haitians from.
Yeah, Wyclef Jean is a Montreal Haitian too.
Pourquoi Jean?
There you go.
Pourquoi Clef? Right, Wyclef.
Wyclef. That's good. I just got
Pourquoi Clef Jean? Please, gentlemen, I to Gen X, Jeff, and Chris, and whoever else may have been in here. I lost my temper. I should not have. I was rude, and
that was before you got here, Ron. I lost my temper too.
I really lost my temper, and I should not have. But I sent you guys some links. I think definitively proving that what I said was true, and I was. Hopefully, you would agree with me in my self-portrayal or my characterization. Now, I was being authentic in the information I presented, and the other person I think clearly was not. I don't know if that's reflected, if that reflects reality or not. But I sent you some proof and links explaining what I said, and
I don't believe in hating any group for any reason. I don't believe in casting any hatred towards Muslims in general or anything like that. But just because you don't hate them or doesn't mean you have to advocate for them or make excuses for things they do either. And I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it because he's not on the stream any longer.
Right. That's true. It's not fair. Thank you for pointing that out. It's actually dishonorable for me to do that. I shouldn't. I'm sorry.
You didn't do anything dishonorable. I think it was perfectly fair to bring it up. I'm just saying I'm not going to talk shit or anything. I'm just saying, but in my opinion, I lost my temper too. I did. I lost my temper too because I was sitting there being very patient, trying to wait for him to get to a point. But after a while, I felt like he was doing an ad read for Islam. So I just didn't understand like what the point of all of it was. Why are we sitting here just listening to somebody just talk about how great Islam is? He's not even a Muslim. I don't know, but
yeah, I don't know how we ended up 2 hours on Islam from
I don't
our
either.
previous topics.
That's why I got frustrated, because I kept thinking it was going somewhere. I kept thinking we were heading to a point, but it just kept on this long, rambling endorsement of Islam. And I'm just like, okay, what are we doing here? What is this?
Yeah, I can't figure out the connecting link to our previous topics.
Did I ever mention the idea of a chaos agent to you?
Yeah, that came up recently, like the last time we did this. Actually,
some people are wittingly that, and some people are unwittingly that. I'm not sure where he is on that.
I think he's I do think he's well-meaning. I think he just
got
very caught up on a passionate topic.
Yes, okay.
I just don't know how
I hope I can
it's
apologize.
not like we started challenging Islam or something like that, and he needed to defend it because he's not even Muslim. That's what I didn't understand. He was like passionately defending Islam against no one. No one was attacking it. He starts defending it constantly, and then I ask him, "Are you Muslim? Is that what's going on here?" And no, he's not Muslim. So like, what are we doing then? Like, what is this? It's just like advertisement for Islam for some reason. I don't get it. I didn't get it then.
Well, I think it's because of the events in the world. It's something a lot of people are curious about now. It's really on our radar, and people are wanting to know what's true and what's not. I never thought about it before, and we're all.
I think one of the points that started was how fast it's growing. It's one of the fastest growing religion. So looking at the future, it's something to take into account.
Right. It's fast growing. It's spreading. Okay, it's fast growing. A toe fungus can be fast growing too, but doesn't mean that's necessarily a positive trait. And any system that grows. Anyway, I don't want to talk about what I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm leading myself into that, and it's not healthy. So
I'm doing the same thing. I'm trying to keep myself doing the same thing.
I'm going to.
He kept talking about how actually they're very matriarchal.
Y'all going to ruin my channel with all your.
I'm not pro matriarchy either. So I didn't understand how it was supposed to. I didn't understand what he was trying to convince me of. That's what I didn't understand. I felt like I was trying to be convinced.
I think he just got caught up in the passion of it all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you guys keep up with the news to see if any really truly major horrific events took place?
No, I saw something where Israel bombed. They were evacuating. They had 24 hours to evacuate, and I think they bombed one of the convoys on its way out.
Oh my!
Well, that's.
I'm just getting this from like little rumors from glancing here and there. I haven't actually done in-depth research to see how true it is.
Do you guys know about I think he's an evolutionary psychologist and marketing expert. His name is Gad Saad.
Oh yeah. He's really interesting guy.
He has a lot of really, really good takes. He is I believe he's ethnically Arab, but he's an Arab Jew from Beirut, from Lebanon, and he and his family had to escape when that country descended into internecine religious strife and warfare. And he's long talked about radicals of different stripes, and a lot of his posts are punchy and like a good brownie. They're dense and chocolatey and satisfying, but they're not for everyone.
I think he's the guy that coined the IDF, the intellectual dark web, IDW, whatever, isn't it? Was it him or was it Weinstein?
I think that's Weinstein or Weinstein. Yeah.
Well, he was one of them. He was a member of it anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, I like Gad's posts, and he's quite concerned because he's a professor. He's quite close to the woke kind of the pernicious strains of wokeness. He can sniff them out. He's close to the source of the stink, and he's quite worried about the spread of the link between leftism and pro radical Islamist kind of philosophy. Wokeness is a kind of a totalitarian philosophy as well. It's kind of like an amoeba that absorbs everything within it. It's any totalitarian ideology, wherever it lies on a political spectrum, is very dangerous. But we all have such powerful instincts to tribalism.
I don't think we need to fight that. That's part of our primate heritage.
Yeah. No, I don't think think we can try to rise above basic tribalism, but in terms of evolving tribalism to communities is what I think the solution to that is.
We've already risen above basic. We have all these.
Some people fall back into
democracies
that really base tribalism, though, where they don't even think about what they're doing. They just do whatever their tribe does.
I think we should work with our natural instincts instead of against them.
What if the instinct that kind of rests on the idea that natural instincts, because they are natural instincts, are therefore good, right? You're obviously
no, I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm just saying because they are what they are, we ought to build society
like an incorporation of the shadow kind of thing. Since it's
Right.
there, you might as well incorporate it.
I mean, even shadow is moralizing then, but like we know we're aggressive, we know we're carnal, we know we're tribal. Why not build that into our society?
Like a hedonistic society or something?
You know something? You're right about that, because we can't live as if it's not a force directing us, but we should try.
Right.
The only way to direct it then is to acknowledge it and work with it and redirect it when it is when its energy is destructive, right?
Yeah, and we see that in some, like where we sublimate our violence, tribalism into sports and baseball and football, things like that.
Desmond Morris, who is a cultural anthropologist, writes about that in a couple of the books I recommended, Man Watching and The Naked Ape.
I've heard of The Naked Ape.
But sports and nonverbal communication are two of the areas he writes quite interestingly about. I should probably reread his book, Man Watching. It's a fascinating book.
How is he? Because like cultural anthropology, I think is super important, but it's one of those disciplines that is overwhelmed by hardcore leftism, and so like,
you cut out
me. Okay.
Overwhelmed by hard what?
Hardcore leftism.
I can hear him fine. I can hear Ron fine.
Oh.
Yeah, so like cultural anthropology, I think it's super important, but it's been overwhelmed by a lot of hardcore leftism. So where does he fit? Because I think cultural anthropology is super important, but if it's blinkered in one way or another, that's a problem. So would it be like, Jeff or John, sorry. Like, is he pretty balanced? Like, I'm not asking, is he a right winger? Like, I just want him to be balanced.
I'm not sure if he's alive any longer. He produced a lot of his works, I think, at least in the 70s that I know of. I was a teenager when I was exposed to some of his stuff. And that was in the 80s when I was exposed to it. So I think his major books were published either in the very late 60s or early to mid 70s. And as far as I know, he was an old school scientist in that he tried to communicate in a dispassionate way where if you did have biases, you couldn't easily detect them.
Beautiful. What was his name?
Desmond. I'll write it in the chat here. Desmond Morris. Man Watching.
Are you streaming tomorrow, Jeff?
Yeah, I set it for 1:00.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. I'm getting a headache, not from anything. I'm just tired. I think I slept like an hour.
This is our longest.
Yeah, this is the longest.
We're almost 4.5 hours. This is our longest one yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, which is fine. You guys are welcome to keep going. I'm just getting like kind of woozy, and so I just need to
get some fresh air.
Yeah,
that always helps.
My vertigo starts getting to me after a while. Even just sitting here, I've gotten a lot better. My stamina's gotten a lot better for doing this kind of thing, but it starts to get to me after a while. I'm starting to get a headache and stuff, so I'm just gonna go ahead and hit sign off. But,
take care of yourself.
Later, Chris.
Good night, Chris.
But I'll see you tomorrow, Jeff. I guess is it gonna be 3 my time or what?
I guess 3 your time.
All right, cool. I'll see you then.
Because there's Paul in the morning, so I'm going to be at that.
That's right. I forgot tomorrow. I don't even know what day it is right now. I forgot this was Friday, so tomorrow's Saturday. Yeah, that's right. I'll see you in the comments there. Later, guys. Okay, bye. Good night.
All right, now that he's gone, let's get naked.
Oh no.
Gen X Jeff's frozen.
You always say that. So nothing happened today, right? Terror it was the day of terror. They were calling for a global jihad. I can't tell if I'm freezing up or not. I think I might be. Yeah.
You are slightly. You're rezzing a little bit.
The low signal.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting the signal bars showing that I'm freezing up. Fuck.
It'll likely resolve itself.
So, John, how did you come across these people?
I saw, I think, a PF Young video that was kind of an animated video that I thought had. It was just a delightful video to watch. Some of the humor in it.
Nice.
And then I saw there was something about a Discord, so I said, yeah, sure, I'd like to chat maybe, because I got the sense that there were some folks there who could agree to disagree, and maybe we're kind of nuanced about things. And I was really happy when I was responded to with, well, why do you want to join the server? And I thought, great, they're actually doing some door checking. So I put an intro in there, and then I saw a few folks, and I wrote a bit. I made a pretty bad faux pas early on. I woke up, and I was up early, 8 in the morning, and because Pizzagate got mentioned in my bio, I just vomited a torrent of Pizzagate links there, not really coherently. And I was asked, like, hey, dude, you can't do that. Do it one by one. Or I said, okay, I'm so sorry. I deleted everything and just tried to kind of keep it in boundaries. But then I don't know how. I think I saw someone told me about the machine lies or something, and I went on and I just felt like I was in a tornado of dissociative idea chaining that was very confusing to me, and it was a little too chaotic for my ability to enjoy. And I don't know
we're
if,
like the milder version of that. His streams are.
I think I recognized Hank here and Hank from there, and I thought, oh, it's some of the same people, and then I just kind of sniffed around.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I like that you stepped in the other day when the troll showed up, because I think it redirected the conversation in a way that it normally doesn't get.
There were trolls
directed. On machines. They don't come and bother me, but they show up on Machine Lies because he doesn't kick anyone out, so they can come and take over the stream.
Who's this Machine Lies?
He's this Muslim kind of philosopher guy.
Okay.
He's a very interesting character. He's part of our little streaming network.
Okay.
And he streams every Tuesday and Saturday night, and he does like 10, 12, 14-hour streams. He starts in the evening and he goes all into the next morning.
Good God.
And it's just a cavalcade of like one.
It's like a rave.
Shows like everybody you could imagine shows up.
It's like a rave for nerds.
Yeah.
Years ago, there was, I don't know, Jeff, if you saw this. Years ago, maybe 17 or more years ago, 20 years on the internet, there was an American preacher whose name was the Spirit of Truth, and he had a cable access TV show, and he'd preach the gospel. God and his motherfucking angels gonna smite your ass, and trolls would call in, and he'd go mental on these trolls. They would agitate him. He was clearly having emotional issues, right? He manic depression or so on. And people would call in and he'd just lose it, right? And I sensed that same kind of, poke the odd kid in the neighborhood kind of energy that they were doing to Machine Lies, but he kept engaging with them. And I thought, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? And then that made me realize anyone who's willing to accept that in order to engage with other people isn't reading the room in a healthy way. And, I urged him, don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls.
I'm not the best at reading the room either, but I certainly read those when they showed up. Like, I know dysfunction when I see it. And I know alcoholism and drug abuse when I see it, and mental health.
I hope he can kind of come out of the darker place he's in. He seems like a well-meaning man, but I think he's maybe a little bit confused in which direction to go, kind of like a bat or a whale in the ocean confused by a ship.
Yeah, he's
engines.
winging it, but I think that's one of his. He's like me. I'm the same way. Just throw me in the deep end, and I'm gonna wing it.
Oh
through the
my!
chaos.
You enjoy the challenge. Okay.
It's all I know. Really.
Oh,
yeah, he'll be on tomorrow evening. We'll probably go hang out there.
I might look, but I don't trust myself to speak there again because I felt overwhelmed by the energy, right? The kind of chaotic energy of it. And I sensed that from the fellow I lost my temper with today as well. And
Oh, and you know what? I doubt he even noticed or remembers. You're probably worrying about it way more than he is.
I remember.
I wouldn't even call that. That's the Canadian version of losing a temper, because I wouldn't even call it losing temper.
Hey, dude, Jeff, remember that time like a few months ago that I thought I was rude to you, and I came back and apologized, and you had no idea what I was talking about?
Yes, I didn't even remember what you were talking about. Like, and when I started during COVID, when I started Zooming, the first little group I Zoomed with, like most of them were from Canada, and that's when I learned kind of that Canadian style of over conscientiousness about offending and being polite.
Yeah, well, it's funny.
And
it's
they were always reacting to things that hardly even registered on my mind.
We apologize for saying sorry too often.
I'm sorry for being so apologetic.
And y'all are so polite. Like Canuck's always saying, "May I interject? May I come? Do you mind if I step in?" I'm like, just talk. Nobody asked for the mic here.
I like to keep that habit because it helps me discipline myself. Otherwise, I would be much more chaotic. I wouldn't be able to kind of keep my form together.
Well, that's what we're here for. If you ever want to indulge
here in Canada,
yourself,
we have very strict laws regarding use of physical force in self-defense. You always have to be proportionate. If I had, let's say, a Bic pen in my pocket and someone attacked me, right? They attacked me, and I used that pen to stab them, and I caused them, a puncture wound or a deflated lung or something. I would be charged with using a weapon, right? Anything I touch and use as a weapon, I can be charged with a weapons offense for. Now, if I'm carrying, let's say, a tactical pen that's been made like out of, airplane aluminum or something, like sharp and pointy, or if I have a pocket knife or a stick or something, if I'm carrying it for self-defense against people, I'm breaking a law against carrying a weapon, for example. There are different things you're allowed to have. If I carry it for self-defense against stray dogs or coyotes or something that makes its way into the city, ostensibly it's not a weapon. So we have really been pacified here in Canada into being sheep.
That's a good word for it, pacified. So y'all can't like smash a beer bottle over anybody.
No, that's aggravated assault.
Oh.
Hey John, do you know a single person, like just one, who likes Trudeau?
I don't know anyone who I would consider. I don't know anyone I like who likes Trudeau. I do know some older people in and around where I live who think he's the bee's knees. They like him, and they're not politically astute in any respectable.
Right.
To any degree, I think is worthy of respect.
Yeah, because it's like I'm Canadian, but I live in the U.S. Like I've been here for a long time now. But like I asked my parents like a few maybe like not that long ago. I just asked them because my parents, they don't like him, and I asked like, do you guys know anybody? Like, do you know a single person at any level of like closeness that likes him? They couldn't name a single person.
I'm not sure, Ron, if this is something you would agree with or have had brought up to you before, but Canada the United Kingdom or the British Crown, the British monarch, right? Our head of government. I'm sorry, our head of state. Right? Canada has a head of state and a head of government. Our head of state is the British monarch. Our head of government is the Governor General, which is
Yeah, so it's not even
representative.
the Prime Minister. It's like, but it's mostly ceremonial though at this point, isn't it?
Well, that's what we like to tell ourselves. It's mostly ceremonial.
Right.
But the laws are such that the monarch, the head of state, must confer royal assent to any government we elect. So we can elect someone and the king can say, no, I don't like that person. No.
Right. Like
they haven't done it, but they
at the same
have
time,
that authority.
it's a disquieting thought that like technically they could, and then if they did, like I wonder what would happen. Like it would cause a conflict. It would cause a big conflict.
It would cause a conflict in the media, but when push comes to shove, there are financial interests, of course. The people who make money under the current system have evolved to grow into this ecosystem, and they have a vested interest in keeping it that way. So they pretended to give us independence, and we pretend to be an independent nation state, and the illusion is comforting.
It's like what Peterson's citing the whole thing about like like communism. They pretend to pay us. We pretend to work.
Yes, exactly. Well, not exactly, but it's quite highly similar to that. So, like in the United States, not to ding your country, Jeff, I'd trade my citizenship for American citizenship in a flat second. But in the United States, the government pretends that the Constitution really matters, and at least there are some Americans who say, well, motherfucker, you don't act like it, and we can prove that you are not living up to your word. And the government says, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Like, really now, what are you going to do about it?
Are you saying that here in the U.S. or in Canada?
In the U.S. And there are still Americans who say, I'm going to do something about it, but then the full force and might of the American legal system and intelligence community will come down, and your life will be ruined.
I don't see myself as separate from the government. I mean, the government is ours as a people.
Really?
Yeah.
When was the last time you had a beer with Joe Biden?
Well, I'm not talking about individuals in the government, although you can contact your representatives. You can even go to their office.
Yeah, I don't view them as being very
We have a functioning political process here that everyone can participate in.
I don't know that it's responsive.
Jeff, when an adult says to a kid, like, do you want ice cream for dessert or cake for dessert? And the kid thinks, well, I get to pick what I want for dessert.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we do get to choose our candidates and then elect them.
Not really. Okay, here's a way of putting it. America is the richest country in the history of the world. The staggering majority of the world's best universities are here. Why are Joe Biden and Donald Trump our choices?
That's a reflection of us.
Now
there's the party apparatus that I think constrains the nomination process somewhat. But I've had friends that have run for local offices and gotten elected. I've had friends serve on their city council and affect the outcome of policy.
the party, especially like the Dem party, and maybe I don't know in particular, well, because they have the whole super delegate thing, which fucks things up. But it's like, look what happened to like anytime like Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, Andrew Yang, they got buried by their system.
Yeah,
like,
I'm glad though. I didn't want any of those people in there.
No, but the thing is, it doesn't matter whether you want them or not. They were adverse. The party worked against them. And then meanwhile, it's like when what's his name, Bloomberg or whatever, wanted to come in, even though he was way late, they started like, oh yeah, we'll get him in there. We'll get him in there. Like, so it's like they're making they are going out of their way to get rid of Tulsi and Yang, and then going out of their way to bring in Bloomberg.
So even that's the individual parties.
Okay, but what about the individual voters? What about the people? Like, it's not.
But I'm saying what you're describing is as the what I want to say. I don't feel like there's a government imposed on us. That's the individual parties themselves that you have to kind of overcome to get your candidate in the game, but that's not the government. So if that's where like the bottleneck or the choke point is, that's just the party system.
I'm about to start smoking pot, so my IQ is going to drop precipitously.
Oh, okay.
I can only wonder this. Here in the West, I just can't square two things. The interests of most working class people or even white collar, maybe upper class people, we want good infrastructure, safe schools. We want, a justice system that isn't draconian. We want reasonable live and let live drug laws and alcohol laws, firearm laws. We basically want, a realistic libertarian's point of view, like, let's chip in money to pay for the roads and national defense and infrastructure and maybe healthcare. We can talk about that. Minimal amounts of tax, but Jeff, I'm so sorry. Please allow me to change. Just forget what I said there. To give you an example, the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913 was done in an extremely politically slimy way. A majority of the people who could vote on the matter were away for Christmas holidays. They introduced it on Christmas, on the eve of a business day for a holiday. They passed it into law, and boom, it was created. And also, I believe the federal income tax laws, I don't remember the exact name, they were passed in a kind of a similar way, like, oh, it's only for the war and it's going to go away after. Common people's interest isn't to have, close to half their income taken away by a government who then figures, we're loaded with money. We can do anything. I'm speaking maybe from a Canadian point of view. When you add up income tax, sales tax,
property
duty tax on cigarettes and alcohol, service tax,
property.
A lot of Canadians, property tax. Yeah. We're one of the most heavily taxed nations on earth. In the U.S., let's say 30%.
But you'll have the socialized medicine too.
We do, but
not that I'm saying that makes it.
It's a broken, it's a very broken system held together with duct tape and glue.
And it is fucked.
But
yeah, that's what I hear. They my Canadian friends are wanting an underground railroad.
Prior to federal income tax in the United States, there was, I believe, a consumer tax, and the nation was able to have an army and borders and everything with that. Now they raised tax from us. From citizens to fund a couple of wars, and then the taxes never went away. There's a ramping up and an escalation. No citizen wants billions of dollars going to foreign countries when our own cities and infrastructures and quality of life are being sacrificed in that exchange. So clearly the will of the people isn't being reflected by the political decisions made by the people elected to hold positions of authority.
Well, some of them must want that. The donor class must want that.
Well, okay,
but
then
it is like we do have politics is dirty and it's slimy and it's open to corruption. Like I'm from Louisiana, and I
Oh
lived in
my.
Vegas. Those are two of the most politically corrupt states. I'm used to
Yeah.
politics being like that, but it's still our process. Like I still don't feel like I don't have access to it, or I'm powerless to affect it.
We're not powerless to affect it, but I think a lot of people like okay, once you've infiltrated a government in terms of being able to dominate the inputs that result in outputs of outputs, right? You know, you obviously want more for yourself. Politics is a dirty business, and people have been either demoralized or psychologically manipulated, which we all do to each other, to great effect, to work in the interest of the donor class. And once that asymmetry of power becomes embedded, it's a positive
Shit,
feedback
I keep
loop of
going out.
continual asymmetry. I think maybe that's the way I look at it. A system
I
that
don't
was
know if
really,
I
really well
believe that.
designed. Pardon me.
I don't know if I believe that.
Have you ever
Like,
played
I
the
certainly don't feel demoralized. I'm very
at the population level? I'm not
optimistic about
speaking
our system and
to
patriotic
individuals.
about it.
You look at kids in inner city Chicago or the drug addicts in the open air dens of
But I don't know how
Philadelphia.
much of that is third party manipulation versus just emergent phenomena from the culture itself.
Yeah, but you can engineer conditions into the culture to have outputs come later on, like the very wealthy pharma company
You
paying
probably could, but
regulators.
I don't know that I don't have any reason to believe that's the case.
Well, regulatory capture. You're familiar with this idea? The capture of regulatory bodies, for example, the FDA, a huge
I've seen
portion of
that
this.
in my own profession in mental health
Okay.
because it's all going woke. All the
Right.
regulatory bodies are
So
going
there is
woke.
regulatory capture, and once they're in there, they can put their thumbs on the scales and then continue that asymmetry of power accumulation. The checks and balances that were designed into the system, I see an unmistakable legacy of wanton corruption that have corrupted the system. All I can do is I think that the video I recommended to you, the Money Masters, the 3.5 hour long documentary, it's a lot to
I
take
did
in.
start watching it, and then I started researching the Federal Reserve.
That is a prime example of deep institutional corruption and capture. And let me draw a parallel. Do you know the board game Monopoly? Have you
Yeah, I
ever
hate
played it?
Monopoly. I never win.
Did you ever play Monopoly though?
Yes, I hate it.
A lot of people who have played it and like it or hate it. One of the rules in Monopoly is if you are in the role of the banker during a game, and the nice colored Monopoly money that comes in the game, if the game gets to such a point where everyone's got cash holding it, there's no more money left. Pieces of the banker can just write down on a piece of paper, okay, this is now money, right? Right. That's what the Federal Reserve was able to do. The people who designed that into existence, that's what they were able to do through instituting, fractional reserve banking with money created from debt. Now, when money is first injected into an economy, of course, it has a ripple effect. I spend money with you, you have income, you spend money with someone else, they have income. And the nature of fractional reserve banking is that, the bank acquires a certain amount of money, they lend it out. They only need to have 10% of the reserves or less on hand. It's a kind of a 3-card Monty money system where money that exists is just a phantom bookkeeping entry, is lent out. So if I give you $100, you have to put that, like, I'm the central bank and you're the bank of Jeff. So we do basically a bookkeeping entry of I credit you with $1,000 of Federal Reserve Bank money. Now, of that $1,000, you must keep 100 in your safe. Let's say just 10%. So now you have $900, right? You're now then able to lend out that $900 to someone else who then only needs to keep 10% of that in their bank, and they can act as if they have that full amount. And the phantom effect of, I'm lending you imaginary money, and ostensibly I have a little bit of it in the safe to show that I can pay it off if you come calling for the marker that on the note. It's a very, very sneaky way of adding money into the system and having it multiply out. the first people to be able to get access to that money, the purchasing power of that money hasn't been affected by inflation yet. So the power of that money allows them to purchase real tangible assets, gold, houses, real estate, and so on. And the value of that asset is going to go up, of course, in a lot of market forces because, more and more money is lent. I have this asset. The house I bought for $100,000 is now worth, 10 years later, $150,000 or $200,000. Now, is it that the value of that money is really higher, or the house is really higher, or is it the purchasing power of the dollar has changed so that I need more dollars to buy the same thing? And that's one of the ways corruption is encouraged. And if you have a lot of money, you can pay a lot of people for favors. So then you can exert more control over writing laws. If you control judges through bribery, blackmail, extortion, they rule in your favor. It's a positive feedback loop of corruption, and it's fueled by money that's created out of thin air.
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I just question the scale that it's same with systemic racism. I'm not saying racism doesn't happen. I just question the scale as to that it's happening.
The Money Masters should give you some idea, and I really hope you're able to complete watching it in a month or so, depending on how much time you spend on it. It's a paradigm shifting piece of journalism. It's a really important
video. And honestly, I know very little about money, so I don't even know if I have a paradigm to shift yet. But I caught I think most of what you just said.
It's kind of like a mafia. It really is like a cartel or a mafia or an in-group within an in-group within an in-group.
It's linked to human nature. I don't reduce all of politics to that kind of corruption.
Certainly not all of it. No, certainly not all of it.
That's why I'm still optimistic about a large
I envy you that optimism. I wish I had some.
Well, it could be naive. I mean, it could just be my own naivety. Like I could be the fool.
You're not a fool. Naive people are not fools. I don't want to use that term for you. You're not a fool. I don't know you well, but you're not a fool. I'd tell that right away.
I've been a fool many times.
So have I, but that doesn't mean you
I'm
are
not foolproof.
No, you seem like a fair and balanced man, and I quite enjoy meeting people like that. I'm glad.
Well, I certainly try to be.
Ron from Toronto, are you in the States for work or study, or are you do you even want to answer that? I don't want to delve too much into your personal life.
Well, I got to go in a minute, but
okay. Before you go, real quick.
Yeah.
How do we get other Canadians down here like you've done?
Happy to help any of the want. But yeah, it was a bit of a process, and I work in healthcare, so that certainly makes it a lot. Like it's when you work in healthcare and a lot of jobs, if you can speak the language, you can work there.
Are you multilingual?
No. But yeah, like because I'm an occupational therapist from Canada and education there, but I now do it here. So yeah, I had to definitely jump through some hoops. Yeah, it took a bit of time and some effort and some money, but totally worth it.
Jeff, I think a lot of folks will be coming to Canada in dribs and drabs and dribbles. If
coming
any
to
American
Canada?
state. No, I'm sorry, to the U.S. from Canada. I forgive me, I misspoke. A lot of Canadians now, unfortunately, have been woken up to what our country has become.
Yeah.
If it ever was what we thought
everyone
it was.
from Canada that I know is trying to get out.
The biggest thing is the cost of housing. That's the biggest thing by a land.
It's insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
I pay $2,000 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment, and 10 years ago the rent here might have been $1,200 or $1,300, and 5 years before that it might have been $800 or $600. It's insane how.
Are you in the city proper?
I'm in a city, 2 cities, Kitchener, Waterloo, that kind of blended together. But the whole metropolitan area around us is maybe 500,000 people in 3 cities that are kind of blended together.
It's a decent area. It's a good area.
Yes, it has its charms, like everywhere else does. It's an extremely woke place. The economy is not good. we have been flooded because of perverse incentives by huge numbers of foreign students from India who attend Conestoga College here. And as foreign students, they pay a lot more money for their tuition. But Canadian law allows them now to work even full-time jobs if they want to.
But they're coming all the way just to go to Conestoga College?
Well, Conestoga College is now a diploma mill because they've essentially turned into a foreign like they're a tick feeding off of foreign students whose parents think they're getting a great education in Canada. Wow, Canada, and cost of housing, cost of food, and unskilled labor here is it's so hard to get a job. Wages are kept down. There's so much competition.
What?
It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Canada is, I think, purposefully being immiserated. We are being immiserated so that we truly do become a serf class.
By the Coolangatta.
The donor class, and among the donor class, like the donor class has its own internal donor class, right? They may be the Coolangatta, multi-generational psychopaths. It's scary to me. But yeah, we are a full nation of sheep now, and those of us trying to spread awareness, we get called, conspiracy theorist. You're a right winger. You're a racist. You're anti-immigration. You're a homophobe. You're a fascist. Anything except trying to address legitimate concerns respectfully and as if I'm a human being with some of the same perceptions and needs and wants and cares and dreams for the future that they have. But I don't matter because I can be dehumanized and thrown away with it. And I've done that in the past too. I'm guilty of what I'm saying other people are doing to me. I'm guilty of it. Hand raised. I try not to be anymore. I try to be a little more reflective about it. But the stronger dog fucks, right? And we have been out competed in that regard for so long. It's like the Olympics. You take a natural athlete and you insert them into the Olympics. It's going to be fun to watch them fail. They're not going to compete well against the juiced up athletes. It's a fair competition, but I'm not juicing. You're not supposed to juice. Wink, wink. Right? Follow the rules. Wink, wink. The public rules that you're supposed to follow. Wink, wink. The public rules that you're supposed to follow, but if you get caught breaking, you don't have the resources to fight in court, right? Lawfare. Wink, wink. Be a good little Canadian. That's Canada, I'm sorry to say.
Anyhow, I got to top out. But
cheers.
Good times, guys. See ya.
Yeah, you too. Good talking. Let's do it again.
Yeah, definitely. How do I get out of this thing?
I think you just hit the X at the bottom. Leave studio.
All right. See ya. Thanks.
Or you could just close it. Close the browser. Yeah, I guess I'm almost coming up on 5 hours. I guess I should go to get something to eat.
Yes, go enjoy your evening or the rest of your. It is evening for you too, I think.
Yeah, it's like 10:30.
I'll
hug PF
my
Ewing is streaming tomorrow morning, and Chris and I will be streaming in the afternoon.
Okay. What time does Paul start tomorrow? Do you remember?
8:30 my time. 10. Are you East Coast?
Yeah, I'm East Coast.
I think it's 11:30.
Okay, I'll have a look. I wonder what he's going to talk about.
Who knows? I never know till I show up, and sometimes he has a panel or takes callers.
He seems like a decent fellow. He gets a little hot like I do, but he's kept his temper better than I have, I think, maybe.
He is. I have a great admiration and respect for him, even though we don't agree on everything, like some of the Israel stuff.
Hey, disagreements are allowed. They help us kind of re-examine our own positions.
Absolutely. Like I wouldn't even know my own blind spots without them.
Yeah, that's. Thank you for saying that. That's one of the reasons I like to interact with folks in good faith as well. It helps me see blind spots.
Well, that's one of the whole ideas behind liberal democracy in the first place. We're supposed to have open discourse and all figure out where we want to go as a society. And we can't do that without discussion and debate. So thank you for showing up.
Thank you for hosting us. I hope you have a good evening. Cheers.
You too. Take care, John.
Bye.
Okay, that's it. Wow, almost. I wonder if I should go for 7 more minutes just to say I did a 5-hour stream. I don't know if I will though. No, let's just let it happen organically. Well, I'm sure we'll do 5 hours at some point, especially if Chris and I do that project we talked about. Anyway, I won't take up any more of your night. Good night. Have a good Friday. Thanks for watching, and we'll be here tomorrow about 3 o'clock Central. And PF Young is streaming at 10:30 Central. So see you then. I'll find some music to play you out on. How about this? Yoda demo. This is from Chris.